Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter made the death god his slave? Op Harry Potter. Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also, there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry slumped down in the leather chair that the room of requirement had provided for him, his head in his hands. "It's over," he murmured softly to himself. "It's finally over." As he sat there, mourning the loss of so many family and friends, he never sensed the other presence that had slowly appeared. It wasn't until a gravelly chuckle had his head snapping up in shock that Harry finally realized he wasn't alone. "Who are you?" he asked belligerently, wand out and pointed at the hooded, cloaked figure. "I would think you would know that by now, Harry," the figure replied quietly. "After all, you have conquered the deathly hallows. Your death, in the flesh, so to speak. Are you here to collect my soul?" The raven asked, feeling a mountain of relief at the prospect of seeing his family and friends again. "If that is your wish," Death replied with a grin. Harry squinted and could make out a pale face and coal black eyes. He shivered at the grin, then put his chin up, staring down the wraith with a bravery he certainly didn't feel. "I have a choice then," he responded, sitting back and trying to relax. "I would love nothing more than to see my family and friends again. So take me if you wish. Don't you want to hear your options?" Death asked curiously, head to the side. "Not really," Harry said. "There's nothing to keep me here anymore, and I'm so very tired." Giving up his flagging courage, he slumped down into the chair with a sigh that was very nearly a sob. "I am sorry, child, that you've had to suffer so much for so long," the wraith told the teen. "Sadly, it was never my intention for you to lose everyone that had meant so much to you. It's not really your fault," the raven murmured with a wavering voice. "You are only doing what you were fated to do. It is your job to reap souls, is it not?" "It is," the reaper said on a sigh. "I love what I do, but not always. I would have given anything to be able to spare you all the pain you've suffered all your life." "Why should you care?" Harry asked curiously. "I'm just another soul to you." Unaccountably, Death blushed, earning a tired smirk from the raven. Not exactly," the wraith murmured, the blush darkening. "I've been keeping an eye on you from the moment your parents died. I was there to do my job, as you so eloquently put it, and there was something different about you, a pureness of soul that was astonishing. In my many long centuries of collecting, I've never come across a soul as pristine as yours. Surprisingly enough, you've retained that pureness of soul, no matter the trials you'd faced. Even the Dark Lord's bit of poison left in you did nothing to tarnish that innocence. The fates, being as contrary as they are, decided to set down a prophecy for me." Harry groaned loudly. "Merlin," he grumbled, punching the arm of his chair savagely. "Not another bloody prophecy." "Yes," Death said with a snort. "It was foretold that I would find, for lack of a better term, a soulmate. One whose pure soul would cleanse and renew me. One who would strengthen my purpose and allow me to become what I'm meant to be." "What is that?" Harry asked curiously, watching as the Reaper pulled down the hood and began to change form before his eyes. "I am to be a demigod," Death replied, having finished his transformation. Before Harry stood a pale young man with angelic features. He had coal black eyes and silvery blonde hair. He looked fit and trim, and the raven was hard-pressed not to drool at the sight. Death smirked at the teen, making him blush and turn his eyes away. "My mate will also become a demigod. We will be charged with watching over the human realm and interfering when necessary to ensure the continued survival of mankind." Another chair, matching the one in which Harry sat, materialized across from the raven, and the specter gratefully took it with a sigh. This was going to be a long conversation. "Will you and your mate be pushing for peace on Earth?" Harry asked snidely, knowing that was a lost cause. Death snorted softly. "Of course not, Harry," he replied with a grin. His teeth were white and even, and he had two dimples bracketing the sides of his mouth. "Oh, Merlin," Potter thought desperately, "I could fall for him so easily." "What my mate and I will do," the young man continued, "is interfere when things look to be getting out of control. We will be selecting certain individuals to guide and control the populations of Earth, and to ensure that everything is managed as it should be." "Why are you telling me all this?" Harry asked, his desire to die fading away behind the curiosity. Death breathed a silent sigh of relief at the change he sensed. "Am I to be one of the chosen to guide the world?" "Not exactly," the Wraith prevaricated. "Fate has chosen a different direction for you." At the impatient quirk of an eyebrow, he continued, "You are my destined soulmate." Harry's mouth dropped open in shock. "Me?" he squeaked in astonishment. "But I'm nothing. Why would fate choose me?" "You're hardly nothing, Harry. And I'll thank you to stop denigrating yourself in such a way. You are, after all, the only being in existence who's ever managed to conquer all the Hallows. There have been attempts throughout the centuries, one or another one by a variety of people. However, in this time and place, everything aligned just so, and you became master of death. You were chosen because of that purity about which I'd spoken. Fate has not seen such a pure soul in millennia. You are an exceedingly rare breed, and she thought to reward you for all of your sacrifices." "How? How will this work?" the Raven queried softly, giving shy glances to the young man seated across from him. "I will court you properly, as you deserve to be courted," the Pale Being told him with a smile. "It won't matter how long this takes. As long as we work together to select the right people and get them in place, we have the rest of eternity to seal our bond." What do I call you?" "I'm sure yelling out death at the local mall would be a bit counterproductive to our goals, after all," Potter said with a wry chuckle. "Hopefully, the only place you'll be yelling my name is in the bedchamber," the Wraith said half-jokingly, instantly charmed by the blush that stained the other team's cheeks. "As for a name, pick whatever you like. I'm sure it'll be suitable." "How about Melda?" Harry quipped with a grin. "Yo," Death said with a pronounced shudder, glaring at the laughing brunette. "What?" the Raven replied, pretending to be affronted. "I happen to like Tolkien's Lord of the Rings trilogy." "No." At the vehement negative shake of the head, Harry continued. "What about Gotham? What the hell is wrong with you, Harry?" Death asked incredulously, hands flailing about in frustration. "You have a normal name, Lucifer," Harry said meekly, eyes on his hands to hide the laughter in them. "I am not taking the name of a Christian demon," Death announced with finality. "Pick something pleasing, for crying out loud." All right, the Raven finally huffed, pouting. "Can't even take a joke," he mumbled as he thought for a few moments. Finally, his eyes brightened considerably, and he looked at the man across from him with a grin. "I know. How about Wade Winston Wilson? That actually doesn't sound half bad," Death murmured as he thought it over, repeating it in his head a few times. "All right, it'll do. Where did you come up with it, anyway?" "Well," Harry replied, blushing again, "I remember getting a hold of a couple of Marvel comics and seeing someone named Deadpool in one of them. His real name was Wade Winston Wilson, and he always did in the comics what I wanted to do in real life. I used to fantasize about mouthing off to my relatives the way he did, but I didn't because I knew I'd be beaten and starved for my cheek." "Ah," the newly named Wade said softly. "I can understand those desires, Harry. I was there when the Dursleys beat you and starved you, and I saw such courage in the face of such violence. It made it hard for me to not do anything to them at the time, no matter how much I wanted to, but I had to wait until things were aligned as they were supposed to be before I could act. I did stay with you in your cupboard sometimes, to try and soothe away some of that overwhelming loneliness." "That was you?" Harry asked incredulously, emerald eyes wide. "I always thought it was the spirit of my mom comforting me, or at least my own desire for that comfort manifested. Thank you for being there. I would surely have taken my own life had you not been there to soothe the ache." "Happy to serve, Harry." "Happy to serve," Wade said with a grin, inordinately pleased that his future mate was taking this whole thing so well. "Now, your first courting gift will take place very shortly, but you won't know what it is until it is finished. I want you to run along and meet up with Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom. I will see you later. Nev, I can understand. He's one of my best mates. Why Malfoy? I have my reasons. Suffice it to say that Mr. Malfoy will be very important. All right. Can I hug you? The Raven asked shyly as he stood. Wade rose from his own chair and towered over the other teen by several inches. I would like that very much, Harry, he responded as he opened his arms to the other young man. Without hesitation, Harry walked into them and wrapped his own around the other man's waist, snuggling in as he was enfolded in those welcoming arms. Thank you for always being there. Even if I didn't know it, Harry whispered into the other being's ear, causing a shudder to ripple through that lithe frame. Smirking, Harry pulled back and gave Wade a flirty glance from sparkling green eyes before he left the roar. Severus Snape, a dark being hissed as it materialized in his chambers. Instantly, the potion's master was on his knees, head bowed and hands clasped in his lap. He'd cheated this very being weeks earlier by swallowing a bezoar to prevent Nagini's bite from killing him, and now death was here to collect his due. I am not here to reap your pitiful soul. I am here on behalf of one to whom you've been most cruel and heartless. I am here to settle the score I have with you in regards to Harry Potter. Potter? Severus queried indignantly, head lifting to stare boldly into Death's eyes. What does he have to do with anything? He is the reason you still live. Death snapped angrily, eyes flaring as his power spiked. Snape cowered again, trembling. He has forgiven all that you have done to him, believing that bullshit about you needing to hide your true allegiances from that pitiful human being you called a Dark Lord. I, however, know the truth. You hated him almost from the start because of what his father had done to you. He was completely innocent of any crimes committed against you. You allowed a decades-old grudge to control your life, and you punished the wrong Potter for it. Since Harry Potter feels so strongly about you, I am here to offer you a way to gain absolution from me. He admires and respects you, and thinks you the bravest man he's ever met. You will earn that misplaced regard by becoming his sponsor in the wizarding world. He will have to navigate some nasty shark-infested waters for the foreseeable future, and you will be his shield against it all, should you refuse or fail at your assignment. When I do come to reap your soul, I will ensure that it is in a cold, dark, lonely hole from which you will never escape. You will be able to hear the voices of all those you loved and lost, but you will never be able to see them. You will never be able to interact with them. You will never be welcomed by them. You will be tortured by your choices for the rest of eternity. Chapter 2. Mr. Potter, Severus Snape said softly as he approached the brunette. The scars that ringed the potion's master's neck from Nagini's bite shone in the dim light of the corridor, drawing whispers as they always did. Severus only survived the bite because Harry had closed the bleeding wounds in the older man's throat and shoved Snape's bezoar into the older man's mouth. Harry didn't want to see that brave man sacrifice his life in so ignoble a way when he had deserved so much more. Emerald eyes widened in horrified shock, and Harry cast about in his mind for what he'd possibly done to earn punishment from the potion's master. Even after Harry's fortuitous rescue, their relationship was strained. I would like to speak with you in private, if I may. Of course, Professor, the teen stammered, shaking off the worried hands of Hermione and Ron as they tried to hold him back. Turning to them, he said, "Don't worry about me. I'll meet you in the Great Hall as soon as I can." Harry jogged to catch up with the older man, wondering what had possibly happened to earn a private conversation with the man who hated the very sight of him. Harry wasn't fooled by the excuse of Snape playing a part to fool the Death Eaters within the school. He'd figured out that something his father did earn the man's hatred for everything Potter. When he'd gotten nosy in 5th year and looked into Snape's pensieve, he'd gotten the shock of his life. His own father and his godfather, Sirius, acted worse than his cousin Dudley, if that was even possible. That peek into the potion's master's past had shed new light on their contentious relationship, and Harry did his best not to hold the man's attitude, well-deserved as it was, against him. He watched the older man with new eyes and saw the courage that it took for him to continually place himself in harm's way, in the frequently vain hope that he could learn even a morsel of valuable information that could possibly turn the tide of the war. The grudging respect that he had blossomed into one of awe at the bravery that Severus Snape exhibited every single day to atone for his part in the death of Harry's mother. Now, though, The raven was baffled as to why the other man wished to speak with him. Silently, they made their way through the halls until they reached Snape's private quarters in the dungeons. Harry had never been to these rooms and was suitably surprised at the comforting, homey atmosphere he found in the rooms. The furniture was made of dark wood and leather, and there were rugs of varying sizes and patterns strewn over the stone floors. A cat lay curled in one of the chairs by the fireplace, dozing lightly. Its head came up when it smelled the visitor, and it stood, arching its back in a stretch before lazily dropping to the floor and sauntering over to Harry. The white fur stood out in the dim lighting, and when it looked at the teen, the brunette gasped at the silver eyes studying him, measuring him. Draco?" Harry asked querulously. With an approving meow, the cat leapt into Harry's arms and snuggled down for a nap. His animagus form, Severus intoned softly as he led the teen to the sofa situated directly in front of the fire. Harry sat, still greatly confused and absently stroking the cat's belly fur. The loud purring let the raven know that he was doing something right, and he smirked to himself. "Please do not make anyone else aware of his animal form," the potions master continued as he served the teen a butterbeer. "He does not wish for it to be known. He uses his animagus form to escape his housemates and get some peace. Everyone here believes that I have a pet cat, and this way the boy can get the comfort he needs without making it look too obvious. As well, I derive a great deal of comfort from the contact. You have my word, sir, that I won't say anything about this," Harry promised. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Now, the reason I wish to speak with you is to offer to sponsor you in the wizarding world. Now that Albus is gone, you are left with no one of substance to guide you in maneuvering through the social and ministerial obligations that you now face. I would like to offer assistance to you in managing these obligations." "Why, sir?" "I mean, I know you hate my father, and I know why, but surely I've done nothing to make you see me any differently. I hesitate to tell you of my change of heart," the potions master replied with an unaccountable blush. "I did not do it of my own volition. I was visited by a specter that wanted me to make nice with you by offering to sponsor you in the wizarding world. If I do not, I will be the next soul he reaps." "Oh, sir," Harry gasped, shocked and a little angry. "I'm so sorry that he did that. He had no right to come and bully you into trying to make up for our past. I don't hate you, and I would really appreciate it if we didn't talk about this again. I will, however, be having words with that bonehead." The raven softly snorted at his unintended pun, and was startled when Severus had let out a chuckle of his own. "I see no reason not to mend fences, Mr. Potter," the man said in a conciliatory voice. "The fact that you were willing to sacrifice your life for the undeserving, unwashed masses speaks to the honor and courage you have. Your generosity, when you saved my life, showed me how wrong I was about you. I would like to help you cultivate those qualities into a more permanent presence in the wizarding world than just savior. You want to help me?" Harry asked incredulously. Draco stirred and lifted his head to rub it against the boy's chin, calming him down. "It would be my honor to assist you in becoming the wizard that I know you to be," Snape replied with a small nod. "Draco has been speaking about you, and about your testimony for his mother and he. Honest heroism like that deserves to be rewarded, and I intend to see that the wizarding world repays you in full measure." I don't know what to say," the teen replied in a small voice. "I accept and thank you." He looked down at the cat in his lap, silver connecting with emerald in an instant bond of friendship. "I need to talk to you and Neville when you're not a cat anymore." The feline leapt from Harry's lap, reverting to his human form mid-leap and landing lightly on his feet. "No wonder you do so well in Quidditch," Harry mumbled. "You're so damn graceful." "Why, thank you, Potter," the blonde said as he sat next to the emerald-eyed boy. "About what do you need to speak with me?" "I need to talk to both you and Nev," Harry replied, smirking when Malfoy's alabaster skin turned pink. "Do you like Neville?" the raven queried with a grin. I find Longbottom interesting," the blonde said, skin darkening further with his confession. "I would like to put my reprehensible behavior behind me, and to do that I need to make amends to you, Longbottom, Lovegood, Weasley, and Granger. Until I've done that, I don't think I should try a meeting just yet." "How about this?" Harry said softly, wrapping a comforting arm around Draco's shoulders. "I'll set up a meeting with all of them, and you can make your apologies to them then. Afterward, I'll talk to you and Neville privately. That sounds doable, Potter, Malfoy replied after a moment of thought. By the way, I give you permission to address me by my given name. Right back at ya, Harry said with a wide smile, hugging the blonde closer for a moment. Now that we have that matter settled, I invite you to come live with me at Prince Manor after you graduate, Severus said into the introspective silence. There, I will teach you all about the wizarding world, its customs and traditions, and how you might best circulate amongst the people to your full advantage. What's he doing here? Ron barked, face turning an alarming shade of puce. Everyone had gathered in the hallway of the 7th floor, where Harry had paced to get the room he wanted. He had told Draco to wait until everyone else had entered before showing up, and the blonde had hidden himself in an alcove, watching and waiting until everyone else was in the room before making his appearance. Typically, Weasley reacted before thinking, and without giving his friend the benefit of listening to his explanation first. I invited him, Harry snapped harshly, startling everyone into silence with his vehemence. I've already spoken to him, and he wishes to speak to all of you before Nev and I speak privately. I would like to apologize to all of you for the abhorrent way I treated you these last 8 years, Draco said softly, eyes down and a flush of shame on his face. I have no real excuse for my behavior, except to say that I was raised with a certain standard of conduct, and I've only recently realized how wrong-headed I was. I'm working on adjusting my attitude about certain things, the most important being that of blood prejudice. I humbly ask your forgiveness for the horrible things I said and did to you, and I hope that we can start a fresh page on this journey. I am hoping to learn much from you all, but especially Miss Granger. Hermione's eyes widened at the respectful way that Malfoy had said her name, and was cautiously optimistic that things would change for the better. I accept your apology, Draco, Luna said in her dreamy voice, smiling benignly at him. Although you weren't as harsh with me as you were with the others, it still hurt, and I'm happy to be your friend. Apology accepted, Malfoy, Neville said softly, amber eyes gleaming. I'm glad to see that a leopard can change its spots. After all, the preliminary meeting between all of Harry's friends and Draco was tense for a time, until Hermione finally huffed in irritation at Ron's continued bad-mouthing of the Slytherin. Honestly, Ron, grow up. He didn't have to apologize to any of us, but he apologized to all of us, and is making a conscious effort to try and get along. You should do the same. Suitably cowed and ashamed of his continued churlishness, Ron apologized to the blonde, and things moved forward rather quickly after that. So it was with a glad heart that Harry finally shooed everyone else out of the room and made the door disappear, to prevent Hermione from becoming too nosy. So what's this about, Harry? Neville asked with a smirk. He had glanced at the blonde from the corner of his eye through most of the reconciliation, which had Draco smiling and preening at the attention. When everyone else left, Nev made it a point to sit right next to Draco, letting the Slytherin know of his interest in a not-so-subtle way. Draco went one better and lay his arm along the back of the couch behind the brunette's head and scooted closer to him. Harry snorted at the obvious way that Malfoy had staked his claim, laughing outright. When Longbottom reached up and interlaced the fingers of his left hand with Draco's hand, which had draped itself over the brunette's shoulder. Before the Raven could even open his mouth, something shimmered into view behind the chair in which Harry sat. Draco's and Nev's mouths dropped open in shock, their eyes wide with fright on the figure standing behind their friend. All right, Wade, the brunette snarked playfully. No need to lurk back there. Come sit down so that we can get this meeting underway. The being rounded the chair and perched itself on the arm, sliding a hand along the back of the chair and plunging fingers into Harry's hair. The other hand rose and pulled the hood from its head, revealing a pale face with dark eyes and silver hair. Who is that? Neville whisper-shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at the stranger in their midst. This is Wade Winston Wilson, a.k.a. Death, the Raven replied with a grin. He came to me after everything was done, and it seems that I'm his soulmate, and that he has his own prophecy, which includes me. He also told me that I needed to speak with the two of you, but he didn't tell me what it was about. Harry sent a half-hearted glare at his boyfriend, which served to make the other man smile. By the way, if you ever threaten anyone on my behalf again, I will make your eternity miserable. There was absolutely no reason to scare Professor Snape half to death just to get him to be nicer to me. I didn't earn it, and I don't want things like that. I am sorry, Harry, Wade apologized sheepishly. I thought he'd be the best person to guide you in the next phase of your life, and I saw getting his agreement as my first courting gift to you. Your courting gift to Harry was Severus' friendship? Draco asked incredulously. Wow, Harry, he must really love you to get you Severus as a gift. Neville snorted softly in amusement at the look on the raven's face. Emerald eyes turned to his mate, and he glared something awful at the man. I won't do it again, Wade said, suitably cowed by Harry's hostility. See that you don't, the brunette snapped before turning back to his friends. Now Wade will explain your purpose for being here, since he's failed to fill me in. Harry and I are to become demigods, was not what Draco and Neville had expected to hear, and they stared at the pale man as if he'd lost his mind. Harry snickered at the twin looks of incredulity and got a tug on his hair for his efforts. Hush you, Wade murmured before turning his attention back to the teens on the couch. Before that happens, though, we need to get a few things in place, which means that we need to find suitable pairs to become the guardians over the people of the planet. That's where you two come in. You'll be watching over Europe and Africa. Your jobs are to keep watch over the human beings and interfere where necessary. Now, I don't expect you to prevent wars or anything like that. The humans will do what humans will do, and there's not a lot that will stop that. What I need from you is to watch for those special humans who have an inner light, as it were, and are necessary to prevent total evil from taking over the world. You're to cultivate that light and help it grow so that it can influence the tides of good and evil, maintaining balance. As is evidenced by the wizards' war you just finished, we don't have any guardians in place right now, which is why the Dark Lord's evil was able to spread as far as it did. Harry is one of those special lights, but since he's to be my mate, he can't be a guardian. He's done his duty in beating back the evil for now, but without true guardians, I fear that it will only be a matter of time before evil rises again. Why me? The blonde asked after calling his brain back from the void it had fled to upon hearing the news. I've lived in the center of evil for over a year. What makes me so special? The fact that you live there and still maintained your own brand of courage and honor is why you're one of the chosen, Harry picked up for Wade. His words were coming almost instinctively, as if he already knew all of this. You've done bad things because of circumstances beyond your control. When you opened your eyes to the truth, nothing, including your love for your father, made you turn your back on who you really are. Your experience with the worst of humanity will help you find the best that humanity has to offer. I can't think of anyone better to guide and protect that delicate balance. Can you? Chapter 3. Classes were over for the day, and Harry, exhausted, made his way to the Gryffindor common room. He gave the password and entered, but stopped dead at all the people gathered within, seeming to be waiting for him. What's up? He asked with a small amount of trepidation. Hermione smiled widely at her best friend and approached Neville, Ron and Ginny following close behind. Dean, Seamus, Draco, and Luna hung back for the moment. We've done something for you, and it's a surprise. You need to come to the Shrieking Shack, Hermione said in one breath, her smile wavering slightly. Why there? The Raven asked, voice trembling. It's a surprise you get, Ron said with a smirk. Don't worry, you'll really like it. I promise. The rules have been loosened greatly since the death of Voldemort, and McGonagall as headmistress had given the returning 7th years permission to go to Hogsmeade at any time, as long as their studies were current. The returning 6th years had also been given permission, as long as they were in the company of the older students. So it was a motley crew of teens from both years that made their way to the small hamlet 20 minutes away. At the outskirts of the village, they veered right, taking the path to a decrepit shack just outside the borders of the little hamlet. Harry stared in stupefied shock at the building in front of which he and his friends now stood. Where once was a dilapidated building with a sagging roof and a barren yard with dead, scrubby brush, there stood a beautiful, streamlined cottage surrounded by lush, colorful gardens and gleaming emerald grass. The rotted wood exterior was replaced with cedar slats, the foundation replaced with cobblestones. Windows had been enlarged to allow the clearest, brightest view of the little town and the forest beyond the building. All the land around and behind the house, up to the border of the forbidden forest, was the property of the new owner. The multicolored slate roof added a touch of hominess to the house, and white wooden shutters complemented the redwood-stained wooden walls. Grinning at their dumbstruck friend, they gently led him through the deep red door and into a spacious living room. The entire interior of the first floor of the house had been remade into a comfortable open space. The forest green walls were accented with pale, gray wainscoting and trim, and a multitude of framed pictures hung from the walls and sat on the tasteful end tables that bracketed a very large pale green couch. Two straight-backed armchairs in the same material and color sat on either end of a long, square coffee table done in mahogany, which was situated in front of the sofa. Through the large archway, the dining room sported an oak, hand-carved table and chairs, with a buffet and china cabinet. The walls were a spring green, with the curtains and linens a pale yellow that accented the walls to perfection. Though the outside of the home looked small, the interior had been expanded using wizard space and allowed for enough room to hold a great variety of gatherings and functions. The kitchen was separated from the dining room by a half-wall, which doubled as a breakfast bar. 4 stools sat at it, 2 on each side of the wall, the cushions done up in a red gingham pattern. The kitchen itself was a pale, yellow, almost white, with the same gingham pattern in the curtains and floor coverings. Every floor in the downstairs was maple, polished and stained to a high gloss and giving the home an elegance that was hard to deny. Every Muggle appliance known to man was in the kitchen, and Harry grinned at all the new toys with which he could play. Luna gently took the brunette's elbow and led him up the stairs into the first bedroom on the right. It was large and spacious, with a king-sized bed sitting in the center of the wall to the left. The walls were painted a deep cerulean blue at the bottom, which faded to paler blues the higher up the walls you went. The ceiling was sky blue, and fluffy white clouds littered the space at erratic intervals. A deep midnight blue rug covered the floor, and the walk-in closets were expansive and spacious. Large windows framed by blackout curtains in variegated patterns of blue looked out over the forest behind the house. If Harry squinted, he could see the cave in which Sirius spent time during the Raven's 4th year. His eyebrows skated into his hairline as he looked. He thought that the cave was somehow different than he remembered. Turning away from the view, he looked at the rest of the room. There was an ensuite bathroom to one side of the closet, decorated with black and white tiles in a checkerboard pattern. The pattern went halfway up the walls, and the top was finished off in a rich cream color. Down the hallway were 3 other bedrooms, all decorated in shades of blue, green, and gray. They didn't have any furniture in them at the moment. It was felt that the owner would like to delegate those rooms for occupation at a later time. They descended and found Purchase around the living room, watching Harry carefully for his reaction. Not to seem thick, but what's going on here?" he asked softly. "We all got together to fix up this old place for you," Draco told the teen softly, a wry smile on his face. "We approached the Hogsmeade Town Council for permission to purchase this place. When they found out for whom we wished to purchase it, they gave it to us for free. They said it was the least they could do to thank you for your bravery and sacrifice." "Emmy?" Harry squeaked. "Yes, you," Ron confirmed with a nod. "We know how much you loved Sirius, and thought that you'd appreciate living here as long as the house was renovated. We know the history of the shack, and thought that it couldn't be in better hands than yours, considering the memories this place holds." "Not all of them were good, Ron," Harry muttered, the joyous light in his eyes not dimming for a moment. "I appreciate all you've done to give me a home I love," he continued. "What about the trapdoor?" "The tunnel under the Whomping Willow has been collapsed," Seamus told the emerald-eyed teen softly. "We had the hole in the foundation filled in with concrete before putting the solid floor over it. There's no way anyone could ever get in here without your permission. We've even converted that hole in the hillside out back into a man cave," Ginny said with a snicker at her own wit. "We expanded and enlarged it and outfitted it with a magical electrical supply piggybacked off of the house. Hermione is a genius and came up with a large number of spells and runic work to allow Muggle appliances to be used here without them being damaged by the magic. In fact, they actually run off of the ambient magic in the surroundings. It's brilliant. So, to summarize, you lot more or less built me a house near Hogwarts, where I felt most at home, Harry said softly, looking at all of his friends with an abundance of love in his eyes. I don't know what I did to deserve such wonderful friends, but I thank the goddess every single day for you. 2 days later, Wade faded into view in Harry's dorm room. Everyone else was outside, enjoying the last of the good weather before winter set in. Harry, the wraith husked as he wrapped his arms around his mate. The raven melted in those arms, turning to brush a gentle kiss to the other man's cheek. Hi, Wade, the brunette murmured with a smile, wrapping his arms around the taller man and hugging him tightly. I'm glad to see you. Do you know what my friends did for me? I do, Wade replied with a grin. I was asked for help, but since it involved things I had no real practical knowledge of, I just let them do their thing. I hope you like it. It's wonderful, Harry breathed ecstatically. I have a home and someone to share it with. I couldn't possibly be happier. Well, I have my second courting gift ready, if you wish to see it, Harry's soul mate said softly. With an eager nod, Wade shifted them to Harry's new home, landing in the living room. That was weird, Harry mumbled a little petulantly. A rather uncomfortable way of traveling, but it's better than Portkey, anyway. I'm sorry, Harry, Wade apologized. I know that phasing in and out of reality is a little claustrophobic, but you will get used to it in time. Now, ready for your gift? At the enthusiastic nod, Wade stepped away from his mate and closed his eyes. Harry watched as the man breathed deeply, the magic in the room thrumming like a living heartbeat as Wade cycled his power up. For a few moments, nothing happened, and a raven brow quirked in curiosity as Harry waited with bated breath for something to happen. Hello, Harry, came a soft, feminine voice from behind him. He jumped and yelped loudly as he spun to see who had spoken to him. Emerald eyes widened in shock as he saw an auburn-haired woman standing behind him. With her was a tall, bespectacled man with messy black hair, a tall, thin man with long hair and gray eyes, and a slightly shorter man with gray hair and kind amber eyes. And Mum? The raven asked querulously. At her enthusiastic nod, Harry threw himself into her arms, bawling like a baby. He felt the others surround him and wrap him and his mum in their arms in a group hug, which lasted for many long minutes. Finally getting himself under control, he pulled back to look at each and every one of his lost loved ones, tears starting anew as he stared at those beloved faces. Come on, sport, his dad said as he ruffled his son's hair affectionately. Let's sit down for a proper visit. Once situated on the couch, which Harry helpfully expanded, no words were spoken for a while as the teen basked in the unreserved love he felt from his family. Finally, the silence got to be too much, and Harry began his interrogation. What are you doing here? Does this mean you're back for good? We're here because your intended wanted to give you a special courting gift, Sirius replied, understanding that Harry's parents would still be too choked up to speak at the moment. Unfortunately, we can't stay for long. Just know that we all love you so very much and couldn't be prouder of the man you have become. You are the single bravest, most honorable and selfless young man that I've ever had the pleasure of teaching, Remus added, his hand on Harry's head and carding through messy black locks. In spite of all you've been through, and all that the wizarding world has subjected you to, you still sacrificed your life to save them all. It's really no surprise that fate would want to reward you for your benevolence. Why isn't Albus here? Harry asked softly. Severus, and here are the only reasons I was able to defeat the monster. Albus Dumbledore is paying penance to the goddess for his arrogance. Lily barked harshly, making Harry flinch minutely. Things were not supposed to fall out the way that they did. She continued in a softer tone, her hand on Harry's cheek. Had Albus not stuck his long, crooked nose into the whole mess, it would have been settled long before now. His initial interference in your placement started a chain of events that caused this conflagration to last longer than it should have, and we lost a great many bright and promising people to Voldemort. He continued to meddle once you returned to the wizarding world, and caused so much undue strife and heartbreak to you that magic herself was displeased. Right now, he's being denied his next great adventure, and is instead being recycled into a newborn that will be facing his own great strife and heartache. The child is not magical, so he will have to live as a muggle, and it is hoped that he will learn humility and compassion for others before he may enjoy his death. How is that fair to the newborn? Harry queried with concern. After all, the soul that would have gone into that child now has nowhere to go. Always worrying about others, James said, a catch in his voice. That soul will be placed in another that is destined for great things. The soul originally meant for the vessel Albus will be a great muggle leader. But if it was to go where it was originally going to be, it would have turned into a despot of unprecedented evil. This way Albus gets to reap what he's sown, and perhaps he'll finally gain some much-needed perspective on the human condition. How do you know all this? Harry asked curiously. Is there really a god? Not in the traditional sense, Sirius said slowly. Energy is what makes up our soul, our life essence. When we die, that energy goes elsewhere. Sometimes it becomes a star, sometimes a new flower. In rare instances, it becomes part of a collective that cycles old energies into new bodies. Sometimes there is a particular intellect or leader that needs to return, for lack of a better term, and this collective cycles that particular energy into a new vessel. Eventually, the energies will dissipate into other things, and new energies will take their places. To prevent the loss of a much-needed influence, an energy will end up in a vessel that isn't optimal. Life circumstances influence that energy, and when it's returned to the collective for recycling, those experiences will help it along to its greatness. Not always, but that's what happens most of the time. Will you be recycled? Harry asked hopefully. The sad looks he received was answer enough. We've become part of the collective, Lily told her son softly. We're the ones to decide where an energy needs to go. We're here because death has requested our presence, and we wanted to see you again. Don't worry, baby. We'll always be around, and we'll see you again. Chapter 4. Good morning, Harry, a voice whispered in the teen's ear, startling him awake with battle reflexes at the ready. Wade backed up quickly, hands in the air as he watched his betrothed warily. Harry was in the corner of the dorm, crouched in a fighting stance and wand out. Emerald eyes narrowed furiously on his target. It took a few moments for the emerald-eyed boy's brain to disengage from war mode and realize that he'd already defeated the big bad, and the wizarding world was safe once again. Sighing heavily and standing up straight, Harry tucked his wand back into its wrist holster and glared half-heartedly at his fiancée, his face heating in deep embarrassment. Sorry, Wade, the teen grumbled as he approached the other man, but you really need to not do that. Snickering from the other beds alerted the pair that Harry's dorm mates were awake as well. Yeah, mate, Ron chimed in drowsily. We've all been on the receiving end of Harry's battle-honed reflexes a time or two. He actually cursed me one morning, Seamus declared in a loud voice, his Irish brogue thick with sleepiness. I had to go to Pomfrey to get the Boyle's curse reversed. We've all learned to be cautious around Harry, Neville contributed with a shy smile. He's probably one of the most powerful and dangerous wizards alive at the moment. My advice is to not underestimate his strength and willingness to use it. I'm right here, the raven growled lowly, his magical aura spiking in his irritation. Everyone ducked their heads and bared their throats instinctively in submission, making the boy who conquered flush with shame and humiliation. I hate when my magic does that, he snapped as he stormed off to the bathroom to get himself under control. Does his magic always do that? Wade asked everyone, dark eyes wide in shock. Only when he's especially irritated or angry, Dean told the man. We're not sure why, though. I know. A voice from the dorm doorway set into the silence, startling a squeak from the boys as they scrambled to cover up. Hermione smirked sadly as she entered the dorm and looked with fondness at all of her friends. She then turned to Wade and explained. As you know, Harry grew up unloved. Death nodded his head, his own eyes sad. He told us that you were there to comfort him when the abuse was particularly bad. What you don't know is that it wasn't only his relatives. Every adult in that blighted little neighborhood turned a blind eye to the abuse and neglect he'd suffered. The primary school teachers did nothing in the face of the obvious neglect and starvation Harry endured. The one or two times he tried to say something, the Dursleys made sure that he wasn't believed. Then he comes back to the wizarding world, and a whole new set of problems arises. He's alternately worshipped and reviled, depending on the words of the prophet and the ministry. He's treated like a sideshow freak here in the school, where everyone gawks at him and whispers about him. When he tried to get adults involved in the adventures he'd invariably be sucked into, he was ignored or told to mind his own business. He's harassed and humiliated on an almost daily basis by people who think they know him based on stories in the prophet. He's blamed for everything from the petrifactions during second year to nearly getting some of us killed in the Department of Mysteries in our fifth year. He got sent home every summer to the Muggles, who continued their abhorrent treatment of him. However, Dumbledore felt that his weapon needed protection. So two people from his vigilante group, the Order of the Phoenix, were set to watch over him and make sure that Death Eaters and Magicals with dark intent couldn't get to him, starting in his first year. Of course, they either couldn't or wouldn't protect him from those inside the house. In the summer before his fifth year, Dolores Umbridge sent two Dementors to his neighborhood to kill Harry, to keep him from spreading the word that Voldemort was back. Wade watched as the other occupants of the dorm flinched at the Dark Lord's name before smiling. Sheepishly, Hermione just rolled her eyes and continued. Harry was able to chase them away from his cousin and himself with a Patronus, but he was hauled into court for underage magic and using magic in front of Muggles. His watchers from the Order were nowhere to be found, and it was Mrs. Fig who urged Harry to send the Dementors away. Fifth year was also when Harry lost Sirius, his godfather, and someone he loved very much. The wizarding world pinned all of its hopes to save them on a child. Albus fucking Dumbledore pinned all of his hopes on a child. He was only ever seen as a sacrifice, and when he found out what he had to do to get rid of Voldemort, again with the flinching, he did it. I think that he was hoping to be reunited with his parents, and that he'd finally find peace. Harry had been betrayed almost from the time he was born. He lost his parents because of Pettigrew's betrayal. He was left with abusive Muggles because of Sirius' betrayal. Several times during our lives here at Hogwarts, all of us in this room betrayed him in one fashion or another, except for Neville. The wizarding world betrayed him on an almost daily basis, as did many of the students in this castle. The teachers betrayed him, leaving him with almost no one to trust or upon whom to rely. It's no wonder his magic lashes out and demands submission when he's angry. It demands recompense for the way Harry was treated all these years. That makes things much, much clearer, Wade said softly, his midnight blue eyes glowing slightly. Now I know what my next courting gift for Harry will be. Why didn't you come to me after I hit age 10? Harry asked as they meandered through the school and out the front entrance. Harry looked at the school grounds with a mixture of sorrow and gladness. He could still picture the blood soaking the earth as friends and enemies died, but he was overwhelmed with joy that the school had withstood the onslaught and that they were finally free. I thought, since you would be returning to the magical world in a year, you wouldn't need me as much anymore, Death replied softly, his arm around Harry's waist. I figured that, since you'd be amongst your own people, you'd be safer, that you'd be happy. So I went off and performed my duties and only peeked in on you once in a while. I still needed you, Harry whispered, eyes down. I was so alone for much of my time here. Ron and Hermione were great friends, but they were so focused on Voldemort and my duty to the wizarding world that I didn't feel that they really knew me. And then St. Dumbledore got his hooks into them, and I lost the only people who I thought would put me first. I became nothing more than a soldier to them. They seemed to love you very much. Wade felt he had to defend them, if only a little. They loved the person I was forced to be whilst here at Hogwarts, the Raven replied bitterly. They don't really know me. None of them do. Harry spun and stared up at his fiancée, emerald eyes wide. Did you know that while Hermione and Ron spent their summers with my godfather, I was stuck with my relatives? On top of that, fucking Dumbledore told them not to write to me. And then when Sirius died, I was still ignored. The one time when I needed them the most, and they listened to that old fossil. I don't trust them. Not as deeply as I did before. I can't. Not if they're going to listen to other people and ignore me. I'm here now, Harry, Wade said as he pulled the teen into his arms and held him close. The Raven burrowed his face into Death's neck, shivering fitfully in reaction to what he'd confessed. I'm sorry that I'd left you alone for so long. I didn't intend for you to be bereft of comfort and support. I thought you'd find that here, but I was wrong. I have another courting gift for you, if you're willing. What is it? Harry's voice was muffled as he tightened his hold on his boyfriend. It's a surprise, and one I think you'll enjoy, Wade growled lowly. Harry shivered at the malevolent sound, sighing as he released his soon-to-be bonded mate. Harry saw the maliciousness in Death's eyes and grinned, nodding eagerly. They phased away, ending up in a nondescript neighborhood in Devon. Where are we? The emerald-eyed teen asked softly. We are in the town of Barnstable in Devon, Wade replied. Why are we here? Because this is the location of your third courting gift, the Wraith replied eagerly. They shifted into a single-story ranch-style home and stood in the living room. Harry looked around curiously, eyes wide as he saw the pictures on the walls. The Dursleys? He asked warily. Of course, Wade replied with a smile. What better courting gift than you watching me reap the souls of those who hurt you the most? Emerald eyes lit up with feral glee, and a smile of demonic proportions overtook Harry's face as he hopped on his toes. Yes, please, he breathed softly in anticipation. Wade closed his eyes and breathed deeply for a moment, then blew out that breath. Instantly, Petunia and Vernon were standing before the pair, eyes wide. You, the fat man bellowed, finger pointing rigidly at the shorter man. What are you doing here, freak? Wade's eyes started to glow as his cloak materialized on his form. He grew taller and more skeletal, his fingers sans flesh wrapped around a side that had appeared out of thin air. A rattling hiss erupted from the being's mouth as empty eye sockets within the skull glowed a vibrant red. The Dursleys squeaked in terror, eyes so wide that they nearly popped out of their faces. They tried to run, but were frozen to the spot, trembling violently as the Wraith stepped closer. Your time is up, puny mortals, he hissed furiously. For the sins you have committed on this innocent, your souls will spend the rest of eternity trapped within the smallest space imaginable. You will feel constant hunger and constant pain. There will be no relief for you, and no amount of redemption possible will free your souls. Begone! With a flick of his scythe, Petunia's and Vernon's spirits fled their bodies, which fell where they stood. That was wicked, Harry hissed happily, clapping his hands in delight. Who's next? They phased to St. Agnes, on the coast of Cornwall, for their next reaping. They stood before a small two-story house with a modest garden in the front. This is the location of one of your worst tormentors, Harry, Wade purred maliciously. He had not reverted to his human appearance, feeling that it would be a waste of power to keep going back and forth. Harry didn't mind at all. He loved the intimidation factor of his boyfriend immensely. They shifted into the house and stood before the sofa on which Dolores Umbridge was perched. The house reeked of cats, and there were so many underfoot that it was a wonder that Harry and Wade were still standing. What the hell are you doing here, mudblood? Umbridge snarled harshly, struggling to heft herself off of her sofa. Harry snickered as she flailed around like a grounded bass before finally standing up with a grunt. Thanks to you and your mudblood friends, I've lost my job with the Ministry. She pulled her wand and pointed at Harry. She either didn't see or was valiantly trying to ignore the specter of death standing next to the bane of her existence. I'll just finish what I started, she murmured. Crucio. Well, that was fun, Harry chirped as they returned to Hogwarts. Along with the Dursleys and Umbridge, Wade had reaped the souls of the surviving Lestranges, Fudge, the entire Parkinson family, McNair, Dolohov, Rookwood, and Greyback. Though the werewolf didn't do anything to Harry personally, he did turn Remus and nearly got Bill. Wade had discussed Harry's past with him over the intervening weeks to make sure that he knew all he needed about his betrothed and found out about those who had caused the most problems for his fiancée and friends. All the souls reaped were serving eternal punishments related to the way that they had hurt Harry. I'm glad that you enjoyed my courting gift, Death replied softly, brushing a gentle kiss to the smaller teen's cheek. I promise that I'll do everything I can to make you happy. You already do, Harry whispered, smiling up at his boyfriend. Chapter 5. A stag Patronus entered the Weasleys' joke shop at closing time, startling the ever-loving hell out of Fred. George, he bellowed to his twin, eyes wide on the imposing deer. Footsteps barreling down the stairs told Fred that his brother was on his way. What? The younger twin gasped out, heart still beating triple time in his fright. What is it? The older twin just pointed at Harry's Patronus silently, and identical blue eyes widened in worry. Hey George, hey Fred, is everything okay? No odd after effects from the ritual? The stag seemed to be waiting for a response before continuing. No, Harry, Fred replied with a small smile. No after effects. Thank you again for bringing me back to my twin. Good, the brunette's voice replied. Now I have some news to give you and a request. I'm engaged. You'll get to meet him if you agree to come to Hogwarts over the weekend. We'll be in the room of requirement. Just come up to the wall across from Barnabas and announce yourselves, and the door will appear. We'll be expecting you at noon. We'll make sure to have a buffet-style luncheon laid out for you. It will be just the four of us. Ginny isn't part of this, and Ron will be informed later. See you then. What do you think it's about, Gred? George asked softly, blue eyes worried. I don't know, Forge, Fred replied with a frown. It can't be too bad. Perhaps he just wants to celebrate his engagement with us. Hey, Fred. Hey, George. The Raven said softly as the twins entered the roar that Saturday. The room was made up like the expansive downstairs of Harry's new home, minus the kitchen. Glad you could make it. If you'd like to grab something to eat, we can wait until we're finished before getting down to business. The quartet sat at the dining table after, picking through the selections that the house elves had provided on the sideboard. I'd like to introduce you to my fiancé, Wade Wilson. He turned to the pale man at his side with a wide smile. Wade, this is Fred and George Weasley, two of the best friends I've ever known and brothers of my heart. I'm very pleased to meet you, gentlemen, Wade replied with a nod. Harry's told me so much about you. He's totally devoted to you and has recommended the pair of you for a project that needs your help. Not at the dinner table, Harry admonished with a grin. Business for after lunch. The talk turned to general things about the shop and how the wizarding world was recovering from their recent war whilst they ate, and an hour later, suitably stuffed to the rafters with the good and plentiful food, the group gravitated to the living room, where Harry and Wade took the couch while the twins took the armchairs to either side of the low coffee table. This is a nice setup, Harry, Fred said appreciatively as he looked around the room provided by Hogwarts. Thanks. It's a replica of the downstairs of my new home in Hogsmeade. Yeah, Ron and Ginny told us about that. George chimed in with a wide smile. We couldn't be there for the reveal or the party, but we did contribute galleons to the renovation. Harry frowned at that, but Fred held up his hand before the Raven could protest. You gave us the capital to start our own business, the older twin said with weighted words. You've refused any percentage of the money we make from the shop, which, by the way, we've ignored. You're getting shares and money as a silent partner. You brought me back from the brink of death. If you had waited even 1 second longer than the 2 minutes it took to set up that hasty ritual, my soul would have moved on. George and I would do anything for you, Harry. We would disown our entire family for you if you asked it of us. We love you, Harry. George picked up the narrative softly. We know we're not your real family at the moment, but we'd love to change that if you're willing. Harry paused to clear the lump from his throat. We'll explore that later. Right now we need to explain a few things and get you on board. Wade isn't only my fiancé, he's also the personification of death. Harry paused for a moment to let that sink in before he continued. I mastered the Deathly Hallows without even realizing it, and that was the only reason I was able to perform that borderline necromantic ritual to bring you back, Fred. Wade has been with me since I was dumped on the Dursleys' doorstep. At first it was to watch me because he was curious. He was there to reap the souls of my entire family the night Voldemort attacked us, but because of my mother's ritualistic sacrifice of her life, I survived. Wade was intrigued enough to follow me, and as he saw me abused, he became a source of comfort for me. When I got my Hogwarts letter, he faded from my life, but never stopped watching me. Apparently, Harry turned a half-hearted glare on his betrothed. There is a prophecy that says death will become a demigod, and I am his destined mate. Twin snorts sounded as the redheads shook their heads sadly. Only you would have a prophecy concerning death, George said with a chuckle. Yeah, the brunette snarked good-naturedly. Laugh it up. Anyway, Voldemort's evil was able to spread because there weren't any guardians in place to maintain the balance between the light and the dark. Wade and I have to choose the right kind of people for this task, and they need to be mated pairs. Blue eyes widened in worry and Harry was quick to reassure. I would never reveal your secrets. I discussed it with my boyfriend, and we agree that you two should be in charge of overseeing South America and North America. What about our shops? George asked, voice trembling from the enormous shock he'd just received. What about them? Wade asked reasonably. It's not like you have to, sit on a cloud and monitor things that way. You will be part of a ritual that will connect you to the Watchers that circulate amongst the humans. These Watchers are responsible for guiding certain humans in specific directions to keep the balance. Sometimes it's because a Watcher fails at their mission that the balance shifts, and sometimes a Watcher is somehow eliminated, which leaves a segment of human society unobserved and therefore wild. When that happens, the balance shifts one direction or the other, and that's where you come in. Your task is to assign new Watchers where necessary, or, in extreme cases, realign the balance using the powers that will be granted you. How do we realign the balance? Fred asked curiously, worry for their shop set aside for the moment. You assign new Watchers before things progress too far. As I just said, Wade said with a shrug. You create a prophesied savior to fix things. Here Death glanced at Harry from the corner of his eye. Or if you prefer, you deal with the disruption yourself. Once the ritual granting your power is complete, it's up to you how you choose to deal with your responsibilities. In the end, you'll still be able to interact with the human world and be the successful businessman that you're on the cusp of achieving. You'll just have eternities in which to accomplish all that you wish to do. That went well, Harry said after the twins left. They had agreed to become the guardians over the Western Hemisphere with feral grins on their faces. I'm sure that the Americas will be in marvelous hands, he continued with a fair bit of sarcasm. I think the Weasleys will do just fine, Wade added with a smile. The Americas are quite a bit more undisciplined than the UK, so they should have no trouble fitting right in. That's what I'm afraid of, Harry mumbled with a grimace. Enough about them, Wade said firmly. I have your next courting gift if you want it. Gimme, 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 Harry chanted, bouncing on his toes in excitement. They were still in the roar, and Wade rolled his eyes up for a moment in a silent request, changing the decor to reflect the headmaster's office. Emerald Eyes watched curiously as Death closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Expecting the person his fiancée was calling, Harry went and sat behind the headmaster's desk, eyes narrowed. Moments later, the air shimmered in front of the desk until Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was standing before Harry in all his despotic glory. Harry had bitched at Wade a time or two about the manipulating old bastard, so Wilson thought it would be an appropriate gift to give Harry all the answers he'd been seeking since the old man's death. Harry, my boy, Albus chimed cordially, a genial smile on his face. Sit down, old man, the raven growled angrily. I have some questions for you. Death stepped up behind Albus Dumbledore and gripped his shoulder, guiding him to the gaudy chair that sat before the desk. He pressed insistently on the former headmaster, forcing him to sit. Once his arse was planted in the chair, a burst of immobilizing magic glued him there. Dumbledore squirmed and struggled under the heavy weight of the magic before sighing in disappointment. Is this really necessary, child? He asked condescendingly, which only ramped up the raven's ire. You're here at my pleasure, old man, the brunette snarled. Emerald Eyes darkened to a deep forest green with his rage. This isn't a gift of resurrection. It's a temporary incarceration so that I can have answers to my questions. Albus opened his mouth, most likely to berate the teen for his disrespect, but Wade stepped in front of the old man and reverted to his natural form, scaring several years of afterlife out of the former chief warlock. You would do well to keep your mouth shut unless you're answering questions. While you weren't classically evil, you still did some vile things to my consort that will cause the rest of your afterlife to change, and not to your benefit. Am I making myself clear? Crystal, the old man murmured, his voice trembling in fear. Wade rounded the chair and loomed over the former mugwump of the ICW, reminding him that there was no benevolence to the summoning of Dumbledore's spirit. First question, did you know that the Dursleys would abuse me? Harry asked, voice and eyes hard. Albus attempted to prevaricate, but the summoning ritual ensured that he would be able to only tell the truth. I had my suspicions, he finally replied, grimacing at being forced to reveal all of his secrets. I thought the adversity would toughen you up. Adversity, Harry murmured as he glared at his once beloved mentor. Is that what you call it? Living in hell is what it was. Did you know that Pettigrew was the true secret keeper? This was a secret that Dumbledore absolutely did not want to reveal, so he fought against the spell with all his might. It was for naught, of course, as his mouth opened to damn him. I did. I was present for both applications of the Fidelius charm. I even helped Sirius convince James to make the switch. Why did you leave Sirius to rot in Azkaban if you knew that he was innocent? Was barked out with barely restrained anger. Because I knew that Sirius would raise you to be an independent, strong, capable young man, and I needed someone who would be so eager to please just so that he could belong somewhere. I needed someone compliant and obedient, who would revere me for rescuing him from untenable conditions. I see. The Potter heir growled lowly, barely hanging on to his rage. Why did you put Severus under an unbreakable vow to protect me? I knew he loved your mother deeply, and I used that to coerce him to protect you. I needed to keep my spy in the school, but I also needed him to be under my control. He needed to do penance for taking the prophecy to Voldemort, and I saw binding him to the protection of you as the best way to punish and control him. Did you ask Mrs. Weasley to pretend that she didn't know where the entrance to platform 9 3/4 was? Did you convince her to try and draw me in at King's Cross Station in my first year? I asked her to keep an eye out for you, and to encourage her children to seek you out. Dumbledore replied, head up proudly at the way he'd manipulated every situation in which Harry had found himself. Since no one really knew what you looked like, she took it upon herself to loudly proclaim about the entrance in hopes that you, not knowing anything about the wizarding world, would seek her out. Since you knew Sirius was innocent, why didn't you work to get him a trial? Why didn't you work to prove his innocence after he escaped? Why did you allow him to die? The last question was almost a wail, as the pain of that particular loss swamped Harry. Wade was instantly by his consort's side, pulling the teen out of the chair and into his arms. As he soothed and comforted Harry, they both listened to the old man's answer. I didn't want Sirius to have any contact with you. I needed to ensure that it was only my counsel that you followed. I needed to have complete control of every aspect of your life so that I could ensure that you would be the perfect savior and sacrifice. The life you led was completely engineered by me so that I could have the perfect martyr for the greater good. Did you know about the Horcrux in my scar? Harry whispered his last question from within Wade's sheltering arms, unaccountably tired. I did. Albus responded, damning him for good. With a wave of his hand, Wade sent the old man back into the ether before wrapping himself around his fiancée and soothing him. What did you do to him? Harry asked some time later. Wade tried to look innocent, and Harry snorted softly. I know that you wouldn't have let him get away with all to which he'd confessed. What did you do to him? He's in a pit of despair, Wilson chortled maliciously. He is surrounded by every person he's wronged in his lifetime, and he gets to listen to them drone on and on and on about every evil he's ever committed for the rest of eternity. He will never achieve his next great adventure. Serves him right, Harry said tiredly. Hopefully Tom's voice is the loudest. Hey Wade, wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be recycled? Harry asked several days later. He kept thinking back on the conversation he'd had with his parents, and he was pretty sure that they were going to recycle the old fossil and put him in a muggle body. What do you mean? His fiancée queried softly. They were once again in the roar, relaxing. Though Harry was close enough with Ron, Hermione, and Seamus, he still held himself apart from them. The last several years had taken quite a toll on his credulity, and he couldn't seem to trust them enough anymore. Well, I remember Mum telling me that Dumbledore was going to be recycled into a new muggle body and face the sort of pain and strife that I'd experienced in hopes that he'd gain a little humility and understanding of the human condition, the Raven said in one breath. The words were said so quickly that it took a few seconds for Wade to work out the translation. Ah, he finally replied in comprehension. Yes, he was to be recycled, but I spoke with the powers that be and requested that he not be allowed the privilege of a do-over. His actions from the time he was a teen had been suspect, and there were many indications as to the direction he would go with his life. That he focused most of his narcissistic tendencies on children means he doesn't deserve the opportunity to be recycled. He deserves to suffer for eternity for what he'd put you through. You keep talking like that, and I won't be able to help falling in love with you, Harry blurted, then slapped a hand over his mouth. face turning fire engine red in embarrassment. I already love you, you know, Wade said softly, smiling at his betrothed's embarrassment. I've loved you from the moment I saw you and your potential. You were born with a very old soul, and one which had done good work in the past. It's one of the reasons that you've earned Master of Death status. That you continue to do good, despite your beginnings, speaks to the kind of man you are. You're willing to grant second chances, but you also hold those offenders to a higher standard to earn your trust again. You were meant to be mine, and I don't intend to ever let you go. I love you too, Harry whispered, snuggling his face into Wade's neck and curling up on the other man's lap. You've given me the closure I needed to move on without a care. You willingly took my enemies as yours, and you have quenched my thirst for vengeance in the most satisfying ways possible. I could not ask for a better lover, friend, or bonded mate. When can we have the ceremony? We will need to wait until you're finished here, Harry's fiancée replied, nuzzling the teen's hair fondly. I want you to have a completed education as a point of pride. I never said that I somehow robbed you of your opportunity to become a fully realized wizard. Okay, Harry murmured, drifting off to sleep in Death's arms. We'll have the ceremony after graduation. Harry, might I have a word? Severus asked as the students were packing up their things to go to lunch. Of course, Sev, the Raven replied with a smile. He finished shoving his books and parchments into his rucksack, then sat at his desk, waiting for the room to clear completely. Once everyone else was gone, Severus closed and warded the door, then invited the teen back into his personal quarters. Would you like something to drink? The potions master asked solicitously. I'm good, Harry replied with a grin, sitting on the sofa in front of the fire. Severus fetched himself a brandy and sat in the armchair to the right of the Raven, sipping at the alcohol as if trying to buy more time. It can't be that bad, the youth said after several long, weighted moments of silence. His voice jarred the potions professor out of his thoughts, and the older man flushed slightly. I would like to take you to my home this weekend, the potions master said softly. There are a great many books that have the information you need to navigate the wizarding world in the way that befits the lord of an ancient and noble house. I would also like you to choose the suite of rooms you would like to claim as yours for as long as you wish to remain there. Oh, the Raven said, slightly stunned at the conversation he was having. Eloquent as always, Harry, the older man snarked gently. You do not have to stay with me if you do not wish to. I am offering you a sanctuary for those times when escape is a necessity and your own lodgings have been discovered. So Draco told you what he and my friends have done? Harry queried with an arched brow. He has, Severus replied slowly. I am sure that the Hogsmeade Town Council will not reveal your location on purpose, but there is always the chance that someone will find out where you live. As much as I love the idea of living so close to Hogwarts, that building has a long and storied history linked to the castle, the brunette told his mentor with a solemn look upon his face. It also has some rather painful memories linked to it, including the fact that you nearly died there. Twice. Maybe several years down the road, I might like to live there. Right now, the memories and the pain attached to them are too close for me to be comfortable. Then I would be honored to take you on a grand tour of my very highly protected and secure manor, where you will be able to regain your equilibrium in peace and tranquility. We can discuss a great many topics of which you should be cognizant, as well as teach you the finer points of pure blood society so that you do not make a fool of yourself once you begin to fraternize with that crowd. Severus smiled at the Raven, making Harry feel like he'd just gained more than a mentor. Thank you, Severus, for the wonderful welcome into your life and home, and I gratefully and humbly accept your generous offer. This is Prince Manor, the potions professor said with an expansive sweep of his arm. Harry stared up at the ceiling, marveling at how high it was. Marble gleamed mellowly from every available surface, and the walls had tapestries and paintings hanging from them, depicting scenes of nature which were soothing and comforting. He was happy to see that there was no moving portraiture. He didn't think he could take centuries-dead ancestors criticizing him. It's beautiful, the Raven whispered as he looked around. It definitely befits someone with such a royal name. Do you have any house elves? I've never felt the need for house elves, as I spend most of my time at Hogwarts, Severus replied softly. However, this will be my last year teaching. I find that the castle will be too quiet without you and your friends there. Really? The brunette said with a wide smile. At Snape's nod, the smile grew bigger. Thank you. Now, since you'll be spending more time here with me, I think you need a couple of house elves to keep things tidy and to make sure you eat, Mr. Harry said mock-chidingly. That way you'll be able to spend much of your time in your potions lab without worrying about the minutiae of everyday life. Do you have someone in mind? Snape asked with laughter in his voice. This young man was treating him better than he'd expected, and he found that he liked the change in dynamics. It was almost like a big brother-little brother setup, or, dare he think it, father and son, and he was starting to appreciate all he'd missed out on when he buried himself within the Dark Lord's ranks. I do, Harry said definitively. I think Creature and Winky would be perfect house elves for you. Creature is getting on in years, and I don't like the idea of leaving him at the school, where his work is oftentimes more than he can handle. Winky is a fairly young elf, but she lives for being with a single master instead of surrounded by hundreds of people she has to serve. They came forward to help us during the battle. I think their reward should be to serve out the rest of their lives with kind, benevolent masters instead of being lost in a crowd of house elves. What about Dobby? Severus asked softly, already fine with the idea of the two elves Harry had mentioned. The raven's emerald eyes dimmed with sorrow, and Severus was suddenly uncomfortable, sure he'd trod on a very sensitive topic. Dobby died saving the lives of myself, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Mr. Ollivander, the teen said sadly, a lone tear tracking down his cheek. He came and rescued us from Malfoy Manor just as Bellatrix was throwing a dagger to kill me. He took Luna and Ollivander first, but then the rest of us were dragged upstairs to wait for Voldemort. Dobby was the one to take the hit as we were operated away, and he died in my arms at Shell Cottage. He's still buried there, and I go and visit him sometimes. Snape stepped toward the young man, enfolding him in strong arms and comforting him as the teen grieved for his lost friend. I am so very sorry for your loss, Harry, the older man murmured in the lad's ear. I did not mean to bring up sad memories for you, but I am hoping that you will be willing to talk with me about all that you've suffered so that you may learn to live with it. As long as you keep all this pain inside, you will not be able to live a full and happy life. The raven chuckled wetly as he wrapped his arms around Severus' slender frame, relishing the comfort of the man he was coming to see as a father figure. Thank you, he whispered. I hope that you can do the same someday. I would like to hear about your life and how you overcame so much to become the man you are today. Hello, Creature Winky, Harry said a few days later. The pair took some time getting to know each other after classes over the intervening days, and the teen thought it would be a good time to speak with the elves and see if they wanted to change locations. They were in Severus' personal quarters, and the potion's master's eyebrows fled into his hairline at the absolute devotion both elves showed the teen. I will be moving in with Severus after I graduate, and I was wondering if you would like to be bonded to him as his own house. Elves, Creature is being going where Master Harry is being going, the older elf said softly. Creature is being glad that Master Harry is being wanting Creature. Winky is being glad to being going to a master, the little elf said, bouncing on her toes in happiness. Winky is being happy to being serving the students of the school, but Winky is being happier being taken care of one master. Thank you, Severus said, amusement coloring his voice. Now, if you will come over here, I will make the oath. Once that was finished, the elves instantly popped away to begin working at Prince Manor, while Severus and Harry eyed each other for a moment before bursting out into laughter. Wade faded into view during their bout of hilarity, smiling fondly at his mate for a moment. I'm glad to see that you're taking your duties to my fiancé seriously, Death snarked good-naturedly. Over the years, I had developed a particular fondness for this Gryffindor, Severus told the being quietly. Though I couldn't show my feelings, they were there. Part of it was because of Lily, but an even bigger part of it is Harry. The brunette blushed, uncomfortable with being talked about whilst he was still there. The unbelievable courage this boy showed is a marvel unto itself. No one in the wizarding world deserved the sacrifices he made, yet he made them with rarely a complaint. In spite of the way he was treated by friends and strangers, he still showed a level of loyalty that was astonishing. I know that part of that is the way he was raised, but the lion's share, he smirked at his play on words for a moment, is just him. I am glad that you came to me, asking me to mentor him in the wizarding world. Perhaps as time goes on, We can become more like family, if you will allow it. I'm already seeing you as more than a mentor, Sev, the teen replied, overwhelmingly pleased that the older man felt the same way. May I call you Dad? The beaming smile was answer enough, and Harry let out the breath he was holding, returning the smile in spades. Welcome to the family, Wade said into the silence, earning laughter from both men. Chapter 7. May I speak with you, Professor Snape? A feminine voice said. Severus looked up in surprise, not expecting the person who stood at his door to ever approach him on her own. What may I do for you, Miss Granger? He asked softly, gesturing for the Muggleborn to enter his classroom and take a seat. Once she did, he flicked his wand, closing the door and erecting privacy wards. She jumped at the snick of the latch, then took a deep breath as she sat. Why have you changed? Was not the question he was expecting, and he arched a curious brow, not answering. I mean, she continued with a blush, you were always so stern, hard, and unapproachable. Now you're, well, not exactly friendly, but not so standoffish either. She huffed quietly to herself before she seemed to gird her loins and ask what she really wanted to know. Why have you become so friendly with Harry when you used to hate the very air he breathed? I had a very difficult role to play, the potions master replied with a thoughtful frown. I was to walk a razor's edge between appearing to be a devoted Death Eater so that I could maintain the confidences of the Slytherins, whilst at the same time spy for Albus and protect Harry to the best of my abilities. That he looked like my childhood nemesis helped a great deal, but I will not lie. I did not like the boy for a very long time. I saw him as the son that I should have had with Lily instead of James Potter. I allowed that bitterness to color my every interaction with Harry, and it wasn't until I started to really get to know him that I realized that he's nothing like either one of his parents. My initial approach to Harry wasn't completely altruistic. I had been encouraged by his fiancée to befriend the teen and become his guide, if you will, through the morass that is the wizarding world and all of its laws and traditions. I offered to sponsor him and provide him with lodgings whilst I taught him everything he needed to know to circulate amongst the people who will undoubtedly wish to speak with him. Many will try and curry favor now that he is the boy who conquered, and I will see to it that he is not taken advantage of in any way, shape, or form. So, death threatened you, and you caved? Hermione asked with an amused twinkle in her eye and a cheeky grin. Wait until it is your turn to be intimidated by him, and we'll see how you handle it, Snape snarked back, a scowl on his face. Fair enough, the 19-year-old young woman murmured with a conceding nod. That doesn't explain your softer attitude with the rest of us, though. I no longer need to play a part anymore, Severus told the girl with a wry grin. Both of my masters are dead, and I am free to be who I choose to be. Harry has released me from the life debts I had incurred to his family, and we are more like father and son now, instead of mentor and protege. You and Mr. Weasley showed a depth of courage that I hadn't thought either of you possessed. When Hermione edged her head curiously, Severus chuckled for a moment before continuing. I know about the dragon in Gringotts, and I know whose idea that was. I know that I was particularly hard on you, Miss Granger, and I would like to apologize. I loved Lily very much, but I've come to realize that it was a love that would not have stood the test of time. I was enamored of her because she rescued me from myself for a very long time, but I realized that it wasn't a good basis for true, everlasting love. You reminded me of her so much that it was rather painful to see. So I took out my pain on you. As you grew, and as things started to get more dangerous, I saw a young woman who was braver than even I thought, and more loyal than a Hufflepuff. You grew into an astonishingly lovely young woman who deserves to be honored and celebrated for your contributions in ending the war. I've developed some rather strong feelings for you, but I would understand completely if you cannot reciprocate. Wow. Granger whispered, blushing lightly. I find myself attracted to this softer Kinder Potions master, and I wouldn't say no to a date. Thank you for the wonderful compliments you've paid me, but I can't agree completely with them. When Severus' eyebrows rose slowly on his forehead in confusion, she elaborated. I've not been the faithful friend that Harry deserved the whole time we were here. When Sirius sent him that firebolt broom, I went behind his back and told McGonagall about it. She confiscated it to check it for spells, and Harry saw that as a betrayal. He understood that the broom needed checked, but I should have talked to him about it first, instead of bypassing him for our head of house. I kind of sided with Ron when Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, instead of supporting Harry like I should have. I wanted my best friends back, so I tried to pressure Harry into forgiving Ron for calling him a liar and a cheat. That didn't go over very well, either. Then I followed Dumbledore's orders and didn't write Harry after Cedric died, nor did I communicate with him after Sirius died, which was also on Dumbledore's orders. The cherry on top of the sundae was when I accused him of cheating myself when he used your potions book in 6th year. Harry has had very little in his life that was his own, and all of the adults, except for you, abdicated their responsibilities to seeing to his safety and happiness, all on the orders of Saint Dumblefuck. They lied to him, kept vital information from him, and abused him, so his credulity was severely strained. My betrayals through the years, as well as Ron's, has strained our relationships to the breaking point. I know that it will only take one more act of treachery for him to cut ties with us for good. We will just have to make sure that you never deceive him again, Severus said matter-of-factly. We will start now with you telling Harry that you and I are in a relationship. The beaming smile he received made his heart speed up alarmingly as a flush warmed his face. I never expected to live long enough to have a future. Now I'm seeing children where none would have ever existed, all at the hands of one remarkable green-eyed teenager. Harry found Ron sitting at the Ravenclaw table, saying something that made Luna Lovegood blush to the roots of her blonde hair. The raven-haired teen's eyebrows fled up his forehead in surprise, and he realized that he might have to rethink some things. Ron? Luna? Could I speak to you privately? Sure, Harry, the redhead replied, standing and taking Luna's hand to help her up. Shaking his head slightly in amusement, the brunette turned and led the pair up to the 7th floor. Pacing back and forth, the door appeared, and the trio went inside. The portal vanished as soon as it was closed, cutting off Hermione and Ginny, who had followed them to find out what they were doing. The interior of the room was once again the downstairs living space in his house in Hogsmeade. Everyone took their seats and refreshments were supplied by Creature. After they filled their plates with a selection of pastries and sipped their tea, Harry got down to business, trying to figure out a way to open the conversation he needed to have with the pair. Wade had appeared in that time and had sat next to his boyfriend, also availing himself of the sumptuous repast. "What's up, Harry?" Ron asked, the silence having gone on for a little too long. "When did you and Luna get together?" the emerald-eyed teen asked curiously. "When I left you and Hermione in the Forest of Dean," the redhead replied somewhat shamefully. "I got home and Luna was at the house. She took me aside and had a long talk with me that ended with a sweet kiss. I had thought that Hermione and I would be getting together, but when Luna kissed me, all thoughts of Mione went out the window. It wasn't too long after I left the burrow to find you that she was taken by the Death Eaters." "What did you talk about, if you don't mind me asking?" Harry queried softly. "She more or less told me that I needed to return to you, that I was part of the triangle meant to finish Voldemort for good," the freckle-faced teen said with a grin. "Without one leg of the triangle, the whole thing would fall apart. It takes all 3 sides of the triangle to give it strength, and without me, you wouldn't be strong enough to continue." "She wasn't half wrong," Harry said sheepishly. "You were the buffer between Herms and I, and when you left, we floundered. We didn't know where to go or what to do. Even though Hermione was the brains of the outfit, your strategic mind was desperately needed for us to figure out how to get the rest of those cursed items. Let's face it, if you hadn't have returned, I would have died trying to destroy that damned locket. I was never more grateful for anything than I was for you pulling me out of that icy lake before I drowned." "That locket was a piece of work, wasn't it?" Ron said with a grimace. "Those images it showed me. Mate, I was so sure that Luna had a thing for you, in spite of the pep talk she gave me before I returned. When you told me you were gay, I was so relieved." "Luna is my sister," Harry told his friend. "She will always be one of the best human beings I've ever met." "Thank you, Harry," the blonde said with a light blush. "I couldn't ask for a better big brother than you, and I'm glad that I found you at 11, rather than earlier. Who knows how things could have changed had we been friends since we were little." "Now, to get to what I wanted to talk to you both about," Harry said, sending Lovegood a rare fond smile before looking back at his good friend. Since Wade and I are to be demigods, we need overseers to watch the human world and keep things on track. They must be mated pairs, and I thought of Luna immediately. He turned to the blonde with a wide grin. Her worldview is unique, and that talent will be necessary if you two are to keep the balance between light and dark relatively even. I didn't expect your involvement in this, Ron, simply because my faith in you is a bit shaky. But if Luna sees something special in you, then who am I to argue? So what? We're to be the guardians of the watchtowers, the redhead asked sarcastically. In a manner of speaking, Wade took up the explanation, sending Ron a quelling glare and making Weasley flush deeply enough to make his freckles disappear. We need people in place to encourage those special lights to shine as brightly as they can, so that we don't have another Voldemort, or Hitler, or Papa Doc de Valier crop up and decimate hundreds, thousands, or millions of humans. You've seen what can happen when the protectors are missing. It's why Voldemort's evil had such a strong foothold for so long. What happens to these guardians that they disappear? Ron asked curiously. Some of them just quit, Wade replied with a shrug. Some are lured away from their purpose and die. Some fall asleep on the job and just never wake up. There are always forces in the universe that will try and remove obstacles that prevent them from laying waste to humanity. These forces use whatever means at their disposal to lie, trick, or confuse the Guardians, which makes them lose focus. This batch of Guardians, however, won't have that problem because every one of you are uniquely qualified based on your life experiences. So, will you do it? When? And where? Luna asked. After you graduate in Asia and the Middle East, Wade told them with a smile. Fair. Warning, however. The Middle East is going through some things, so you will probably need to hit the ground running. Nothing we're not used to, Ron said with a shrug. Chapter 8. Hey, Way? Harry asked. It was October the 29th, and the raven-haired teen was feeling a little unsettled as Halloween approached. They were sitting under the willow by the Black Lake so that the young man could get away from Hermione's constant badgering. She had taken to pestering him about the private meetings he'd been having with some of their friends, and her nagging was finally straining the teen's nerves. To take his mind off of the approaching holiday and his bitch-a-female friend, he suddenly remembered a distant conversation between his betrothed and he that created some important questions that he wanted answered. Yes, Harry, his fiancée answered softly. I was wondering something, the brunette continued. If you become a demigod to look after what goes on down here on Earth, who becomes death? A malicious smile crawled across Wade's face at the question, and Harry cringed a little at the viciousness of it. Why, your deceased nemesis, of course, Wilson gloated, dark eyes sparkling. Harry choked on an inhaled gasp, spluttering for a moment before he could finally get his thoughts together to form coherent sentences. Voldemort's going to be the specter of death. The teen finally squeaked through a sore throat. He swallowed again before he continued. The man who feared you so much that he found a way to cheat you is going to become the one thing that terrified him above all else? Yep, Wade replied, popping the P in amused emphasis. What better way to punish the man than to turn him into the very thing he tried to escape? But he was a monster, Harry pointed out reasonably. What's to say that he won't reap my friend's souls as payback against me for killing him? When you destroyed his Horcruxes, that reunited all the shards of his soul, which is what made him mortal, and therefore capable of being killed, his beau replied, wrapping an arm around the younger man's shoulders in comfort. Because he has an intact soul, the overseers of the Deadlands are able to keep him and his homicidal tendencies under control. When someone dies, their soul contains all their memories and every action, good or bad, that they'd ever committed. It's what decides whether they move on, are recycled, or are placed in unending torment. Tom Riddle's actions were not wholly his fault. You are intimately familiar with the concept. What you experience from the beginning of your life will color who you become as you grow. The torment that Riddle had suffered at the hands of the caretakers and kids at the orphanage, as well as the Muggle World War he'd lived through, created a depth of fear in him that I hadn't seen in anyone else for a very, very long time. Death was a constant presence hovering over that blighted little foundling home. Be it from disease, malnutrition, the violence of the criminals in the making, or the war, my influence loomed over everything Tom Riddle did and everything that happened to him. That terror was so pervasive that, even when he was able to escape the circumstances, he could never escape the memories. Had your benevolent headmaster recognized the torment Riddle was experiencing, perhaps he wouldn't have talked Dippet into sending the boy back to the Muggle world whilst Dumbledore was still Transfiguration Professor. Had the old man shown even one iota of compassion for an abused, neglected child, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. So Tom is being given a chance to understand what he feared most? Harry asked softly. He had felt a small kernel of pity for the boy who would become Voldemort after seeing the memories that Dumbledore had shared with him. Had things been different for the emerald-eyed teen, had the brutality been a bit more severe, the brunette had no doubt that he would have become the next Dark Lord. He also had friends and a surrogate family to help keep his darker aspects from taking over his life, something that Riddle had never received from anyone. It was no wonder he went in the direction he did. He wasn't really given much of a choice. Something like that, Wade replied thoughtfully. As with any form of discipline, the punishment must serve to teach the transgressor. In this case, Riddle will be responsible for guiding the souls that cross over whilst his mentor does the actual reaping for the time being. The powers that be feel that Tom would be able to experience what it's really like to shuffle off that mortal coil, and perhaps after seeing to 1,000,000 or so souls, he'll finally realize that death isn't the end, but the transition from one state of being to another. When his time finally comes to pass on, I hope that he will be able to do it with a clean conscience and a happy heart. I really don't want to spend Halloween around everyone else, so would you like to see the famed Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked his beloved on Saturday morning. They were walking through the halls early, since Harry couldn't really sleep. No matter how long ago it was, the deaths of his parents still affected him on the anniversary of their murders. I must admit to being a mite curious about it, Wilson told his future bond mate quietly. Salazar Slytherin was less than forthcoming when he was reaped, and though I might be a bit more omniscient than your former mentor, the word was said with a fair bit of scorn, I still can't see everything. You reaped Slytherin? Harry asked incredulously. I sure did, Wade replied with a smug grin. In fact, I got all of the founders. Slytherin, unfortunately, was the most stubborn and bull-headed about leaving. Kept rabbiting on about his exalted purpose and muggles and mudbloods. I found the man, quite frankly, extremely offensive and rude. Actually, that's not so surprising, the raven-haired teen said introspectively. They'd finally made it to the potions master's quarters and paused outside the door for the moment to finish their conversation. It also explains where the pure-bloods got their ideas that Muggleborns and half-bloods were less than themselves. Hopefully, since the big bad is gone, things will finally level out and everyone will count, no matter the blood. The door swung open and Severus stood in the portal, glaring at the two men, which startled the hell out of Harry. He eeped in surprise, coloring in shame as he realized that he'd disturbed his dad in all but blood. Sorry, Dad, the emerald-eyed young man said sheepishly. Didn't mean to interrupt you. You didn't, the older man said with a sigh. I assume that you have some purpose here at the Arscrack of Dawn? It's Halloween, and I don't want to be around anyone, the brunette said, verdant orb sad. Ebon eyes widened in sympathy. Severus had forgotten what day it was. I understand, Harry, the potions professor said softly, laying a gentle hand on the teen's shoulder. With a hitched sob, Harry threw himself into Severus' arms, and they both shared their grief at the loss of James and Lily Potter. Wade stood aside, knowing that this was what his betrothed needed. Someone who could understand at a base level how the teen really felt on this day. After several long moments, when neither being looked to be eager to let the other one go, Death cleared his throat softly, smiling sadly as the pair jumped. They'd completely forgotten that Wade was even there. The relief that someone else understood was so overwhelming. To the reason we're here, Harry said softly as he pulled away slightly to look up into Severus' face. Wade and I are on our way to the Chamber of Secrets to explore and spend the day. Grab your rendering kit. I want to gift you the basilisk I killed when I was 12. Are you sure? Snape asked in disbelief. It is yours by right of conquest, and I would not wish to deprive you of the money you could make from the corpse. I'm positive, Potter told the older man with a smile. I have more money than I know what to do with for several lifetimes, and I wouldn't know the first thing about rendering it. Besides, I'd like you to consider it a solemn gift, if you will. Give me just a few moments, and I'll be right with you. You and Wade may come in and wait if you wish, Severus said eagerly, looking like a child at his first Yule. The potions master darted away, mind on the many tools and containers he needed to collect the basilisk parts, leaving Harry and Wade in the doorway, smiling fondly at the other man's excitement. They stepped in and closed the chamber door, sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace, and cuddling together as they watched the potions professor dart to and fro as he frantically collected everything he needed to obtain the body of the king of serpents. All done? Harry asked with some amusement as the older man stopped next to the couch, vibrating with barely restrained anticipation. Yes, son, Severus replied, smirking at the widened green eyes that filled with shock. This was the first time that Snape had called the boy son, and by the reaction of the teen, it wouldn't be the last. With a tremulous smile, Harry and Wade rose from the sofa and walked out the door, Severus nearly dancing as he followed happily. Dear Merlin, the potion's master breathed as he got his first look at Slytherin's monster. The route to the chamber was less than impressive. It was filled with shed snake skins and animal bones. Snape gathered up as many of the sheds as he could, grimacing every now and then as his footsteps crushed a small skull. The main entrance to the actual chamber was quite impressive, and as the vault door opened, they walked into a cavern decorated with snakes and statues of Salazar in all his glory. Vain much, the potion professor mumbled under his breath. Snorted laughter met this comment, and the dour man grinned. Harry had been way too morose over the last few years, and Snape was glad that he could make the teen happier. Surprisingly, the 60-plus foot basilisk was in remarkably good shape. Very little decay had occurred in the years since Harry was 12, and Severus' eyes lit up with glee at all the marvelous and rare ingredients he was about to procure. He turned to his son in all but blood and asked, "Would you like to help me render it? Between the three of us, we could get it done fairly quickly." "I'd like that, Dad," Harry responded with a shy smile. Wade nodded his agreement as well, excited to do some hands-on work. It had been many, many centuries since he'd gotten his hands dirty, and he was looking forward to the challenge. "Have you ever broken anything down?" Severus asked Death respectfully. "It's been several centuries since I'd had to do anything like this, but I'm pretty sure I remember how," Wilson answered with a wry smile. It took them most of the day, but they were finally able to break down the entire serpent, and Severus was walking on a cloud with all the parts, bones, skin, teeth, and venom he'd gathered. He'd even taken the remaining vitreous humor from the destroyed eyes. He was a little miffed that the phoenix had damaged the orbs, but there was still enough of the fluid to fill 3 vials. All that was left to indicate that a gigantic snake had lived in the chamber was a dark stain on the floor, left there when the basilisk had begun to finally break down. The first part to start to decay was the underbelly, since it was pressed against the stone floor. The skin and muscle there had been unusable, so Severus banished it. He didn't wish to leave the remnants to rot completely. The potential for bacterial infiltration in the school was too great to take the risk. They had just arrived at Severus' door when Hermione came up to them, a scowl of epic proportions on her face. "Where have you been, Harry?" she snapped angrily, hands fisted on her hips. "We've been looking for you everywhere. You didn't even bother to tell us that you were leaving." Both Severus and Wade's eyebrows shot into their hairlines at the arrogant, bossy tone of the witch's voice, and they could see the storm clouds gathering in Harry's verdant eyes. "I was with my betrothed and my guardian," the raven-haired teen snarled as he advanced on the now trembling girl. Hermione backed away as she felt her friend's anger lash out at her. "I am not a naive, wet-behind-the-ears little boy anymore, and you are not, nor have you ever been, my mother. I do not need to tell you about every second of my day. I do not need to check in with you. Voldemort and Dumbledore are dead, so I don't need Minders anymore. I've had about all I can take of your bossiness, your nagging, and your desperate need to know every single thing I'm doing. My life is mine, and I'll do with it whatever I want." With that, the teen turned and stormed into Severus' private rooms, his dad following with a look of worry on his face. Wade turned to the girl with sympathy. "If I were you, I'd leave him alone for a while. I understand that you worry about him, But he's an adult now, and he doesn't need everyone all up in his business anymore. I would have thought you of all people would understand that. Chapter 9. Gringotts Bank, UK. William Weasley. Cursebreaker. Hey Bill, how are things going for you and Fleur? Any babies yet? Does your mom still hold some sort of antipathy toward her? I don't know what Molly's problem is. I think your wife is charming and lovely, and she suits you perfectly. Your mother should be grateful that someone else besides her can find all those freckles and that red hair attractive. Now that I've thoroughly insulted and complimented you, I have something I need to talk over with you and your wife. I'm sure that Ron and Ginny told you what they did for me, so I want you to meet with me in my home on the outskirts of Hogsmeade this Saturday. I will introduce you to my fiancée then. What I have to discuss with you needs privacy and time, and we'll have both there. See you then. HJP, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry Potter. Hiya Harry. I've talked the meeting over with Fleur, and we'll both be there with bells on. It's been entirely too long since we last talked, and we miss you terribly. Thank you, and I should be insulted, but you wouldn't be you if you didn't have a go at me once in a while. Things are going very well, and I'm set to be head of the warding department here at Gringotts. My skill coupled with my family's link to the Savior has greased a few wheels, and I'm grateful that, in spite of my younger siblings' bouts of brain death, you still consider us family. Fleur is 3 months pregnant, and you're the first to know. I haven't told the parents yet. I'm afraid of what Mum's reaction will be. Hopefully, with the impending grandchild, she'll ease up on my wife a little bit. One can only hope. See you this weekend. Bill. Wow, Bill whispered as he approached the cottage on Padfoot Lane. The Hogsmeade Town Council was quite amenable to allowing Harry to name the cobblestone and dirt lanes that bisected around his property, so he named the one that ran parallel to his front porch Padfoot Lane, and the one that ran up to the Cave Mooney Way. It was his own personal way to honor the two men who had been like surrogate fathers to him, and it fit in with the history of his home whilst it was still the Shrieking Shack. The raven-haired teen was standing at the top of the stairs leading to the porch, and next to him was a tall, pale-skinned young man with silver hair and dark, expressionless eyes. Fleur shivered at the weighted gaze that fell upon her from Harry's bow, and she snuggled closer to her husband, smiling when his arm automatically wrapped around her and pulled her closer. "This is what my siblings and your friends did for you?" the redhead asked, blue eyes still wide on the homey estate. "Yup," Harry chirped with a grin. "This is my fiancé, Wade Winston Wilson." He indicated the young man standing next to him, arms wrapped around each other's waists. "Won't you come in? I had my elves prepare lunch for us." The pair on the porch turned and led the way into the house, smiling slightly as they listened to the gasps and whispered compliments coming from the couple behind them. "As you can see, it's much larger on the inside than it looks from the outside," the emerald-eyed young man said, acting as tour guide as he led his guests through the downstairs. "Up there," he gestured toward the staircase, "are 4 bedrooms, each with its own en-suite bath. Only one is furnished for now, Ron, Hermione, and the others left the decorating of the other rooms to me." They were led into the dining room, where a large oak table sat loaded down with a wide variety of foods. There were even foods that were more suited to a Vila's palate, and Fleur flushed in gratitude for Harry's thoughtful consideration of her dietary constraints. Wade and his betrothed sat across from Fleur and Bill Weasley, chatting amicably as they served themselves from the platters spread across the table surface. It was a fairly quiet luncheon. Conversation was kept to neutral topics, since neither Weasley was sure the reason for their meeting. As they finished, the elves popped in to clear away and clean up, leaving the 4 young people to meander into the living room and find places to sit. "What's this about, Harry?" Bill asked when the silence stretched on, neither couple willing to break it. Well, let me properly introduce you to Wade," the teen finally said uncomfortably. As he spoke, the appearance and stature of Harry's bond mate started to change. He grew taller and became more skeletal, a scythe appearing in his hand as his clothing changed to a dark robe, with the hood shrouding his face. "This is Death," the raven-haired youth continued a little sheepishly, trying not to laugh at the deer-caught-in-headlights looks on his guests' faces. Fleur's hand instantly went to her stomach, clenching protectively. "No, no, no," Harry gasped, waving his hand frantically. "He's not here to reap anyone. He's here to help explain things." "Perhaps I should start at the beginning," Death said as he shifted back to Wade. I was sent to reap the souls of all of the Potters that Halloween night in 1981. I got there in time to collect Lily and James Potter, but when I turned my attentions to the baby, something remarkable happened. Lady Potter had worked a very ancient life-for-life sacrificial blood ritual that protected Harry from Voldemort's attack. I stayed there and watched him until he was finally retrieved by one of Dumbledore's soldiers. I followed them to this small, nondescript neighborhood in Surrey, where Harry was to be abandoned on the doorstep of his mother's sister's family. I didn't know what the old man was up to, but it wasn't my place to interfere, so I more or less attached myself to him. And I was there to comfort him in the dark of his cupboard after he'd been humiliated, belittled, and punished. I stayed with him until just before he received his Hogwarts letter, thinking that, once he returned to the magical world, he'd have others to see to his needs. I would check in every now and then to see how he was coping with his destiny, but it wasn't until he'd finally finished off the Dark Lord that I contacted him once again. He had become Master of Death, you see, and this designation had set in motion a prophecy that involved me. So I spoke to him about it, and he was quite willing to accept his place by my side. Now that I've found my mate, we are to become demigods once he's finished his duties to the wizarding world, and we've had the right guardians put in a place to protect humanity from itself. I see, Bill said hesitantly, the shock on his face mirrored by that on his wife's. There was also a healthy bit of skepticism coloring their faces. But with one look at the specter of death in human form sitting calmly beside Harry, they had no choice but to believe. So, what do you want from us? Wade told me that we needed to get a few guardians in place to watch over the human world. Harry took up the explanation, wrapping his fingers around his fiancées happily. They also had to be mated pairs. You see, the reason that several different societies on the planet, including ours, seem to go to hell in a handbasket is because the guardians that are usually in place to protect the balance have disappeared. Whether they left on their own or the forces for chaos eliminated them. The fact of the matter is that they're gone. None of them were mated with anyone, and we suspect that their loneliness and isolation contributed to their abandonment of their posts or to their deaths. Wade thought, because I had helped get rid of the disgusting evil that plagued the wizarding world, that I would be able to select just the right pairs to protect the balance and push those humans with special lights toward their destinies. Neville and Draco are taking Europe and Africa, the twins are taking the Americas, and Ron and Luna have Asia and the Middle East. We thought you two would be ideal to handle Australia. And before you ask, you won't be spending all of your time monitoring your territory. You will seek out special human beings that will become watchers. They can be magical or muggle, and you will be able to gauge who would make a good watcher once you've done the ritual that will attach you to your continent. The ritual will connect you to your chosen guides, and they will be the ones to report to you should anything come up that they can't handle, or that needs a certain touch. This will give you the freedom to continue to pursue your career in ward-breaking, Bill, and it will afford you, Fleur, the opportunity to have and raise children. There's too much going on in the world right now for us to be able to come along and fix it. I figure another 50 years or so, we'll be able to step in and start turning things around. Hopefully by then, things will have calmed down in some of the more volatile areas. What do you think, Bill? Fleur asked softly, only a trace of her accent shining through. I must admit, I am growing rather bored with the same old wards and curses. Everything's been done already, and there aren't enough brilliant spell creators around to come up with something new, Weasley said with a small grin. This sounds like an opportunity to effect real change in the world, and I'm all for it. I like the idea of being able to do something meaningful without my Vila heritage being held against me, the icy blonde told everyone quietly. This will also provide my children with protection from those in the wizarding world that would use them for prurient purposes. If we can use this gift to provide safety and peace to our worlds, both muggle and magical, then I'm on board. I must warn you, Wade said into the silence that had fallen, that humans will be humans. You cannot eradicate all dissension and strife. There will always be those greedy, violent, and repugnant souls that you will not be able to control. Your aim is to prevent them from getting a solid foothold in their societies as Voldemort had in this one. If you need help with anything, we are just a call away. Do you think I might have underestimated the time it'll take for the world to sort itself out? Harry asked as they walked back up to Hogwarts. The meeting with Bill and Fleur went very well, and now that they had all their ducks in a row, they could concentrate on each other and their upcoming nuptials. Perhaps, Wade replied softly, mind elsewhere. When that time's up, we'll reevaluate and go from there. What's up? The brunette asked softly. Your mind seems a million miles away. I was just thinking about that altercation you had with Hermione last Saturday. The specter of death replied, calling his brain back from the fog in which it had descended. At the scowl on his beloved's face, he quickly continued. I understand why you went off on her. After all, I've heard the way she's treated you over the years whenever I checked in with you. However, you had let it slide for so long that I think she felt she had the right to continue to treat you like you were a toddler trying to get into the cookie jar. Cut her some slack. You've been hers for so long that I think she's having a hard time letting go. I never thought of it that way, Harry replied as they reached the stairs leading to the entrance hall of the school. They ascended slowly, a considering frown on the teen's face. Did you know that Hermione was the first person to ever hug me? The raven-haired young man continued as they entered the castle. Hermione had heard their voices and was hovering in an alcove, hoping to talk to Harry for a moment, and she couldn't help but listen in. It felt so good. It felt like the kind of hug that a sister would give to a brother, and we'd hardly known each other then. It was after Ron and I'd rescued her from the troll. She's one of my best friends, and I don't want to be mad at her forever. I just wish she'd treat me like an adult instead of like a recalcitrant child. I had a mother. I need a friend that will treat me like an equal instead of like a burden that she just can't escape. And that's what it feels like right now. Chapter 10. Are you all right, Harry? Severus asked as he approached the teen, who was sitting on the sofa before the fire. The younger man's head was in his hands, fingers tunneling into his hair and gripping hard as the teen panted in anger. Why can't she understand that I don't need a babysitter anymore? Harry mumbled as Wade sat down beside him. Why doesn't she know that, other than a few times here, I've done everything by myself? Why does she always have to treat me like a child? Doesn't she know that she lost that privilege when she went behind my back about the broom? Or when she decided to stay with Ron in our 4th year? You and Ron were her first real friends, Harry, Severus told his foster son quietly, hand going to the teen's head and carding through the inky locks gently. The emerald-eyed teen leaned into the potion's master's body, begging for the comfort the older man was more than willing to provide. Wade sat and watched his beloved bond ever deeper with Snape with no envy at all. He understood that this was something that was always denied the child, and something he'd always needed. Even when Sirius was still alive, no one allowed the two of them any time to strengthen the connection between them. Hugs and loving gestures were few and very far between, thanks to Molly Weasley and Albus Dumbledore. Did you know that? Harry shook his head, curling into his dad's side with a sigh. She never really talked much about her childhood, except that her parents loved her and were proud that she was a witch. She's always been a voracious reader, the potions professor continued gently. As soon as she learned how, she used books to form her worldview. Being doctors, her parents didn't often indulge in the more fanciful fictions. Instead, they would read her biographies, autobiographies, and histories of famous people and places. For vacations, they would take her to other countries to explore museums and galleries. They didn't encourage much imagination in her, and, being an only child, books were all she had for company. Her brilliance grew by leaps and bounds, and because of this, she had difficulty relating to children her own age. Whilst they were off playing hopscotch or jacks or jumping rope, she was sitting under a tree reading about insects or the history of the steam engine. Her parents never let her be a child, too afraid that she wouldn't push herself to succeed if they allowed her to develop any imagination or creativity. It's also why she never indulges in frivolous pastimes like chess or gobstones or exploding snap. She thinks all of those things are beneath her intelligence. She's especially scornful of Quidditch, but watches it only when you play. She may not like the game very much, but she finds you breathtaking when you just fly, unencumbered by worry or stress. A part of her envies the fact that you can let all of your cares go when you're on a broom, that you can be free when you're in the air. How do you know all this, Dad? The raven-haired teen asked, not wanting to move from the older man's arms. She didn't tell you? Severus queried cautiously. When Harry shook his head, Ebon's eyes closed in resignation. I told her to talk to you. I hope you don't get angry with me, but Hermione and I have decided to see each other outside of the student-teacher relationship. You're dating? The teen questioned quietly. Yes, we are, his foster dad replied with a slight wince. I told her to talk to you about it, so that this wouldn't blindside you and make you think that she's going behind your back to somehow seduce me or make you think that she's trying to interfere with my relationship with you. I know you better than that, father, Harry said matter-of-factly. You made a promise to guide and protect me even before I came to Hogwarts, so I trust that she won't interfere with our bond. I also know that your heart is as guarded as mine was before Wade came into my life. I know that unless you had real feelings for her, you wouldn't have even thought of dating her. I'm glad you told me, and I hope she can bring some light to your life. You deserve it after everything you've had to do to survive. Harry, came a hesitant voice a few days later. Wade was off planning his next courting gift, and Harry felt like studying in the library. Severus was in the middle of a delicate correction potion experiment for his son, using the vitreous humor from the basilisk's eyes as the main component. It was to be a surprise for the upcoming Yule celebration to be held at Prince Manor. Emerald eyes lifted to the bushy-haired girl on the other side of the secluded table. The raven-haired teen had found it in his 4th year as he desperately tried to find information on the Triwizard Tournament. Mind if I sit? Harry shook his head and turned his attention back to the book he was reading, sighing quietly as she jostled the table, putting her overloaded school bag on it. They were quiet for several moments as Hermione pulled out her homework and started to work on it. The cinnamon-eyed girl had hoped that things would go back to the way they were, but the tension was thick enough to cut with the Sectum Semper curse, so she finally huffed and shoved her homework away, staring at the top of her friend's head in impatience. She had expected the other teen to start the conversation by now, surprised that he wasn't, showing the impatience he'd had in years past. Pulling her flagging courage around her like a cloak, she said, I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to pry into your personal life like that. Do you understand why I got so upset? The young man asked quietly, never lifting his eyes from the tome in his hands as he relaxed back into the chair. Because I've become a bit overbearing over the years? The 19-year-old girl stuttered out, fingers idly playing with her quill. Snorting in amusement, the 18-year-old said, a bit? That's the understatement of the year. She looked up at him with a pleading expression which morphed into one of relief as she saw the humor in his glimmering emerald orbs. That might have a small part to play in my reaction, but it's not the all of it. For most of my life, I've been on my own. She opened her mouth to protest, but he held up a hand, halting her words before they could be spoken. Hear me out. I've never had anyone to support me growing up. I was always isolated and alone and worked from sunup until sundown. The manual labor did me good. It taught me to be wholly self-reliant. I get here, and everyone stares at me like I'm some exotic zoo exhibit. The Daily Prophet started running wild stories about me, and the opinions of the school vacillated between reverence and repulsion, depending on the article of the hour. I make my first ever friends, and I think great. Someone I can hang out with and work with. Someone with whom I can be myself. But then you elected yourself my minder and guardian. And Ron couldn't shake that hero worship he held for me, and I realized that I really couldn't be myself with you. I had to always act the part of the brave, courageous lion, when all I wanted to do was protect myself from people who didn't want to get to know me as anything but the savior or a budding Dark Lord. Did you know that the hat wanted to put me in Slytherin? When Hermione shook her head, shock on her face, he continued with a smile. It did. It told me that I'd be great. That Slytherin would help me be great. I'd met Draco beforehand, and I didn't like his attitude. Reminded me of Dudley too much. I'd also learned that Voldemort came from Slytherin, and I didn't want to be dark. So I argued it out of its decision. Over my years here, I grew to regret that choice. I began to realize that, had I gone to the snake pit, I probably wouldn't have been drawn into Dumbledore's manipulations. Had I gone where I was supposed to, I might have found the support I needed in a place where I could truly be myself. Are you saying that you don't want our friendship? The bushy-haired Gryffindor asked querulously. Not at all, the raven-haired young man said with a self-deprecating grin. I have loved you and Ron like family. I always thought of Ginny as the little sister I never had. I tolerated your bossiness and need to always be right because I knew that it was just who you are. I tolerated Ron's laziness and lack of ambition because I knew that he was just being himself. I wished for the opportunity to show who I really am, but knew that if I did that, people would turn on me. I knew that if I didn't show the characteristics of Savior often enough, I would be shunned. Part of those characteristics were putting myself in harm's way for the sake of others, sacrificing my safety and comfort to ensure that others were protected, putting my life on the line to assure myself that others survived. I didn't want to do all that, but because of the manipulations and expectations of others, I forced myself into a role that I neither desired nor enjoyed. That just wasn't me. So, I need to stop demanding to know your every move? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Hermione asked carefully. You need to realize that I'm not the person you thought I was, Harry said patiently. You need to understand that I've never needed your guidance and protection, that I never wanted you to micromanage my life. I tolerated it because I thought that's what friends do. Friendships come with conditions, and it's usually only one person on whom those conditions are placed. So I accepted my role in our friendship, but I don't need to accept that position anymore. I'm a big boy now, and I can be free to be myself without interference. My duty to the wizarding world has been fulfilled, and no one can expect anything else from me ever again. In other words, our relationship has to grow up, since we've grown up, his friend summarized Riley. The self-imposed conditions for the way we related to each other no longer exist. Exactly, the young man said with a wide grin. I will always love you, Hermione, no matter how badly you mess things up. You just need to pull your head out of your books long enough to realize that you can't always find the answers in them. They will never teach you how to deal with people on a level playing field. That sometimes books can be wrong. I'll try, Harry, she said after several moments of thought. You know that I didn't boss you around, as you put it, because of what you are to the wizarding world. When you first came to Hogwarts, I saw someone who looked like they needed rescuing. You seemed like a wounded animal, and my protective instincts flared to life. I don't do well with people. My first reflexive action is to flaunt my vast knowledge of things so that you would be impressed enough to want to include me in your circle. It didn't work with the kids with whom I went to school, so I thought it might work with wizards and witches. Apparently, I was wrong. That must have hurt, came a voice from behind the bushy-haired girl. To admit you were wrong so freely. She squeaked and lifted a foot off of her chair in fright, which made Ron chuckle. He, Luna, Draco, and Neville had come into the library to look for Harry. When they saw the pair deep in conversation, they decided to wait until the right moment to let Harry and Hermione know that they were there. Everyone sat to the general laughter at the poke to Hermione, who scowled and glared impotently at the unrepentant redhead. Once everyone had settled, Harry turned to the oldest person there and said, So, when were you going to tell me about you and Professor Snape? Chapter 11. Hermione turned bright red as everyone else stared at her with their mouths open. Well, everyone except Luna. She had a wide smile on her face as she enjoyed the other girls. Embarrassment. How? How did you know? The bushy-haired girl sputtered indignantly, glaring at everyone else until they finally shut their mouths and dropped their eyes to the table. Her ire couldn't stop their amusement at her discomfort, though. Severus told me, the raven-haired young man said with a smirk. Unlike some, he doesn't hide important information from me. I'm sorry, Harry, the 19-year-old girl stammered, eyes on her books. Severus suggested that I speak to you about our budding relationship, but I wasn't sure I wanted to. I didn't think it was anyone else's business. Yet everything Harry does is your business? Neville queried, leaping to his friend's defense almost reflexively. Harry just sat back and enjoyed the show as the once shy Gryffindor showed just why he was chosen to be one of the guardians over mankind. Your best friend and Professor Snape are involved with each other as mentor and protege. And from what I've seen lately, the bond is even deeper than that. Since Professor Snape has agreed to take care of Harry after we graduate, and your friend sees the older man as a father figure, it behooves you to involve his foster son in every decision that will affect his life, including any intimate relationship you wish to start with the man. You can't have it both ways, Hermione. You can't demand that he tell you everything while you keep information that involves his life from him. You're right, Neville, Granger whispered, fighting back tears. I'm beginning to realize that I've imposed a shockingly severe double standard on our friendship. And it all started in the summer after fourth year, when Dumbledore approached me and told me that I mustn't share any information with you, Harry. As soon as he told me that it was for your safety and protection, I was completely on board. And the lying by omission continued until Voldemort was destroyed. No, it still continues if I keep such important information from you, because I don't think it's any of your business. She gathered up her parchments and books and put them back into her bag, refusing to look at the raven-haired teen. I've got a lot of thinking to do, she told him softly, still refusing to look at him. I just need some time to sort out how I want our relationship to progress. She turned and left the library, head down and tears dripping from her eyes. I didn't mean to chase her away, mate, Longbottom said, amber eyes wide and worried. It's all right, Nev, Harry told the brunette, a sad smile on his face. It needed to be said by more than myself. Things are different now, and she can't keep treating me like a stupid first year that's still wet behind the ears. Severus, I have need of your help, Wade said as he phased into the potions master's private rooms. His words tapered off as he realized that the man wasn't even in his apartment. Noise from another room had Death curious, so he quietly crept to the door, peering in through the narrow opening and watching his beloved's foster father in action. Snape was slowly dribbling a quarter teaspoon of vitreous humor into a silver cauldron. His dark orbs narrowed in concentration as he watched the reaction within. Wilson flinched as a shower of bubbles shot out of the vat, exploding just past the rim and releasing the stench of boiled cabbage. Nodding in approval, the potions professor gave the mixture 2 stirs clockwise with a pewter stirring rod before performing 1 stir in the opposite direction. He gently tapped the rod against the rim of the pot and placed it in a glass beaker to catch any runoff, sighing in satisfaction at a job well done. Severus turned, and ebon eyes widened in shock as he spied his intruder. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, Wade? He asked quietly as he strode to the partially open door. Harry's fiancée backed away as the potions master approached, turning to follow the man once he'd exited the room. What are you making? Death asked curiously. Yule is just about upon us, and I thought to experiment with the fluid from the basilisk's eyes to see if I could create a safe and effective eye correction potion for Harry, Snape replied as they sat in the armchairs facing each other in his living room. I have successfully completed it and intend to gift it to my son during the holiday. That's kind of about what I wish to speak with you, the specter of death told the other man with a wry grin. I know that you intend to groom Harry to take advantage of his fame and his new position in wizarding society. Severus gave a sage nod, face carefully blank. I'd like to work with you on that as Harry's last courting gift. When ebon brows winged up the older man's forehead in curiosity, Wade grinned. Harry wants to be able to show his true self now that the big bad is gone. Before I continue, I want to ask you something. Did you know that my fiancée was supposed to be in Slytherin? Shocked colored Severus' face as he struggled to answer. I had no idea, he finally answered weakly. Yeah, Wade concurred with a chuckle. I suspect it was my presence in his life during his childhood, as well as how he was actually raised that affected the Sorting Hat's decision. Anyway, he'd met Draco during a shopping trip, and the boy had reminded Harry so strongly of his cousin Dudley that he didn't want to be in the same house into which Malfoy had bragged about going. He had also learned of Voldemort from Hagrid during that same trip, and since he was a Slytherin and had murdered Harry's parents, that also made him choose differently. Anyway, I want to help you teach Harry how to deal with his fame and how to safely and carefully reveal his true self. I want to work on tempering the wizarding world's thirst to have a piece of my beloved and to give him the privacy he so desperately wants and needs. I know that I can't give him true anonymity, but I want to get as close to it as possible. Short of glamour charms or permanent transfigurations and polyjuice, I don't see how we'll be able to stop the ravening crowds and their desire to know every little bit of my ward's life as he lives it, Severus replied with a soft snort of amusement. There's got to be something we can do for him, Wade said almost desperately. Right now he's safe behind the school's wards, and when he moves in with you for a while, he'll be safe there. Once he goes out in public, however, yes, Snape said, eyes narrowed in thought. I've seen small bits of that lunacy a few times during Harry's scholastic life. I can only imagine how much worse it'll be once he steps outside the protections. You know, things wouldn't be this bad for the boy if it weren't for Albus Dumbledore announcing Harry's importance far and wide when he was just a baby. And then he continued to build on the legend the entire time that the child was stuck in the Muggle world, until the fervor for all things Harry Potter became insane. My son told me about a couple of times he was out and about with his Muggle aunt doing some shopping. People in wizarding garb had approached the boy and bowed to him. Bowed, as if he were royalty. He also told me that as soon as Petunia got him back home, he was punished for bringing his unnaturalness to their normal world. So even in the Muggle world, he wasn't safe from all of that adulation. And all of it can be laid at that old bastard's feet. Although how they figured out where the child lived, even when the Ministry didn't know, is another matter entirely. Don't worry about Dumbledore, Wade said with a sinister grin that scared the potions professor rather badly. I've made sure that he'll never have a moment's peace and that his next great adventure will never come. I suddenly find myself very glad that I'm on Harry's side in all of this, Snape snarked with a grimace. You're frightening in your normal guise. You're bloody terrifying when you let a little of the specter through when you're like this. So what do we do to help Harry gain the privacy he needs? Death asked, scowling. There must be something we can use to accomplish this. I have some ideas, Severus suddenly said, a malicious grin on his face. Give me a couple of days and I'll let you know what I have and whether it would be successful. Fawkes flamed into the charms classroom and landed on Harry's arm, startling the entire class into screaming. Before anything could be said, the Phoenix bit the lad on the lip and licked up the blood, healing the wound and bonding with the wizard at the same time. What the hell, Fawkes? The raven-haired teen barked incredulously, fingers going to where the wound had been inflicted, eyebrows skating his hairline as he felt the absence of a cut or blood. I'm sorry, Harry. The thoughts filtered into the brunette's mind, making emerald eyes go wide in shock. I needed to finish my bond with the future headmaster and demigod before you disappeared. But you're a phoenix, the teen thought at the bird. You could have found me anywhere. Indeed, Dumbledore's former familiar said with laughter in his voice. But once you leave here, the direction that Severus will influence you to go will prevent our bond from completing. Because of who you are, politics will be inevitable. Without our bond, you could be unknowingly manipulated in the wrong direction. Severus will do everything to protect you, but some of the people who intend to approach you after graduation do not have the wizarding world's best interests at heart. Our bond will prevent anyone from pushing you in the wrong direction. I don't understand, Harry whinged slightly. I'm not who you or Dumbledore thought I was. I don't have a pure enough soul to bond with something as light and good as you are. As you know, my former bond mate wasn't all purity and light either, the Phoenix replied sarcastically. In fact, because he strayed so far from the light, our bond was beginning to fray. It was the only reason I was able to come to you in the Chamber of Secrets your second year. I knew then, as I cried my tears into your wound to heal you, that we were meant to be master and familiar. My destiny is with you as you set out to guide and protect the world. In the headmaster part? Harry asked curiously. You will have plenty of time to fulfill that role whilst you watch over the world, Fawkes replied happily. You were destined to guide, teach, and protect the wizarding world's future. And I must say that it couldn't possibly be in better hands. I do hate to interrupt, Mr. Potter, Flitwick remarked, startling a yelp out of the brunette teen, but I'd like to finish teaching the class, if that's all right with you. The class broke out into laughter, causing the teen to blush with embarrassment. Sorry, Professor, he said sheepishly. Didn't mean to interfere with the lesson. The overgrown feather duster, and I can continue our conversation later. Harry. Hermione approached her friend cautiously after Charms class was over. Why is Fawkes on your shoulder? The raven-haired 17-year-old turned and looked at his bushy-haired friend for a moment before answering. Apparently he's my familiar now, was said with a fair bit of affectionate sarcasm. Do you remember how I told you that he came to me in the Chamber of Secrets second year? He continued as they walked slowly to the Great Hall for lunch. At Hermione's nod, Harry told her. He said that Dumbledore's bond with him was fraying because the headmaster had strayed too far from the side of justice and fairness. And that's why he was able to come to me and save me. Why were you chosen, though? She asked curiously. At that time, you still had a bit of Voldemort's soul in you. How did that not affect you in a negative way? That bit of soul was separate from you, Fawkes told his bondmate. Other than opening a conduit into which you were able to spy his thoughts and actions, it had no real consequences for you. Your magic encased it and kept it from latching onto you in any way. According to Fox, my magic kept the Horcrux from latching onto my own soul, so it didn't really affect me all that much, Harry told his friend as they reached the doorway to the lunchroom. Every eye in the hall turned to stare at the raven-haired teen with the phoenix on his shoulder, and Potter scowled darkly. Great, he muttered angrily as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. Yet another reason for everyone to gawk and stare at me. Chapter 12. Rita's Skeeter. Came a chilling whisper from behind the reporter. She was at her desk at the Daily Prophet, trying to come up with another story on Harry Potter. Since the beginning of the term, the boy had all but disappeared from public view. Hidden behind the impressive wards of Hogwarts, she couldn't get anywhere near the teen because Minerva McGonagall, in a burst of unusual wisdom, had added an anti-animagus ward to the school, which prevented the beetle bitch from being able to hitchhike in on someone's cloak or robe. She lifted 3 feet off of the seat of her chair with a high-pitched screech, startling the secretaries and receptionists out in the lobby. Looking around frantically, Skeeter's blue eyes widened almost comically as her mouth dropped open at the sight of the black-cloaked form hiding in the shadows deep in the corner of her office. "Are you all right, Miss Skeeter?" Cassandra and Nova asked from the reporter's office doorway, hazel eyes scanning from side to side and looking for whatever had threatened their money-making machine, and she frowned when she didn't see anything amiss. I'm fine," the reporter stammered, eyes focused on the figure wielding the enormous scythe standing just feet away from her desk. Nova turned her head to check out whatever Rita was focusing on, but shook her head in bemusement as she couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "All right," the secretary said doubtfully. "If you're sure, I'm sure," Skeeter whispered, watching with dread as the blade of Death's weapon swung from side to side as he spun the handle slowly in his hand. With one last doubtful look at the reporter, the assistant left, closing the door quietly behind her. "Now," the being hissed sibilantly, "you and I are going to have a little chat. I think I may know a way to keep the attention off of Harry for a while," Severus said the following day. He stared at Wade suspiciously as the other man had a smug smirk on his face. "All right," the potions master finally intoned with a resigned sigh. "What have you done now?" "Oh, nothing," Wade replied airily. A skeptical scoff had the supernatural being chuckling in amusement. "All right," he conceded softly. "I may have had a talk with Rita Skeeter. Is she still alive?" Severus questioned worriedly. "Of course she is," Wilson retorted emphatically. "What good could she do if she were dead?" "So, what did you talk about?" Snape asked curiously. "I just let her know that if she dares to write anything about my betrothed again, she would not live out the day," Death answered with a shrug. "Good," Severus barked with a quick nod, pleased that at least one inconvenience had been hamstrung. "Not only will that give Harry some peace, but it'll tie in with what I've come up with to keep the ravening public off of his back for the foreseeable future." "What have you got in mind?" Wade queried curiously, bouncing in his seat like a little kid. Severus rolled his eyes with a smirk, then outlined his plans. "I thought to expose all of Dumbledore's sins," the potions professor answered with a malicious sneer. From his love affair with Gellert Grindelwald and the death of his sister, to manipulating the wizarding world to get his way to planning the death of the boy who lived. Every little thing he had done to the people of the wizarding world and Harry Potter will be told. I want them to concentrate so hard on Albus Dumbledore that they'll completely forget about Harry Potter. "That's a great idea, but I think we should release the information in reverse order," Wilson conveyed softly. "That way, by the time all of his sins are laid bare, Harry will have been lost in the shuffle, since Dumbledore's crimes against the last Potter scion will have been buried by all the other evils that old man had committed." "Agreed," Snape affirmed with a malevolent grin. "Minerva hasn't gone through all the things in Albus' office. I think I might be able to talk her into letting me have them to preserve for posterity. Between letters, journals, and pensive memories, I'm sure that we'll be able to cobble together a decent enough timeline of misdeeds and manipulations from all the information we can gather. We might even be able to get some juicy tidbits from Grindelwald." "Yeah, that's not going to be possible," Death demurred with a sheepish look on his face. "Your Dark Lord killed Gellert in a fit of pique when Grindelwald wouldn't tell Voldemort where the Elder Wand was. I was there to reap the man's soul, and he was full of regret about his past actions and the costs they had wrought to the wizarding and muggle worlds. Dumbledore was 2 years older than Grindelwald, and the younger teen was charmed by the older one. It was originally Albus' idea for Muggle domination because of his family's unfortunate interactions with some local mundane boys. Gellert went along with it because he was taken in by the old man's maturity and the far-reaching plans that Albus had for their future. "That's just the kind of thing we need to deflect excessive attention from my boy," Severus told Wade quietly. "Though I'm sure that your threats to Skeeter were effective, that won't stop the rest of the wizarding public from trying to put their noses into things not their business. I understand, and there's only so many people I can threaten at one time." Wilson snarked good-naturedly. "You get whatever you can from the headmistress, and we'll make plans as soon as we know what we have." "What are you going to do about Fawkes, Harry?" Hermione asked carefully. Ever since their talks, things have been a bit distant between them. Granger figured out that she had to relearn who her friend really was, but wasn't sure how she should go about getting information. If she came off as too intrusive, that would drive the wedge between them even deeper, and she didn't want that. Ginny had come up to the Muggleborn, who had hidden herself in an abandoned classroom as she rehearsed what she wanted to say to her best friend. "You need to speak from the heart," the youngest redhead told her vehemently. "You can't plan out these things. If you approach Harry like this, it'll look and sound forced, and he'll cut you out of his life without a backward glance." So now they were in the Gryffindor common room, and Fawkes was perched on Harry's knee, crooning softly as the teen scratched a hard-to-reach, itchy spot at the base of the Phoenix's neck. Hermione thought about what Girl Weasley had told her and decided to play this conversation by ear. "I'm not sure," the raven-haired teen replied softly, eyes focused fondly on the bird's contented face. "He refuses to go back to the headmaster's office. Says that it gives the old man too much legitimacy, even in death. He also doesn't want to ever see Dumbledore again, and since his headmaster's portrait is in there, Fawkes decided he'll stay away. You realize that this will make people stare at you and want to touch you even more, right?" the bushy-haired girl pointed out gently. "I know," the 18-year-old young man said with a sigh. "I talked to Severus, and he and Wade have plans in the works to help get all of this unwanted and unwarranted attention off of me. Wade said it was part of his next courting gift, and Severus just wants to protect me the best that he can. So we'll see what happens from there." "Funny," Hermione murmured with a frown, "but Severus never mentioned any of this to me." "Maybe because it doesn't concern you, Hermione," Ron said from behind her, which scared her into giving out a high-pitched shriek. There was general laughter at the girl's expense, which was quickly silenced by a glare from Potter. "Sorry about that, Mione," the red-headed boy apologized sheepishly. He rounded the couch and sat on the low table before it, looking at his best friends closely. "I'm only going to warn you once, Herms," Weasley voiced sternly, his fingers automatically burrowing into the feathers on Fawkes' back and finding another tricky spot. "Don't even try to treat Professor Snape the way that you've treated Harry through the years. He will shut that nonsense down right quick and leave you stinging for days. When the two of you bond, that will not give you automatic authority over Harry. The professor has no intention of making their relationship more permanent, because he knows that linking Harry's name with his would only cause our friend even more trouble. As this knucklehead said several times to my mom, Harry already had a mother. He doesn't need another." The 19-year-old girl nodded in understanding, knowing that Ron was only speaking the truth. Her overwhelming need to micromanage everyone and everything, as well as prove her worth, bordered on pathological, and she realized that she might actually need to speak to someone about what could conceivably be a mental disorder. To ease the tension that had cropped up, the emerald-eyed boy suddenly grinned mischievously. "Did I tell you what Wade did for me?" he queried innocently. "Not yet, but from the look on your face, it's bound to be epic," Neville said as he came up and took one of the armchairs beside the fireplace. Ginny perched herself in the other, eager to be included in the fun. "Well, it seems that Wade made a visit to Rita Skeeter in his natural form," the raven-haired young man reported with a gleeful smile after Hermione put up a localized muffliato. "No way," Ron gasped, blue eyes struck wide in vicious amusement. "Yes way," Harry responded with a sage nod. "He went to her office's death and told her, point blank, that if she didn't stop making up outlandish lies about me, he would personally reap her soul and see that she suffers eternal torment for all of her sins. And that convinced her? Hermione questioned skeptically. Not quite, Harry admitted with a grin. When she started arguing with him about freedom of the press and yada yada yada, weighed up the ante. He told her that he would have the Grim Reaper trainee collector soul, and since he was new to the job, he'd be bound to miss a few bits and make the reaping more painful than necessary. She shut up, then timidly asked him the name of the trainee. Ron burst out laughing, since he was actually in the know about the new Reaper, and everyone looked at him curiously. Well, everyone but Hermione. She had a look of wounded betrayal on her face, that Harry would share this secret with Ronald, but not with her. Seeing the look on his best female friend's face, Harry scowled at her, reminding her once again that he wasn't a child, and that it wasn't necessary any longer for her to know every tiny bit of information regarding his life. She dropped her eyes to her lap and tried to rein in her irritation. Through giggles and snorts, the redhead told them, the new trainee is none other than the Dark Lord Voldemort. Wade thought it would be an appropriate punishment for the man, since death is what he'd feared over anything else. Because of the way that the Dark Lord grew up, he was terrified of dying, since it had surrounded him since he was a baby. So, Harry's fiancée decided that he should get up close and personal instruction on death and all it entails. He'll take Wade's place when he and Harry ascend. Do you know when that's going to happen? Hermione inquired, not looking up from her hands. She didn't see the looks of concern passing between her friends. Come on, Herms, Harry suggested gently as he stood up, Fawkes moving to the raven-haired young man's shoulder. Let's go somewhere to talk. Okay, she whispered, voice trembling. I don't know how to talk to you anymore. I need help with this. All you had to do was ask, Harry told the girl as they made their way out of the portrait hole. I don't want you to ever be afraid to talk to me. We'll work it out. I promise. Chapter 13, December 12th, 1998, The Daily Prophet. Dumbledore destroyed a child's life, abandoned him with abusive muggles in the mundane world. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. Information has crossed this reporter's desk that shines a very dark light on one of our most revered citizens, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The information received has cast doubt in this reporter's mind on who the leader of the Light actually was during the war, and whether the headmaster of Hogwarts was a true Light Lord or not. This reporter received several memos, proven to be in Dumbledore's handwriting, that outline how he intended to create the savior of the wizarding world. Yes, you heard it here, folks. Albus Dumbledore used his not inconsiderable power and influence to convince the ministry that he had the best interests of an orphan child at heart. He was able to con the minister, the Wizarding Child Welfare Office, and the DMLE into believing that he'd placed the chosen one with a loving family who would take care of him and keep him safe from he who must not be named's forces. Instead, he decided to leave our own beloved citizen, Harry Potter, with his mother's muggle sister and her husband, who systematically abused and starved him, starting from 15 months old, until he received his Hogwarts letter, which was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. He survived severe deprivation in that little crawl space beneath the Dursley's front stairs. From the age of 4, he was expected to do every chore assigned to him, as well as cook every meal. This reporter spoke with experts from the Wizarding Child Welfare Office, and they said that a child denied space, food, and sunlight on as pervasive a level as the Dursleys denied Harry Potter these basic needs would most definitely result in a smaller stature and a weakened immune system. Frankly, according to some with the department, it was a miracle that Mr. Potter didn't contract one of those deadly childhood diseases and perish before he would have returned to the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore knew this was going on. He had visited the family fairly regularly under a disillusionment charm, just to make sure that his puppet martyr was receiving the proper training to ensure that, when he returned to us, he would be eager and willing to do what was asked of him without question. The summer visits to the Weasleys cemented the old man's status as savior to the abused, neglected, starved for food and affection child that Dumbledore had groomed so successfully to sacrifice himself for us all. It boggles the mind, the malicious manipulations our elder statesmen pulled on an innocent child, and it makes this reporter wonder, did we actually only have one Dark Lord? Damn it, Skeeter swore as she read the article that her compatriot had written. I should be the one to get these stories, not her. That's all right, though. I'll just write some of my own brand of yellow journalism under a pseudonym. No one will ever know it's me, and I'll still earn mountains of galleons for my articles. Smirking maliciously, the pest reporter set to, writing something so vile and disgusting that Wade's threats would seem like child's play next to the vitriol and menacing that the wizarding world would rain down upon the woman. It would be the last story she ever wrote, and would go down in the annals of journalism as a cautionary tale on how not to do your job. December 14th, 1998, The Daily Prophet. Harry Potter in illicit affair with headmaster. Sources state the boy spent too much time alone with old man. Otishiget reported. A shocking revelation has reached this reporter's desk and must be shared with the greater wizarding public. Evidence has fallen into this reporter's hands that implies a more intimate relationship between the boy who lived and the defeater of Grindelwald. Personal letters sent between the two point to a far closer relationship than that of mentor and protege. This reporter has received no less than 100 different missives sent between the two men, which started when our Savior was only 11. Until then, he was left ignorant of his heritage and standing in the wizarding world so that Dumbledore could groom him to be the catamite the old man desired. This reporter will include one such salacious message from Dumbledore to Harry Potter. Judge for yourself exactly how innocent the chosen one truly is. Harry, my boy, I need you to come to my office as soon as you are able. I have a lot of information to impart to you, and it needs to remain between the two of us. I await your visit with bated breath. The password is lickable chocolate. Please do not disappoint me. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry, Hermione hissed that day at lunch. Have you seen this? She thrust the newspaper in front of the raven-haired teen's face, anxiously waiting for him to take it. It was open to the slanderous article under Skeeter's alias, but everyone knew who had written it. Her brand of vitriol was quite evident. Wade told me about it, the 18-year-old said with a shrug. He said he's going to take care of things. I'm not terribly worried about it. You should be, Ron murmured as a sea of owls winged their way over to the Gryffindor table, landing in the food and jostling each other for positions. Sighing resignedly, Harry checked every letter to make sure it was safe before he pulled the first one from the closest owl. It lifted into the air and sailed out the great hall doors and away as the brunette cracked the seal on the missive. Dear Harry Potter, he read aloud to his friends. My name is Albert Cleary, and what the prophet printed about you is horrible. My family and I are very grateful to you for sacrificing so much to keep us safe from he who must not be named. If you ever need someone to stand up for you, just ask. My family and I would be proud to speak on your behalf. Sincerely, Albert Cleary and family. He pulled another letter from the next owl, who flew away as soon as it was unburdened. Prying the envelope open, he tipped it over to let the letter inside slide out, a small emerald ring bouncing on the table and shocking the teen. Dear Lord Potter, he continued to share with his amigos. My name is Steve Rogers, and I am offering you sanctuary, should you ever need it. I have never been a fan of Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore, but I did think that he had the right of it when dealing with Voldemort. Harry paused and looked at his friends with amusement. Someone else who can say the bastard's name, he quipped before turning his attention back to the letter. However, with that first article about him that Miss Braithwaite wrote, I began to realize that the old headmaster didn't actually have the wizarding world's best interests in mind when he molded you to be his own personal child warrior. All he seemed to care about was power and political clout, and I think that was what he was grooming you to be, the face behind whom he would manipulate things his way. I'm sorry that there was never anyone to whom you could turn for much of your life, and you may feel it's too late now, but my family and I will be here if you ever have need of us. Thank you for all you've done to secure our safety, and you honor your parents with your strength of character and integrity. Sincerely, Steve Rogers and family. He looked at the rest of the owls, then at his friends. Almost as if they had read his mind, they collected the rest of the messages and tucked them into a transfigured bag while Harry inspected the ring that had been enclosed with the letter. It was a wide gold band, the stone a perfect square-cut emerald, and on the inside of the band was carved a series of runes. Herms, do you know what these runes mean? He asked as he turned to the smartest witch in their group. Beaming at the faith her friends still showed in her, She carefully took the band from him and peered closely at the engravings on the inside of the ring. "Well," she finally said as she handed the jewelry back to him, "you have the Fehu rune for wealth, the Wonjo rune for joy, and the Algi's rune for protection. I would guess that he'd like to see you safe and happy, since you've had precious little of that care for most of your life. Is it safe to wear?" The 18-year-old asked his friend carefully, once again happy that he was looking to her for advice. She cast a few detection charms that she'd learned from the books Dumbledore had willed to her, nodding her head when she finished. "It doesn't have any other magic besides the runes," Hermione told Harry with a small smile. "It's a little small, but enlarging it might damage the engraved sequence, so I think you should wear it on your pinky finger. It looks like it'll fit that one at least." Grinning at one of his best friends, he slid the ring on, the protective magic making him shiver slightly. "What are you going to do with the rest of the letters?" Ron questioned curiously. "I'm going to read them when I have time," Harry replied, tickling the of his phoenix as Fawkes sat on his shoulder. "Right now, I want to talk to Wade for a bit, to see what he plans to do to that bitch. How dare you cast such aspersions on the character of our savior? You're just lucky that I'm too busy to take care of you myself. Mark my words, your day is coming and no one will miss you." The howler exploded in Skeeter's face, and she scowled as she brushed yet more confetti off of her desk. The irate missives hadn't stopped since her article had been published, and a small part of her was beginning to regret her overwhelming desire to print the worst thing possible in her pursuit of that elusive galleon. She wasn't even sure how the wizarding populace had figured out that she was the one behind the story. She wasn't bright enough to realize that her pseudonym wasn't terribly far away from her actual name, nor that she hadn't changed her writing style one bit, and the public was well familiar with her particular brand of venom. What the bleeding hell is wrong with you? To insinuate that a child is responsible for his own abuse? I knew Albus for quite a number of years, and I know he was no pedophile. He was many things, quite a few less than palatable, but he was no child molester. That you would imply that our savior, Harry Potter, was complicit in his own fictional Devel abuse just shows what kind of mind you really have. Sharing some secret fantasies, are we? I'll see you dead before the end of the week. I guarantee it. Rita sighed heavily as the confetti smacked her in the face when the howler exploded. She'd ended up with quite a few cuts from the flying squares of colored paper as she closed her eyes and prepared herself for yet more caterwauling. She didn't realize that she wasn't alone until the ringing silence alerted her that none of the other vituperative missives had unleashed their hatred. Opening her eyes, they widened in shock at the appearance of her office. The howlers were frozen in place, some of them bulging, as if they were still just before they would have burst open. The fires that lit her office had also stopped mid-flicker, casting the room in deep shadows through which she couldn't see any furniture or papers piled on top of every available flat surface. It was almost as if time had stopped, and Rita inhaled a shaky breath, remembering the promise made to her by the specter of death. A dark chuckle startled a frightened squeak out of the woman as Wade drifted into view, done up in his full regalia as the Grim Reaper. "I did warn you, Miss Skeeter," he growled lowly, scythe swaying back and forth as he casually tossed it from hand to hand, the butt of the staff planted firmly on the floor. "I told you that I would banish you to a pit of despair in a special corner of limbo, and that you'll be ferried there by our favorite dark lord in training for death. But I didn't write that story," she protested feebly. "It was someone named Artie Chigger. You cannot lie to me." Death hissed, glowing red eyes brightening in his rage. "You're talking to Death, not some mindless ministry employee." He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, the dark magic in the room becoming stifling as he summoned his eventual replacement. A figure shimmered into the room. The cloak it wore a pestilent green. The gaunt, serpentine face poked out of the hood that the figure wore, and Skeeter wailed in abject terror as the newcomer began to stalk toward her. "I've been waiting a very long time for this," Riddle hissed as he wrapped his hands around her throat. "You and your poison pen caused me so much trouble, and now I'm going to see to it that you reap your just reward." His sibilant laughter echoed in the office as he and his prisoner faded away. "I'm glad to see that he's finally starting to enjoy the job," Wade quipped with a dark chuckle as he faded from view. One must have joy in everything one does. After all, Chapter 14, December 20th, 1998, The Daily Prophet. Manipulations didn't end with Muggle relatives. A multitude of tests of the boy who lives bravery. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. This reporter has been in receipt of an autobiographical manuscript written by none other than Albus Dumbledore, and some of the things in it make this reporter's hair stand on end. Let us start with the most recent documented manipulations, and we'll work backward in time. From the time that Harry Potter was 11, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore engineered trial after trial to test the metal of his secret weapon. As my dear readers already know, there was a prophecy in place that designated our Savior as the one to end the Dark Lord for good. You also know that, despite the 15-month-old baby vanquishing said Dark Lord, Dumbledore continued to insist that the prophecy hadn't been fulfilled that night, that he who must not be named would return sometime down the road. To that end, the old man created a variety of tests throughout the poor child's school years to see whether the training at the Dursleys' hands had borne fruit. The first one was a direct confrontation with Voldemort at the end of the boy's first year. According to the ramblings from the headmaster, he had intended for Harry Potter to protect the stone, and his two friends went along for the ride. It started with Rubeus Hagrid retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore's own vault to be hidden at the school for its own safety. Gringotts, as everyone knows, is the safest, most secure bank in all of the world, magical and muggle. The idea that anyone would be able to break the enchantments around a specific vault are ludicrous. Yet, according to an issue of the Prophet at that time, someone actually succeeded in doing this. However, when I spoke to Ragnarok Dragonbane about this, he categorically denied that any such break-in had occurred. In fact, he had sent an emissary to the paper, demanding a retraction and apology for the erroneous article. The emissary, a goblin by the name of Griphook Breathstealer, was told that the paper was paid by an anonymous source to print the lie. The article, from Dumbledore's own writings, was printed to support his contention that the stone would be safer in Hogwarts. He enlisted several professors to provide the protections for the stone, including the deputy headmistress, who completely ignored Mr. Potter when he tried to explain that someone was trying to steal it. She even went so far as to threaten to take points if the child didn't let it go. This is the person upon whom he was to depend for assistance when he asked. That's right. The headmaster of our fine school decided to endanger every student in the building by hiding a dangerous magical artifact that everyone and his brother would have liked to obtain, somewhere within the castle's walls. His so-called protections? A Cerberus supplied by Rubeus Hagrid, which protected the trapdoor that led into the bowels of the school. Devil's Snare was the first trap, which every first year learns about in herbology, and which Hermione Granger knew how to defeat. The second was puzzling out which winged key would fit the door to unlock it. The portal was impervious to the Alohomora, whilst the keys were immune to the summoning charm, which meant that the adventurer had to fetch the key the old-fashioned way. Fortunately, brooms were conveniently left leaning in a corner for the explorer's use. Our savior, being the youngest and greatest seeker Hogwarts had seen in many hundreds of years, was the logical choice to fly up and fetch the key. The third was a giant wizard's chess set, in which the three students had to participate to get past. Ronald Weasley was touted as being one of the brightest strategists Dumbledore had ever seen, and was quite the whiz at chess. So it stood to reason that he would be able to set his two compatriots in their places and move the pieces in order for Harry Potter to continue in his quest for the stone. Unfortunately, Weasley had to sacrifice himself as knight to end the game, and Granger and Potter had to go on alone. The next obstacle was the troll that had been let into the school on Halloween. It was already unconscious, which meant that someone else had already gone ahead. The last test before the chamber that held the stone was a potion's logic problem, in which there was one potion to allow the drinker to pass through the flames to go forward, and one to allow the drinker to go back. Miss Granger, touted as the brightest witch of her age, figured out the puzzle. Mr. Potter insisted he'd go ahead while she went back to make sure Ron was okay and to fetch help, which was surprisingly scarce in a school full of students and teachers. Which leaves us with the last room and the Mirror of Erist. Around Christmas that year, Harry Potter had received his father's heirloom invisibility cloak from an anonymous source who obliquely encouraged him to explore the castle in the note that was left with the garment. One evening, he happened upon an empty classroom that contained this mirror, another dangerous, magical artifact that Albus Dumbledore put in a school full of children. Harry became entranced with the images that the glass showed him. He and his family, happy, healthy, whole, and alive. This mirror is dangerous for one very obvious reason. If you stare at what your heart desires for too long, you could become lost to the images, never to be sane again. It was this same mirror in which Dumbledore hid the stone and enticed Voldemort to come after it by advertising that the stone was there. It must be noted that Muggle Studies professor Quirinus Quirrell had gone on sabbatical in the Albanian forests, supposedly to get a better feel for Muggles. In truth, he went there to help his fallen master, Lord Voldemort, return to the land of the living. He was possessed and had returned to Hogwarts with a disfigured passenger on the back of his head. It was Quirrell Harry had met in that final chamber, standing in front of the mirror and trying to get the reflective surface to show him where the stone was. He dragged Potter in front of it, and the child's own reflection dropped the stone into its pocket, which then magically moved the stone into the pocket of the living boy. In the tussle for the stone, Quirrell made the mistake of touching Potter, which resulted in the professor burning his hand. Seeing a way to avoid being killed, Harry grabbed Quirinus' face and watched as the man burst into flames until he was dust. The soul of the Dark Lord attempted to attack the child, but was repelled by the magic that Potter's mother worked to protect him from you-know-who. The information in this first chapter is quite detailed, which means that Albus Dumbledore had a way to watch Harry Potter's every move and saw everything that happened to him, up to and including the death of Quirrell. Did the child receive any counseling for what amounted to the accidental murder of another human being? Of course he didn't. He was patted on the head and awarded a ridiculous amount of points at the end of term feast, which, with the assistance of all the points that Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom received for various reasons, effectively stole the House Cup from Slytherin. This was only the boys' first year at school, a year fraught with peril and near death, and the beginning of the hell he would face very year after that. This reporter is saddened and dismayed at the callous disregard the headmaster of Hogwarts showed the students over, which he had full control, especially the orphan son of two people who fought the good fight and lost their lives protecting the one thing most precious to them, their son. This reporter will continue this expose over the next few weeks. Strap in, folks, and keep all hands and arms in the ride until it comes to a full stop. We're going to our manor for Yule, Severus told his ward, smiling. I've invited all of your friends and their families, and we'll have a true celebration of the season and of your defeat of Voldemort. I'd like that, the raven-haired teen responded shyly. You're coming too, right? He turned to his fiancée with pleading emerald eyes. Of course I am, love, Wade replied with a grin. I've never celebrated the holidays myself, and I'd always had to control myself when I saw the way that your relatives treated you at Christmas time. I wanted to strip their flesh from their bones so many times when they ignored you in favor of that land whale they raised. I was under strict instructions not to interfere, lest I upset the plans that the fates had in store for you. Just having you there when I needed comfort the most was enough for me, Harry confessed softly. You'll never know how good it felt to have a hug when I'd been punished for things I didn't do, or cuddling in the night when I had bad dreams. You represented safety for me when I didn't have anyone else upon whom to rely. You were the only reason that I came to Hogwarts relatively put together. I'm glad that I could offer some small comfort for you. Wade murmured in his beloved's ear as he held Harry close, making the brunette shiver deliciously. So, who's invited to this thing? He asked as he raised his head and looked at the potions professor fondly. I've asked Hermione, of course, and Ron and Luna, Ginevra and Dennis, Dean, Seamus and the twins, Bill and Fleur and Draco and Neville, the potions master replied with a grin. So, all of the future guardians? At the nod, the brunette teen continued. Ginny and Dennis. Who'd have thunk it? I didn't think Jin would ever get over me, and Dennis has stopped his scary stalking, which was a blessing, let me tell you. Yeah, about that. Wade began, a sheepish look on his face. Since your foster dad and I have been working on getting all of your rabid fans to concentrate elsewhere, I thought I'd have a chat with the little menace and convince him to leave you alone from now on. You didn't scare him half to death, did you? Harry growled, scowling angrily. He's still working through his grief over his brother and just needs some time to process. "I know that, Harry," his betrothed replied gently. "I just asked him to be respectful of your personal space, and I told him that whenever we wanted to put any sort of announcement in the Prophet, we'd have him as our professional photographer." He seemed to accept that olive branch to keep the peace between him and us. "He's going to bring his camera with him, isn't he?" Harry queried, a calculating look in his emerald eyes. "I'm not sure, but I could ask him," Wade agreed hesitantly. "What are you up to?" "I thought we'd use him to create some holiday memories and take the pictures for our engagement announcement," Harry told his fiancée softly. "I think happy pictures around the tree would be a lovely way to announce our impending nuptials." "Welcome, one and all, to Prince Manor," Severus said as he stood in the foyer of his home, arms wide. "I inherited this palatial estate from my mother, who was the last prince heir before I was born. Come in and partake of the traditional wizarding customs and rituals for this special holiday season." He turned and snapped his fingers. Creature and Winky appeared immediately, dressed in matching black silk uniforms with the prince crest on the lapels of their jackets. "Would you please show our guests to their rooms?" Creature took control of the young men, whilst Winky took care of the ladies, taking them to different wings and where their lodgings were for their stay. Harry pulled Wade along as he ascended the staircase, guiding his mate to the raven-haired young man's own personal wing and their bedroom. "Severus knows we're going to share this space, and he doesn't have a problem with it," the younger man whispered as he looked shyly into his intended sparkling blue eyes. Wade stared back into those gleaming emerald orbs, transfixed as he felt his future husband tremble against him. Slowly his head descended, and he brushed a gentle kiss to Harry's lips, smirking slightly at the gasp of surprise. Taking the opportunity, Wade deepened the kiss, tongue flicking along his beloved's open lips before plunging into the depths of the teen's mouth and exploring. Heat rose from the pit of Harry's stomach until his whole body felt like it was on fire. Other than the disastrous date with Cho Chang, he'd never really kissed anyone before, so he wasn't really sure what he was supposed to do. As soon as Wade's tongue slid against his own, Harry looped his arms around his mate's neck and began a tentative exploration of Wilson's mouth, humming in pleasure as he felt the electric tingles of the kiss zing through his body pleasantly. Wade shuddered against the teen's slender frame, and a smirk of satisfaction lifted the corners of the brunette's lips as the kiss went on and on. Finally, when air became a desperate need, they pulled apart, panting as they looked deeply into each other's eyes. "That was my first real kiss," Harry husked out, pupils blown wide in arousal. "I hope the rest of them are like that." "I can promise you, Harry, that I'll never leave you wanting," Wade told his betrothed heatedly. "I will keep you satisfied until the end of time." The manipulation of Harry Potter continued with the selection of Gilderoy Lockhart as the newest Dada professor. Albus Dumbledore felt that Lockhart would be able to encourage the 12-year-old boy to take advantage of his fame, to learn to accept and relish the attention. Albus wanted a puppet that would shine in the spotlight, and what better tutor than a fraud who had stolen every heroic adventure he had from others? At every turn, Lockhart used the boy who lived to make himself shine even brighter, even going so far as to start a dueling club, which ended in disaster for the poor, beleaguered Potter heir. In facing off against Draco Malfoy, who had summoned a snake, Harry, of a necessity, had to reveal his Parseltongue abilities, as the summoned cobra was threatening Justin Finch Fletchley. Harry coaxed it away from the Hufflepuff, but Lockhart pissed the snake off when he attempted to banish it, and only flung it into the air. If it wasn't for Severus Snape, there would have been at least one child dead by snakebite. That revelation resulted in Harry Potter being shunned by his fellow students, accused of being the next Dark Lord. Only his friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, stood by him and supported him in his time of need. The second test to which Headmaster Dumbledore submitted Harry Potter very nearly killed the child and the little girl he was sent to save. A diary, once owned by Lord Voldemort, had somehow, mysteriously, made its way into the school. Draco Malfoy admitted to this reporter that it was his father, who was currently serving time in Azkaban for his involvement with the Death Eaters, who was responsible for the diary making its way into Hogwarts. During a rather violent confrontation in Flourish and Blots between the senior Malfoy and Weasley, when Lockhart was there signing autographs for his newest work of fiction. Miss Weasley's cauldron was knocked from her hands and fell to the floor, spilling out all of her textbooks. Lord Malfoy bent down and helped her collect her items, slipping the cursed diary in with the rest of her books. It was his intention, according to his son, to have Slytherin's monster released into the school to take care of the Muggleborns, just as the founder had wanted. It was also a way to damage Arthur Weasley's reputation. The elder Malfoy was hoping that the girl would be the one to release the monster, and that Arthur's family would be blamed for any deaths that might have occurred. The book was cursed to the nines with dark magic and compulsion, charms to force the recipient to write in it, which Malfoy was hoping would be the case. As she began to write in the journal, the malevolent parasite attached to it sunk its claws into Miss Weasley's mind and soul. She got the book into the school, where her writings turned to her infantile, romantic dreams of being Mrs. Savior of the wizarding world. The more she wrote in it, the stronger became the spirit's control over her. It didn't help that the diary wrote back and validated her obsessive fantasies. Over time, it was able to force her to open the Chamber of Secrets and loose the monster, which began to petrify students, ghosts, and Mr. Filth's cat. When Miss Granger was petrified, and a note in blood stated that Miss Weasley was in the chamber and would remain there, Harry and her brother Ron went to the hospital wing to visit with their frozen friend, hoping to figure out what was happening and how to stop it. Her clue, clenched in her hand, gave the two boys the information they needed to save Ron's little sister, and it made sense to the Potter heir, since he could understand what it was saying as it crawled through the pipes in the walls of the castle. As with his first year, Harry could find none of the responsible staff to help them. Dumbledore was once again conspicuously absent. He was hiding in his personal rooms in the headmaster's tower, watching everything that was happening through a special portrait in his bedroom. The boys' only choice was Lockhart, and they had to force him to accompany them at one point. Down into the chamber they went, but Gilderoy balked and attempted to curse the 12-year-olds with Ron's broken wand. It backfired, of course, and rendered the man incoherent as the botched memory charm wiped his mind. It also caused part of the tunnel to collapse, separating Weasley and Lockhart from Potter, who went on alone. Weasley's little sister was found in the main chamber, her life force and magic being absorbed by the shade of a young Voldemort. The monster was a 60-foot basilisk, which was sent after Harry to keep him from preventing the Dark Lord from resurrecting himself. In the ensuing battle, and with the help of Dumbledore's Phoenix, Fawkes, the boy who lived was able to slay the serpent, but at a devastating cost to himself. As he stabbed the sword of Gryffindor through the roof of the mouth of the snake and into its brain, a fong full of venom was broken off and embedded into the boy's arm. The basilisk died, but that was of no comfort to little Harry Potter. He was poisoned by the venom and was slowly slipping away as the shade gloated over his death. In a fit of fury, he took the fong from his arm and stabbed it into the diary, thus banishing the shade and saving Ginny Weasley's life. Fawkes returned once again and cried in a Potter's wound, cleansing the boy of the venom and rescuing the pair. Albus Dumbledore wrote that he knew what Slytherin's monster was, that he'd witnessed it kill Myrtle Warren when a young Tom Riddle released it in his 6th year. He was also very aware of where the Chamber of Secrets was located, for how would his Phoenix have been able to save those two children if he didn't know? He sat back and watched events fall out as they did, and provided absolutely no guidance or help for the three friends. He made sure to nudge Miss Granger in the right directions, so that she could find the information that Harry Potter needed to once again save the day. It's disheartening to know that the headmaster of Hogwarts worked so diligently behind the scenes to force an orphan boy into the role of unwitting savior by coercing and compelling his friends to follow the script. It saddens this reporter that a maniacal old man, set on having things occur just as he wanted them to, would endanger hundreds of students by disabling the very wards that were put into place to protect them from all manner of evil, including dark artifacts and objects. This is your roving reporter, Danny Tanner, with Weekly Wizarding News, Wireless Channel WWN, talking to the people on the street. I have been sent out here to get the common, everyday witches or wizard's opinion on the latest articles in the Daily Prophet talking about our very own Albus Dumbledore. Excuse me, ma'am, but would you mind answering a few questions? I suppose so. I really wouldn't know what to say. Well, how about we start with your name? Oh dear. Where are my manners? My name is Amy Jennings, Mr. Tanner. How are you today? I'm just great. Now, my first question is, have you seen the articles in the Prophet concerning the deceased Albus Dumbledore? May Merlin rest his soul? Oh my yes. Shocking. Simply shocking. What's shocking about it? Well, I attended school when Professor Dumbledore was headmaster, and I didn't have any problems with him. Were you touted to be the savior of the wizarding world, ma'am? Of course not. Still, that's no excuse to slander the man, now that he's dead. I was given a copy of his autobiography, and I can assure you that everything printed in the papers so far is true. Would knowing that he would treat an orphan child like that bother you? Well, yes. I suppose it would. Do you have any children, Mrs. Jennings? I have three. 2 boys and a girl. What does that have anything to do with those horrible articles? Would you be so blasé about his treatment of Harry Potter if he was one of your children? No. If one of my babies came home and told me those things, I'd have gone straight to the ministry and lodged a complaint, which is what Mr. Potter should have done if those scandalous articles are true. Tell me, madam, how would he have done that? If he was trapped at Hogwarts? Well, he could have told another professor. He could have let the deputy headmistress know about what was going on and have her file the complaint. He did try and inform Professor McGonagall, and she just ignored his efforts to warn her that someone was after the stone. I'm sure the encounter soured him on the idea that the professors could be trusted. Do you think that 2 11-year-old boys and a 12-year-old girl should have been the ones to prevent the stone's theft? No. They should have minded their own business and left the protection of a magical artifact to the adults. Thank you, ma'am, for speaking with me. Have a nice day. I'm now going to have a chat with this gentleman who is apparently waiting for me. Hello, kind sir. May I have your name? My name is Aberforth Dumbledore, and I was Albus' brother, Mr. Dumbledore. It is an honor to meet you. Thank you for your efforts to protect our children during that dark time last year, and for making sure that those who hid in the room of requirement were fed and clothed. Now, what have you to say about the articles so far? I've no doubt that Ms. Braithwaite has quite a bit more to share with the wizarding world, so I won't spoil the surprises, but Albus Dumbledore was as narcissistic as Lord Voldemort. The only difference between the two was that he didn't use his own wand to hurt or kill his people. He always managed to keep his hands and his reputation clean. Would you like to explain those statements? My brother had a way about him that made people believe that he would always have the answer, that he would always take care of them. He curried favor with specific pureblood, families who blindly supported him whilst tossing aside anyone who couldn't help him obtain his goals. He painted a gigantic target on the Potter family by having that stupid interview with that bent Trelawney in my pub. He knew the type of clientele that frequented my establishment, and I can only surmise that it was deliberate, that he somehow wanted whatever Trelawney had to say to be leaked to the other side. You mean to tell our audience that he deliberately set up the Potters to die? I wouldn't go that far, but I do believe he intended for either the Longbottom boy or the Potter boy to be the prophecy child. I didn't know it at the time, but after his interview with her, we had a chat, and he mentioned that there was a way to end Voldemort for good, that there was a foretelling that promised a savior. What no one else seemed to ask was why just those 2 children. After all, I'm pretty sure that they weren't the only babies born at the end of July. That's a fair point. So how did the prophecy get out, and how did Voldemort find out? As I said, I had Death Eaters frequenting my bar, and one of them crept up the stairs after Albus and that woman went into their room, and he was listening at the door. I caught him and threw him out, and apparently he'd heard enough to tell his master. Who was the Death Eater, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not going to say. He's done a great deal since that awful night to atone for his sins, and I don't want to put him in danger. Albus was always plotting and planning for more and more power. He'd do whatever he could, whenever he could, to make sure that things fell out the way he wanted, and always with an advantage for him. Do you think he planned the Potters' deaths? I don't know anything about that. If he did, I'm sure that the prophet will let us know. I just want to say to everyone that everything in the paper is true, and that Albus Dumbledore wasn't who everyone thought he was. He did his level best to make sure that our world would be exactly what he wanted it to be, and he didn't care who he hurt, who he sacrificed, or who died as long as he got his way. Thank you very much, Mr. Dumbledore, for speaking with me and sharing the painful truth. I don't mind. After some of the things he's done to our family, he deserves to be knocked off of that lofty perch upon which everyone else has placed him. There you have it, folks. I had intended on getting more feedback from the man on the street, but I think the voice of the man's own brother paints a picture of Dumbledore that we'll not soon forget. Chapter 16, December 25th, 1998, The Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter vanished. Beloved reporter missing and presumed dead. Jane Craig, reporter. Rita Skeeter, popular reporter for The Daily Prophet, is missing. We at the paper had assumed that she was away on assignment. She often took extended leaves of absence, so we just took it as business as usual. As per her specific instructions, we were not to enter her office for any reason while she was gone. She was very protective of her source material and informant lists, you see, so we thought nothing of her absence at the end of November, believing that she was hot on the trail of a juicy scoop. When she didn't check in every few days, as was her habit, we became rather alarmed and decided to break her cardinal rule and look through her things to ascertain where she might be. Her office looked as if she'd just left for a few moments. Her quick quotes quill was still in its holder, as was her lucky notepad. Her purse and bottomless bag were still on the chair where she regularly placed them, and her favorite cloak still hung on the coat rack in the corner. Nothing looked to be disturbed, and the flotsam and jetsam that was scattered about her office looked to be in the same place it was before she disappeared. Immediately we contacted the DMLE and reported her as a missing person, and orders were sent out to investigate. After questioning the staff and finding nothing out of the ordinary at the paper, they went out into the streets to see if they could scare up any information relating to her disappearance. We at the Prophet know that the woman made many enemies during her stint as our premier reporter. We were able to supply the Aura department with a long list of possible suspects for her disappearance, and we hope to hear something back from them shortly. Until then, and since we've had absolutely no contact from her, we will assume that she has passed on, either through foul play or by natural means. To that end, we will have a memorial service for her on December 31st, and hope that all who loved her as much as we did will come out and mourn with us. Well, that's the bestial present I've ever had, Harry quipped with a wide smile. Neither Severus nor Wade told the raven-haired teen what they'd planned to help him obtain a semblance of peace within the wizarding world, and they were intending on keeping that secret for as long as they possibly could. Everyone was sitting around the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous English breakfast and chatting about what they would do once their last school year was over. But Hermione looked at Harry with a bit of censure in her eyes. "Really, Harry," she chastised the teen, a frown on her face. "It's not right to revel in another person's misfortune. Epicaricacy is rude and offensive, and no one deserves that." "While normally I would agree with you, Hermione," Neville chimed in with a scowl, "every single one of us at this table knows how vicious that bitch was toward Harry. If he wants to express a little schadenfreude, I say let him." "Agreed," Ginny added, shooting a friendly grin at the raven-haired teen. "In fact, didn't she drag you into the middle of her poison pen crusade against Harry in fourth year? And didn't you put her in a jar for a little while at the end of fourth year?" Ron asked pointedly. "You did it for the right reasons. After all, she had used her vile, sick, twisted quill to slander both you and Harry, so she deserves some sort of punishment, even if the wizarding world at large and the adults in the school specifically turn the other cheek, as it were. But you still punished her for damaging both yours and Harry's reputations. So if Harry wants to enjoy her disappearance by possible foul play, let him." "I find it amusing, Hermione," Harry finally said flatly as he looked at the bushy-haired girl across from him, "that you've always had different ideas of how you should handle slanderous comments and articles about yourself, and how I should handle the same. You always told me that I should ignore what Skeeter wrote, that we knew the truth, even if the rest of the wizarding world relied on that pest for their version of it. You even told me that she had the right to print that stuff, that freedom of the press was absolute, and unless there were slander and libel laws in the magical world, there was nothing I could do about it but have interviews and contradict her stories. Yet, as soon as your name is brought into it, suddenly something had to be done about her. You were perfectly fine with her destroying my reputation, but as soon as she started to besmirch yours, you went on a crusade to make her stop. Where was all of that effort when it was my name dragged through the mud? Why didn't you harangue the headmaster to get the paper to stop printing all of those lies about me? Why didn't you talk to McGonagall for Merlin Sake and ask her as our head of house and in loco parentis to stop the slander? Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me?" Everywhere I go, everything I do is picked apart and dissected in the papers. I can't even sneeze because someone will write some sort of editorial column about my health and welfare, and then call the wizarding world to arms to save me from whatever imagined illness they concoct. It's gotten to the point that I don't even want to leave the school or home for fear that I'll be mobbed, pinched, pulled, and stripped naked. Also, that the wizarding public has a piece of the savior of the wizarding world. Harry got up and left the dining room, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. Everyone else sat in uncomfortable silence, not willing to address the elephant in the room. Finally, a dreamy voice said, "It's going to take some time for the Nargles to let Harry go." Every eye turned to Luna in curiosity, but the slight sneer on the bushy-haired young lady's face made everyone else glare her into submission. Many of the people he called friends have let him down in one form or another. His trust and faith has been badly shaken by the events of the last 2 years, and it will take time for him to work through it. She turned to Hermione, her gray eyes cloudy. "You and Ron were his very first friends," she told the 19-year-old. "He has been isolated and alone for so long that it's all he knows." Deep inside his heart, however, is the little boy who wished for so long to have a family of his own. He has that now, and he's so terrified of losing it that he's pushing you away. You've done a lot over the years to stretch that trust and faith to the breaking point. If you don't let go of that need to mother him and boss him around, he'll push you away without a second thought and won't look back as he walks away from you forever. "I'm sorry, Harry," Hermione said as she came into his bedroom suite. The raven-haired boy was sitting in a wingback chair next to the fireplace in his sitting room, staring into the fire with a frown of concentration on his face. He looked up at her, emerald eyes shuddered, and she winced at the closed-off look on his face. Taking a deep breath, she sat in the chair across from him, and it was a few moments before she gathered her thoughts enough to continue. "I've always been fiercely independent. Even when I was a child," she finally continued, staring at her hands so she wouldn't see the disgust she was afraid was in her friend's eyes. "In primary school, I bullied and pushed around the other kids, thinking that since I was the smartest, I had the right to lead and guide everyone else. The teachers would send notes home with me, telling my parents about my obnoxious behavior, but they were always so busy that they never really corrected my attitude. When I got my Hogwarts letter, I just felt it was proof of my superiority, that since I wasn't like those kids in the schoolyard, I must be really special. My parents didn't disabuse me of the idea, either. Meeting you and Ron on the train, I thought you'd make perfect little sycophants for my brilliance. Unfortunately, I learned a rather harsh, ugly truth when I overheard Ron say those nasty things about me. But then you and he came and rescued me from the troll, and I lied for you, and our future was set. I would be the obvious leader, since I was the most intelligent of the three of us. Ron would be the planner and strategist, and you would be the brawn. I kept you pigeonholed in those roles nearly the entire time we were at Hogwarts, as well as those times we spent in Grimmauld Place. I thought the only person who matched my superior intellect was the headmaster, and he encouraged my beliefs. I didn't really know what he was doing with the three of us until I overheard him at the end of 5th year talking to Elphia's Doge, one of the Order members. When I heard him gloating to Doge about how well he'd pushed his chess pieces around the board, I was sickened. I learned then that he'd planned for every single thing that happened to us even before we came to Hogwarts. He'd talked Molly into coaxing Ron to become your friend, and he'd told my parents that my brilliance was sorely needed to improve the wizarding world. Every task, every test, every challenge was organized by him, and the professors were convinced to look the other way and not help us when we came to them. He knew about Umbridge and the blood quill. In fact, he'd encouraged her to use it on you to keep you in your place. After that, I realized that I was played just as badly as you were, and that everything I did was to advance his twisted agenda for us and for the Ministry. I knew we had to go on the Horcrux hunt so that we could get rid of Voldemort forever, but believe me, Ron and I never knew that you were accidentally made one the night your parents died. If we would have known, we would have done whatever we could to get rid of it. But that too was part of his plan. I think his slow death by Voldemort's cursed ring was the only spanner in the works for him, and he still took advantage of it by playing on Severus' guilt for his culpability in the death of your mother to convince Severus to kill him, when the old man should have been left for Bellatrix to play with. I've played that role in our relationship for 8 years, And it's going to take me some more time to reconcile myself to the fact that you're not the same boy I'd met on the train that first year. Isn't it funny how we keep having the same conversation? Harry mused quietly, a half smile on his face, as he looked at one of his best friends. Maybe I'm expecting you to understand more than you're capable of, given your life experiences. Maybe I'm hoping that somehow you'll forget 18 years of being raised a certain way, with the high expectations both your parents and the professors had of you coloring how you react day to day. Maybe I'm hoping that you'll be able to understand what it's like to be neglected, abused, and starved for much of your life, and be able to sympathize with how I feel and what I want. A very large part of me wants that, Hermione, he continued softly. I want you to be able to understand where I come from, what I've experienced from my perspective. But by the same token, I should be able to do the same for you. I should be able to understand where you're coming from and how you see the world based on how you grew up. I don't want to lose you as a friend, and since you're dating Severus, I'll have you in my life much longer than expected. I also can't have you attempting to mother me the way that Mrs. Weasley always tried, the way that my own mother couldn't. You're my friend, and my expectations for that are very low, since I've never had any until I came to Hogwarts. It's why I let you and Ron get away with so much. I never had anything to compare it with, so I thought our interactions were more or less normal. But I'm a grown wizard now, and an adult in both this world and the Muggle one, so you can't continue to tell me what to do without some rather nasty pushback. So, try this idea for a while, until it becomes more natural for you. Whenever you feel the need to scold or correct me, bite your tongue, breathe for 10 seconds, and swallow whatever words you might have said. I don't want to have this conversation with you again. And if I do, I'm leaving you behind. If that means I have to leave Severus behind so that he can be happy, I'll do it. I'll not sacrifice my peace of mind or independence to you anymore. I'm a big boy now. All right, Harry, Granger whispered, face red with shame. I'll try. Chapter 17, Happy Yule, Harry, Severus said softly as he handed the teen a potions bottle. Everyone had received gift certificates to bookstores, clothing stores, and sports supply stores, but the single gift that the raven-haired young man received from his surrogate father meant the world to the teen. What is it? He asked curiously, staring at the poisonous green liquid in the bottle cautiously. I used some of the vitreous humor from the basilisk's eyes and finished a vision correction potion that I'd started for my mother, Snape told the teen with a fond smile. She wore glasses, too, and had complained endlessly about how the steam from the cauldrons would fog up her lenses. I've seen the numerous repairs that have been done to your spectacles throughout your Hogwarts years, and I figured that, since I already had the base for the potion, I'd just go ahead and finish it for you. Really? The emerald-eyed boy gasped happily, looking from the jar to his mentor in excitement. Really? Snape said with a warm chuckle. Well, he snarked when the child just continued to stare at the bottle. What are you waiting for? With a sheepish grin, Harry popped the cork and upended the bottle, swallowing the thick, foul-tasting sludge with a grimace and a pronounced shudder. Everyone held their breaths as they waited to see if the potion would fix Harry's eyesight. The 18-year-old brunette whimpered and whined as his eyes burned, water leaking from beneath trembling lashes as he clenched his eyelids tight, waiting out the pain and hoping that he'd finally be free of the glasses that had proved more hindrance than help over the years. Finally, the agony eased, and he blinked his eyes open slowly, flinching slightly at the light, which seemed brighter than usual. Wiping the tears of pain away, he continued to open and close his eyelids, trying to focus. It took several long, stressful seconds before a wide smile creased the teen's face. He turned and launched himself at Severus, hugging the man tightly and snuggling his face into the older man's neck happily as he whispered, "Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. I love you, old man." "Hey, Harry," Hermione said a couple of days later. He was in the solarium, sitting in a two-seated sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking out at the snow-covered expanse of lawn, a genuinely contented smile on his face. "Yeah, Herms?" he replied absently, never taking his gaze from the view. "Have you figured out what you want to do with the rest of your life?" she queried. She was at a loss herself. Their last year at school was halfway over, and she still had no idea what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. Dumbledore's machinations and legislative policies, committed against her very best friend, as well as the magical creatures and muggleborns, had soured her on the idea of governance. so she was left floundering. Well, I do have that whole deity thing I'll be sharing with Wade, the brunette responded. Riley. Other than that, I was thinking of maybe apprenticing with a spell crafting master or wand making with Ollivander. I haven't really decided yet, but I have oodles and oodles of time to think about it. What about you? I thought I'd go into politics, maybe get into the regulation and control of magical creatures, and see if I could revamp the department. You know, make it more conciliatory to the magical creatures rather than punitive. But since learning about all of the headmasters' sins, I'm not sure politics is the right area for me. I'd be afraid that I'd revel too much in that kind of power and forget the people who had elected me. Come sit down, Harry suggested, patting the cushion next to him. She walked over and flopped down onto the cushion, eliciting a smirking grin from her friend. Now, I don't think you should give up on the idea of politics, but I think you're aiming too low. Apply for the position of senior undersecretary and become the right hand to the minister. Serve a few years in that position, and then throw your hat in the ring for the office of the big cheese. I'll set up campaign rallies and meet and greets on the campaign trail so that everyone can see just who Hermione Granger really is. Right now, you're known as the best friend of the boy who lived, he continued reasonably, taking her hand and playing with the fingers as he talked. Setting yourself up in an office that has very little to do with the day-to-day running of the ministry is too menial for an intellect like yours. Besides, you won't really be able to affect any real changes in that office, but you could as senior undersecretary. You'd have the minister's ear, and you'd be able to keep your fingers on the pulse of the Wisengamot, which would be a huge advantage in the long run. As for forgetting the people to whom you would serve, that's just hippogriff shite. Though you went slightly mad when we were doing the DA in 5th year, you've since matured, most of that forced upon you by what we had to do to save the wizarding world. You're much more level-headed now than you were then. You've shown me that you're willing to listen and take advice, even if it's uncomfortable or painful, and that you're eager to work with difficult situations, no matter how uncomfortable they are. I'm glad we had that, hopefully, final chat about our relationship moving forward earlier today because I think it finally got through to you. You're not as hesitant to speak to me as you were before, and we've gotten comfortable again. This time, you asked me my opinion instead of telling me what I should think or do. Now it's my turn to apologize. I know that the last few weeks have been rough, and I haven't made it any easier by sniping at you practically at the drop of a hat. I'm sorry about that. And I can only say that the wounds from Dumbledore's betrayal, as well as the fact that I had to die to save everyone, are still fresh. That's no excuse for my short temper, of which you've seemed to receive the brunt, and I can only humbly beg your forgiveness for being such an arse. That doesn't mean that we can return to Mama Hermie and Baby Harry, but we can still lean on each other and ask for help when we need it. Thank you, Harry, his bushy-haired friend whispered, voice trembling. Things are never going to be the same as they were when we were kids, but that's a good thing. It means we're finally growing up. December 27th, 1998, The Daily Prophet. The truth about Sirius Black, Lord of House Black, deliberately kept incarcerated. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. Harry Potter's 3rd year at Hogwarts was just as messed up as the first 2. To start off, the reports of an Azkaban breakout by mass murderer Sirius Black were blared all over the newspapers almost daily, and the stories even stated that the man was out to kill the last of the Potter line. In response to the alleged threat to our savior, then Minister Cornelius Fudge decided to put dozens of Dementors around the Hogwarts Express and at the school itself, for the protection of a single child. Never mind that a couple of Dementors boarded the Express, with one nearly kissing Harry Potter himself. Never mind that, though the demonic beings were supposed to patrol the borders of the school, they frequently swarmed the grounds, disrupting a Quidditch game in one instance. These soul-sucking fiends were persistently around a school full of nearly 500 children and posed a tremendous safety threat to the future of wizarding Great Britain. All of this could have been prevented, however, if the chief warlock of the Wisengamot would have gotten off of his lazy, fat arse and given Sirius Black a trial. Yes, dear readers, you heard that right. The Lord of the ancient and noble House of Black never received a trial. He was incarcerated in Azkaban for over 12 years without ever seeing the inside of a courtroom. The kicker to all of this? Albus Dumbledore knew the man was innocent. He had been the one to cast the Fidelius on the cottage in Godric's Hollow twice. Once, when Black was made secret keeper, and again when Black convinced Potter to switch to Peter Pettigrew. Yes, Peter Pettigrew was the one to betray the Potters to Voldemort, which resulted in their deaths. What about the death of Pettigrew himself, as well as those 12 innocent muggles? You might ask. At the time that Black was arrested, he was inconsolable and felt that it was his fault that his friends died, since he was the one to talk James Potter into changing secret keepers. That was what he meant and why he was claiming guilt. It's odd that nearly a dozen Aurors apparat to the scene of the explosion and arrested Black, but never questioned why the Muggles were obliterated, but a single finger belonging to Pettigrew was left behind. No one but Albus Dumbledore and a few close friends knew that Pettigrew, Black, and Potter were animagi. Black was a Grim, Potter was a stag, and Pettigrew was a rat. That's right, a rat. Something that could easily escape down the sewers with the rest of the vermin, leaving behind a single digit. Dumbledore knew it all. After all, the ghosts and portraits reported to the headmaster nearly constantly. So 3 students practicing the transformation and succeeding in their 5th year would not have gone unnoticed by the spies in the school or the Shrieking Shack. There is not a single corner of the school, other than the tunnels, that doesn't have some sort of portrait or painting that enabled the headmaster's spy network, so it stood to reason that he knew that the boys were practicing their animagus transformations. He even had the Whomping Willow, with the tunnel dug underneath, put in to aid Lupin in finding a safe place to transform. The tunnel led to the Shrieking Shack, which had been rumored, in the days of the Marauders, to be haunted, when in fact the howling heard once a month on the full moon was Remus Lupin, transforming into his werewolf form. Since Albus Dumbledore knew that Pettigrew was an animagus, then he would also know how the man would have escaped the trap he'd set for his former best friend, Sirius Black. Dumbledore denied Black a lawful trial for nearly 12 years because, in his own words, Black would have raised Harry Potter to be a strong, independent leader, cognizant of his place in the wizarding world and aware of all of his rights and duties as the last Potter heir. Potter would not have been the easily led, malleable puppet martyr that I needed to fulfill the prophecy by walking to his death. Sirius Black would have taught the Savior to question my authority, and I simply could not have that. Black needed to be taken out of the picture to ensure that I had complete and total control of the symbol for the people. "Hey, Ron? Hermione?" Harry said as he entered the library. For once, the redhead had his nose buried in a book, researching careers in sports announcing and sports equipment manufacturing. He, like Harry, had grown tired of fighting the good fight and wanted a career that would be fun as well as profitable. Since he was to be a guardian alongside Luna, and she had her rare magical creatures to hunt down, he wanted to do something that would not only enrich his life, but allow him the time and peace to enjoy what he did. "What's up, Harry?" Weasley queried absently. "You remember the gauntlet we had to run in our first year?" The raven-haired teen continued as he sat down next to Granger. "The one beneath the school?" "Yeah," Hermione replied, brow furrowed as she pulled up that memory. "What about it?" "Well, it took 3 of us to get through the chess set, and Ron had to sacrifice himself so that you and I could go on," he told the young woman. Ron's head came up from his book as he looked at his friend curiously. "And," the redhead prodded a little impatiently, "how did Voldemort get through it?" Harry finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a couple of days. He was only one man. If the game that was set up required 2 players, who else played with him? Chapter 18. "That's a very good question, Harry," Hermione murmured thoughtfully, eyes narrowed. "At the least, it would indicate that he'd had accomplices with him. If so, where did they go?" The raven-haired teen asked next. "When I finally confronted him in the mirror room, it was only Quirrellmort. No one else but my dad and his friends, as well as the Weasley twins, knew most of the school's secrets. The only moment for Voldemort was the Chamber of Secrets." Ron noticed a knowing gleam in his best mate's eyes and scowled at him. "You have an idea, don't you, mate?" The redhead huffed a little impatiently. A lopsided grin was the only response, and Weasley growled lowly. "Olrut, speed." Unbeknownst to the trio, others had quietly filtered into the conservatory and had taken seats a little further away, interested in what their erstwhile leader had to say. "Here's how I think it went down," Harry finally remarked, eyes hazy as he carefully worked through his thoughts. As the attempt to take the stone was near the end of the year, and Quirrellmort had been drinking unicorn blood for most of the school year, as well as supporting his parasitic passenger, I think that the Dada teacher's magic was weakening. Since it was a fragment of the monster's soul that had possession of Carinus, it had no real magic of its own. Only Riddle's keen and vast intellect, as well as his eidetic memory, kept them advancing successfully through the gauntlet. The devil's snare was still underneath the trapdoor when we got there, so I think that Quirrell operat beyond it. Remember, Dumbledore had warned us to stay away from the third-floor corridor, and yet I found the Mirror of Ariste in an abandoned classroom during my explorations at Yule that first year. I think that most of the traps weren't in place yet, that the headmaster had to wait until a full-grown devil's snare was available before putting it in there. So, logically, Quarrelmort could have gone down underneath the trapdoor weeks beforehand and mapped out in his passenger's mind every corridor and doorway, giving him some good approximates for the apparition points. After all, he did contribute the troll to the maze. I don't think that he was supposed to go through it first. I believe that we were supposed to lead the way, to allow Quarrelmort to follow us into the last chamber, where we'd fight to protect the stone. Dumbledore didn't count on us going to McGonagall first and trying to get her to come with us to catch Severus, whom we thought was after it. That took a little longer than expected, so Tom was already on his way to the mirror when we finally entered the room. Fluffy's bloodless defeat by Riddle was nearly over when we finally got to that classroom. I had that handmade flute that Hagrid gave me still in my pocket. If we hadn't have heard the last strains of that musical harp in the corner before the Cerberus awakened, we wouldn't have known how to put him back to sleep. It stands to reason that Moldy Shorts would know that sort of arcane magic, and it was very lucky for us that he did. After we finally got past the snare, it became obvious by the condition of one of the brooms as well as one of the keys that Quarrelmort did that trap by hand. After all, we couldn't summon the keys either. The chess set, I assume, they operat past as well. It was set up in such a way that it required 2 people to play through. That was McGonagall's way of preventing a single person from conquering her trap. Unfortunately for her, she didn't realize that those underground caverns weren't encompassed within Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards, so he was able to just leap past it. Of course, there's no leaping past a mountain troll, so Quirrell had to put it down, which was incredibly lucky for Hermione and I. Once again, at Severus' contribution, there were illusions of flames at either end. An adult, fully trained wizard would be able to see the difference. Unfortunately, an untrained 11- and 12-year-old could not. If it weren't for Herm's big, scary brain, we could have died from the poison, since that was the only trap that had any actual teeth. The Mirror of Ariste, that I had come into contact with before, was the last obstacle, and all of the Dark Lord's vast knowledge couldn't crack the code. Hell, I didn't crack the code until later. It took me longer than it should have to figure out how I got the stone from the mirror, almost as soon as I stood in front of it. My uppermost and primary concern was protecting the stone from the dark doofus. My thoughts were only to prevent him from getting it. That's how it ended up in my pocket. And because of the dark sacrificial blood magic that my mother enacted to protect me, the stone remained safe as Quirrell turned into ash at my hands. Harry's voice had grown hoarse as he finished, and there was a catch in his voice and tears shimmering in his eyes. 7 years later, and he still had trouble reconciling the fact that he had murdered a human being. That would explain why the chess set was ready for us, Ron remarked, blue eyes full of sympathy for his best mate. It had a configuration that was meant for 2 humans to play, through on opposite sides of the board. I climbed on top of the knight only to guide the pair of you, and my sacrifice was needed to end the game. It also explains why none of the potions on Severus' trap were taken. After all, Quarrelmort had been down there enough times whilst helping set up the gauntlet for V. Voldemort to memorize the apparition. Coordinates for the rooms. He didn't know that for a couple of them. He had to be an actual participant. Hermione got up and sat next to her best friend, pulling him into a one-armed hug as he blinked rapidly a few times to clear his vision of the moisture that wanted to leak out. He took several deep breaths, shivering every now and then as he fought to put the demon back into the box. Once he got himself back under control, he turned his head and brushed a kiss to her cheek. "Thanks," he murmured, laying his head back on her shoulder with a sigh. "It's still kind of hard to deal with the fact that I killed someone at 11. Albus should have gotten you some help after that," Severus intoned, startling the trio, who hadn't realized that anyone else was in the room with them, as well as getting some help from Miss Weasley after her second year, and being possessed by that monster. The Dark Lord was a real piece of work, and he was so charismatic and charming that he was able to bamboozle scores of pure bloods with his golden tongue. I'm not sure how he was able to change their minds from believing he was a mud blood to knowing he was a pure blood in just 2 short years. He spoke parcel tongue and had conversations with Slytherin's portrait, Wade told everyone softly. The pure bloods were desperate to have someone leading them who could give them back everything that they'd been losing, both through Dumbledore's efforts to restrict magic and the rapidly rising influx of Muggleborns and half-bloods from the Muggle world. Their declining numbers meant that they were losing their world, and many of them were terrified that things would change so much that there wouldn't be any place left for them. Did you know that Wizarding England is the only magical society that separates everyone by blood? Draco remarked idly. Harry flicked his wand, and the settee he and Hermione were on spun in place, so that they could face their friends for this chat. Ron stood and sat on the arm of the two-seater, next to Harry, and listened closely to the blonde. Mother would take me on trips to other magical communities so that I could learn how other witches and wizards lived. It was an eye-opener to see pure blood, half-blood, and Muggleborn intermingling as if they were all equals. It was then that I realized that my father's and grandfather's bigotry was wrong. I finally understood that it wasn't the blood that defined us. It was the magic. I would come home, excited for my new discoveries and eager to talk to Father about them. As soon as I started extolling the virtues of Muggleborns and how they were the same as us, his wand would be pointing at me and the crucio would come hissing out of his mouth. Mother couldn't stop Lucius' discipline. It was part of the marriage contract that she not interfere in his lessons for me. Unfortunately, when I came to school and saw how Dumbledore had begun to pander to the Muggleborns, I was angry. I thought that he, at the very least, would be open to gently merging the Muggleborns with the pure bloods, but I was sadly mistaken. His only aim was to widen the gap between us so that he could have complete control over our communities. He placed all of his considerable influence behind the Muggleborns, since there were more and more of them and less of us. Funny thing is, he still wanted the pure bloods in power. He never worked to lift the Muggleborns to higher offices and positions in the ministry. He wanted his sycophants to beg for crumbs of his attention, and they wouldn't do that if they were as powerful as he was. Albus Dumbledore is in his own little piece of hell, Wade told everyone with satisfaction. He didn't want their holiday celebration to be brought down by the old man, so he was trying to cheer them up. He's in a deep, dark pit and surrounded by everyone he's ever wronged in his life, including his little sister. He gets to listen to them talk about their next great adventures, whilst at the same time shredding his honor, his courage, his dignity, and his esteem. Every now and then, there's a special kind of special person that has wrought so much pain and strife that he or she deserves a personal kind of punishment. Hitler was one, as was Stalin. In fact, most of the dictators and despots that created mass casualties in their thirst for power are submitted to their own brands of hell. It's just highly amusing that the greatest wizard alive is amongst the best company. Hello, everyone. This is Danny Tanner, your roving reporter for the WWN Network, here to get the perspective of the man on the street. Excuse me, but would you mind answering a few questions for our audience? I have a few moments to spare. Great. Could I have your name, please? I am Dr. Alexander Dane. Doctor? What exactly is a doctor? I apologize. I am a healer in a hospital that treats Muggleborn patients in Sorkild, Denmark. What are you doing so far away from home? Your potions master, Severus Snape, has been able to supply me with specialized elixirs for a particularly pernicious disease that only strikes Muggleborns. I am here to pick up my regular supply. I do not trust any deliveries of such important potions to owls. Well, I'm glad that our little neck of the wizarding world is able to help out other countries. Now, what do you think of all of the articles that have been recently coming out about Albus Dumbledore? I met Dumbledore during a lecture in my political science class in university. He was there to speak about the Dark Lord and wanting to recruit from the student body. His first questions dealt with our magical affinity, and he'd separated us into light and dark magicals. I thought it an exercise in futility, but we went along with it because our instructor was a fan of the defeater of Grindelwald. As the meeting went on, I found him to be a remarkably cunning liar and manipulator, and by the end of class, he'd had at least 20 fellow students eating out of the palm of his hand. I did a quick scan of his core. It was one of the first required classes that I had taken, and discovered that Though it was light enough, there was enough black, swirled throughout to make him decidedly gray and edging toward dark. I'd always thought it the height of folly to place your trust and belief in a single person or entity, rather than approaching him or it with a healthy dose of skepticism. When that whole Voldemort thing happened, many of us in other wizarding communities sat back and watched, wondering when you lot would catch a clue and realize that limiting your people with laws and restrictions only creates the breeding ground for dark lords and war. That Albus, Dumbledore's idea of the greater good, was nothing more than smoke and mirrors, used to hide his real agenda. And what agenda was that? Why, uniting the Muggle and magical worlds so that he could hold dominion over all of course. His ultimate goal was to turn the Muggles into pets and slaves for the Magicals, which you followed along with like obedient little sheep. The only problem is that the number of Muggles in comparison to Magicals is about 1,000 to 1. His goals would have seen us extinct, and you were willing to sit back and sentence us to death. So yes, I'm very glad to see Dumbledore's reputation shredded like it's being done. Maybe the next leader will take a page from his book on what not to do to protect the magical world. Chapter 19. The students' return to Hogwarts was boisterous and fun. They spent most of the ride playing games and sharing stories of Yule's past. Harry just enjoyed the stories, marking a few in his memory for the time when he had his own family for which to start traditions. Once, Hermione finally realized that she could release her control over her friends. She loosened up considerably, relieved that she didn't have to babysit anymore. A small, childish part of her would miss the feeling of superiority that she gained at being considered the brains behind the Golden Trio. But the much larger segment of the adult Grangers saw the growth and maturation of their relationship as a good thing, as it meant that she could move on into the next phase of her life guilt-free. The change in her attitude toward Harry and Ron made their friendship deeper and richer, and it was a very elated raven-haired young man who got off of the Hogwarts Express and hopped into the first carriage in the line, grinning widely as Ron. Hermione, Luna, Ginny, Neville, and Draco all piled in with him. From the outside, the carriages looked to be of average size, but inside they had been expanded using wizard space so that large groups of students could be transported at once. The number of carriages available would never have been able to transport over 500 students at the same time if it weren't for the magic of expansion charms and engorgement. Charms. Just 6 more months and we're finished with school, Harry murmured, voice a little melancholy. I've always considered the castle as my only home until Severus offered me space in his life, and I'm going to miss the old girl when I graduate. Me too. Ron concurred softly, eyes fondly gleaming. This is where I made the best friends I've ever had and found the love of my life. He hugged Luna to him as she smiled mistily up at him. In spite of the peril in which Dumbledore entangled us, we still made it out of that mess relatively unscathed. If it wasn't for the help of the other students and houses, I don't think we would have survived, Hermione added with a small frown. It's still horrifying to think that the old man had planned for all of the crises in which we found ourselves, purely so that he could maintain his grip on the power that mentoring the Savior had given him. I clung to my trust in that man until all of his dirty little secrets began to be exposed. It was still rather hard for me to let go of my illusions, but with the help of all of you, I've been able to put aside those naive beliefs and actually look at him and others with a more jaundiced eye. It sucks that I can't rely unwaveringly on the adults in my life. You can't depend on anyone in your life with that degree of faith, except for yourself. Harry felt the need to gently correct his friend. Like it or not, as human beings, we will all disappoint you or let you down in one form or another. Blind faith in anyone is a slippery slope down which no one should go, but far too many do. Just look at how our part of the magical world relied unquestioningly on Albus, my shite don't stink Dumbledore. Now that the truth is being put out there, they don't know how to react. No one likes their illusions shattered. It leads to uncomfortable questions about their own independence and free will to think that they blindly followed someone just because of a single event that shaped our world in the 1940s. That's frighteningly insightful, Harry, Draco quipped, a grin on his face. Where was this brain hiding all these years? Ha. The brunette snarked good-naturedly. Because of that stupid dog and pony show Bumblefuck put on every year, I rarely had time to study. Hell, with everything that went on, I was lucky if I was able to complete my homework. My concentration was non-existent because of all of the adventures in which we ended up embroiled. Not to mention that I had those ridiculously unreasonable expectations hanging over me like the sword of Damocles. If it wasn't for all of the support I had from my friends and housemates, I don't think I would have made it past third year. We love you too, Luna murmured with a cheeky grin. They finally reached the front door of the castle and exited their carriage, chatting with other students as they made their way up the stairs and through the entryway. They traversed the entrance hall to the doors of the Great Hall. The excitement the seventh years felt infecting the other years as the roar of conversations ebbed and flowed like the ocean tides. Once everyone was finally seated at their house tables, with promises for meeting up in the library later, everyone waited expectantly for dinner to start. McGonagall stood up and tapped her glass with her butter knife until the hall fell into a hushed silence. Ministriors are here to interview some of the students and staff regarding the disappearance of Rita Skeeter, she announced, mouth pinched in irritation. As you all know, Miss Skeeter had made a nuisance of herself regarding several of our students, and, since her disappearance is highly suspicious, the Aurors wish to interview all who may have had a grudge against the reporter. I urge you to cooperate to the fullest with the investigation. The quicker they receive answers to their questions, the quicker they'll leave the school and allow us to continue your educations. A house elf popped into Potions class and handed Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Draco notes, requesting their presence in the anteroom behind the head table in the Great Hall after class. Emerald eyes met Eben as the raven-haired young man nodded discreetly to his foster father. You should be just about ready to bottle your elixirs, Professor Snape announced as he made the rounds one more time. Do not forget to put your names, the date, and the name of the potion on your samples before placing them on my desk. If you have not completed your potion, clean up your work area and let me know so that I might put a stasis charm on it. You will return here after dinner to complete your work and turn it in. Dismissed. Everyone streamed out of the classroom except for Malfoy, Potter, Granger, and Weasley. Harry handed his note to the potion's master, who read it with narrowed eyes. Mr. Potter, please come to the anteroom behind the head table in the Great Hall as soon as class is finished. We have some questions to ask you about your relationship with Rita Skeeter. Kingsley Shacklebolt Auror. Well, the dour man remarked idly as he stared at the missive, it doesn't surprise me that you lot are being called for an interview. Two of you had been on the receiving end of her vitriol, and one of you, dark eyes stared unblinkingly at the blonde, who flushed in embarrassed shame for his hand in tormenting Harry, saw fit to disrupt the educational process by giving that pest half-truths and outright lies. I don't blame Draco for any of that, Harry quickly defended the blonde. Skeeter would have gotten information one way or another. Draco wasn't the only one to speak to her, after all. She was also an unregistered animagus and used it to spy on not only the school but the ministry as well. Just be grateful that she didn't target you with her poison pen, Dad. Had she done that, I would have trapped her in her beetle form and used her in my potions, the professor intoned threateningly. I believe I have some experimental elixirs that could have used the elytra of a tansy beetle, and it would have rid our world of a dangerous insurrectionist. As it is, tansy beetles are incredibly rare and endangered, so having one at my disposal would have been a boon for me. Anyway, I believe you should take care of this interview so that they don't come hunting you. Do be careful, and try to employ some restraint when you answer their questions. Hello, Harry, Kingsley said with a smile. I'm sorry to interrupt your lessons, and this is just a formality, but we're quite aware of the rather contentious relationship you had with Skeeter, and we just need to rule you out in regards to her disappearance. I understand, Kings, the raven-haired teen replied with a shrug. She mysteriously vanishes, and everyone starts pointing the finger at me. Though there were quite a few times that I wanted to do something about her, I'm just not that type of person to go after someone out of vengeance. Have a seat and we'll get started, the Auror stated as he gestured to a chair that was placed in front of a long, rectangular table. On the other side were 3 other chairs, and 2 were occupied by John Dawlish and Gawain Robards. Shacklebolt took the one between his compatriots and opened a file folder in which were a number of parchments. Now, we went through Ms. Skeeter's files in her office at the Daily Prophet, and we found drafts for all of the stories she had written about you over the years. There were also quite a few that she hadn't had printed up, No doubt she kept them in reserve in case she needed something truly scandalous to earn her salary. We'll need to go through these and ask you some rather intrusive questions about them, if you're willing. May I have Severus Snape in here with me? The emerald-eyed teen requested softly. He has offered to mentor me and teach me what I need to know about being Lord Potter, as well as how to function in wizarding society. I'd feel more comfortable if I had some moral support through this. Of course, Mr. Potter, Dawlish agreed readily. He didn't really want to be here, interviewing children about Skeeter's activities. He especially didn't want to trouble the young man who had sacrificed his life so that their world could have peace, and over a worthless rumor-monger who caused no end of trouble to the young man, as well as the ministry itself. Tibby, John called out softly. The Hogwarts house elf popped in, tugging her ears as she stared at the Auror fearfully. Could you go and bring Severus Snape here, please? I is being doing so right away, she squeaked, popping away only to be back seconds later with the potion's master. Lord Potter wanted you to be present as moral support for his questioning, Gawain grudgingly told the former Death Eater. Please have a seat. Nodding, Severus summoned a chair over to the table from a far corner and sat next to his foster son, hand on the back of the teen's chair in a clear message that, no matter what, the older man would protect the younger one, even if it was from the Aurors themselves. Now, Shacklebolt said into the tense silence, where were you on December 14th, Mr. Potter? That was the last time anyone saw her in the Prophet's offices. She was putting that rather nasty story about an affair between you and Dumbledore to bed, and afterward she retreated to her office. The staff there told us that she had received a great many howlers the day after the story was published, but then they didn't see her again following that. I was here, in the school, and surrounded by hundreds of people, the teen replied with a shrug. Well, we heard that you have an invisibility cloak that you use to get around the castle at night without being discovered. Robards growled as he glared at Snape. The older man was deeply offended at the idea of their chosen one consorting with known Death Eaters and figured that, without the headmaster's stern but kind influence, the boy was headed down the wrong path. To his mind, Harry was guilty of the reporter's disappearance by virtue of his relationship with one of you-know-who's top minions. It was my father's and Dumbledore gave it to me in my first year so that I would explore the castle, Harry replied with a frown. I guess he saw it as a way to give me a happy childhood, since he denied that to me by putting me with my abusive relatives. You could have used that to sneak out of school and sneak into the newspaper office, killing Skeeter so that she would stop printing up your secrets. Robards insisted heatedly as he stood, leaning on his hands over the table, trying to intimidate the teen. Skeeter had been trashing my reputation since before I came back to the magical world, Harry stated flatly, emerald eyes hard as he stared at the Auror. There was nothing I could do to stop her, and my alleged magical guardian, who could have curtailed her prurient activities, did fuck all to protect me. I knew fighting against her poison pen was an exercise in futility, so I just went about my life ignoring everything she said. As long as no one came after me for what was printed in that rag, I didn't care what was said. If I didn't do anything about it when it started, why would I do anything about it now? Chapter 20. Stand down, Robards, Kingsley barked angrily. He was required to bring 2 Aurors with him for these interviews so that the DMLE could have a broader perspective in the investigation. It was often true that, while an officer was doing the interview, he or she frequently missed the small, subtle clues in a gesture or facial expression that could indicate dishonesty or prior knowledge of the crime. So they decided to send 3 Aurors to each investigation so that the memories of the 2 observing could be added to the interview and give a broader picture to the suspect or witness testimony. Robards was a rabid adversary to Death Eaters, whether they were guilty or innocent of the crimes of which they'd been accused. He was also a devoted acolyte of Saint Dumbledore and wouldn't listen to anything said about the man that was in any way less flattering. The Auror took his seat, glaring at the teen with a mulish expression on his face. I apologize for Auror Robards' behavior, Harry, Shacklebolt said sheepishly. The recent articles coming out about one of our most celebrated citizens have been a little hard to take for a lot of us. I get that, Harry replied, eyes narrowed on Robards hostilely. I felt the same way about the bastard until after his death, when I found out that he knew I had a piece of the monster's soul inside me since that awful Halloween night when my parents died. Before we go any further, Severus interrupted, dark eyes inscrutable. I want to make sure that anything mentioned in this interview goes no further than to those who need to know. I don't wish for some of this information to be used against Harry in any way. We're sworn to a vow of confidentiality as soon as we take our aura oaths. Dawlish reassured the pair with a small smile. We're privy to a lot of very sensitive information that, should it get out, could cause any number of problems. As well, these memories will be removed and stored in the Department of Mysteries for a period of 50 years. We've grown accustomed to blank spaces in our minds where extremely dangerous information used to be. What happens to the information after it's taken? The raven-haired teen asked curiously. The unspeakables put it away in memory orbs, just in case we need it later for a project or to verify something that occurred that might have happened before. After 50 years, the orbs are destroyed, based on when they were collected. It's our way of protecting state secrets, for lack of a better term. Enough of this chit-chat, Robards growled angrily. You never answered the question, Mr. Potter. What question? Harry snapped back, emerald eyes glittering angrily. You never asked a question. You only made accusations. Can you prove that you were here at the school when Skeeter disappeared? Gawain ground out through gritted teeth. Yes, the brunette snarled, furious that this man was harassing him. I have a whole dining hall full of Gryffindors and Slytherins who can attest to my presence, as well as the professors. What time was this? Kingsley queried, scribbling furiously on the interview report. Dinner, was a short answer. How do you know the time that Skeeter disappeared, Mr. Potter? Robards queried slyly, sure that he'd caught the teen in a lie. I don't, Harry barked, thoroughly sick and tired of the accusation in the Auror's voice. I'm assuming, just like you and everyone else, that she'd been in her office after 5 o'clock. According to the prophet, she was putting her latest story to bed, which indicates that it was early evening when they last saw her. I was in the Great Hall having dinner around the time she would be getting her latest bit of trash ready for printing. The paper also said, as did several of her co-workers, that no one saw her after that. Robards pressed on, trying to get the boy to say something incriminating. For all we know, you could have sneaked out into the newspaper office to kill her after everyone else went home. Just because you were seen in the school around the time that everyone assumes she was last seen doesn't mean that you didn't commit the crime. I had nothing to do with the disappearance of Skeeter, Harry hollered, incensed. Where was all of this concern when Umbridge was making me carve words into the back of my hand with a blood quill all of 5th year? Where was all this concern when the Dementors swarmed the castle in my 3rd year? Where was all this concern when I was forced to participate in a tournament for which I'd never signed up? Where was all this concern when my relatives were beating the ever-loving shite out of me every summer? The teenager stopped to get his anger back under control, breathing heavily as he tried to stuff the genie back into the bottle. Once he'd regained his composure, he continued, voice flat and eyes hard. Some of your Aurors were part of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, and were assigned guard duty once Moldy Shorts had returned. Their orders were specific. I was not allowed out of the house for fear that the Death Eaters or Moldy Valdi would get their hands on me. Never mind that old Snakeface used my blood in his resurrection ritual, which made those blood wards around the Dursleys completely superfluous. Never mind that I would have been safer with the Death Munchers than I was with my relatives. Emerald eyes focused on Shacklebolt, who had the grace to drop his eyes in shame. I'm sure that the bellowing and screaming was heard by my Minders, as was the flesh-on-flesh contact, as they brutalized me. I'm also positive that my babysitters noticed how emaciated I was throughout the summer as the Dursleys systematically starved me. Hell, the neighbors watched, doing nothing, as Dudley and his gang assaulted me on a daily basis in front of the Order's guards. Yet no one brought these issues to anyone else's attention. None of the on-duty Aurors who watched over me bothered to go to the DMLE and report the abuse, starvation, and neglect of a wizarding child by muggles. Yet when one illegal animagus with a repellent personality and a penchant for lying disappears, the whole of the British wizarding public is up in arms. May we have the memories of your treatment at the hands of your muggle relatives? Dawlish asked, brown eyes troubled. This was the first he'd heard that the savior of the wizarding world hadn't grown up safe and loved. I respectfully decline that request, the raven-haired teen said softly. The Dursleys disappeared shortly after Voldemort was terminated. They told me that they were going somewhere far away from Britain and changing their names so that us freaks can't ever find them again. Unless those Minders step forward to identify themselves, I won't be responsible for the loss of their jobs or any other punishment the DMLE would like to inflict. They don't need to be made an example to the rest of the department for doing something that they thought was right. Are we finished here? Hello, Mr. Malfoy, Dawlish murmured as the blonde entered the interrogation room. Please have a seat. Robards had been asked to return to the ministry and was told to send Tonks back as his replacement. After Harry and Severus left the room, Kingsley had ripped into the aura about his attitude and blatant hostility toward the Chosen One. After the exchange of a few heated words, Kingsley sent Gawain packing with a warning. Any more blatant prejudice against innocent people and he'd be drummed out of the Auror Corps. Harry told me that one of you was very hostile toward him and had tried to accuse him of being responsible for the disappearance of Skeeter, Malfoy remarked flatly. Potter wouldn't do such a thing. The one time he accidentally killed someone was horrific for him. He still feels guilty for defending himself against one of the Dark Lord's minions. Could you explain this accidental murder? Kingsley queried. You're quite aware of some of the tests that Dumbledore created for Harry, since they've been printed in the paper, the blonde said on a sigh. Well, at the end of first year, after he went down into the belly of Hogwarts to protect the stone, he came back from the experience badly shaken and full of guilt. I'd overheard him explain what happened to his two best friends, and I must say that even though my father was a Death Eater and I'd grown up with stories of revels and Voldemort's exalted purpose, I don't think I could have come out of that situation wholly sane. Quirrell was possessed by the spirit of the Dark Lord and was intent on killing Harry so that he could get the stone. When Potter discovered that his touch had the power to hurt Quirrellmort, he grabbed the man's face, watching in horror as the defense professor's body turned to ash. He was burned to death from the inside. Why didn't the boy let go then, if it was hurting Quirrell that badly? Tonks asked softly, eyes wide with horror. Harry knew that if he'd allowed Quirrellmort to escape, he'd only come back at Harry harder, which could have resulted in the end of my friend's life. Potter felt he'd had no choice if he wanted to survive. He wanted to make sure that Voldemort couldn't come after him again, and thought that was the only way to accomplish it. Did he ever get counseling for that? Kingsley queried, frowning in consternation. Where was the headmaster at that time? Dumbledore had been called away, as the paper reported. Draco replied with a heavy sigh. However, he wasn't gone the whole night. I saw him return about a half hour later and creep up to his office, so I can only assume that he came back to watch the adventure unfold. And no, my friend didn't get counseling for the trauma he'd suffered. He was dragged up to the headmaster's office as soon as Madame Pomfrey checked him over, where he was grilled for a few hours on the events before he was allowed to go back to his common room. Were you responsible for the disappearance of Rita Skeeter? Tonks queried her cousin. No, I wasn't, Draco denied softly. I was the one to start feeding that witch false information in fourth year. Potter and I had an unfriendly rivalry, mostly based on his refusal of my hand in friendship before first year. It was only exacerbated by my father's views on blood purity and magical strength. I've since learned that my father's views are outdated, that blood purity has nothing to do with magical strength, and in fact it seems that the purer the blood, the weaker the magic. It was a hard lesson to learn, but well worth it, since I gained a lot more friends because of it. Do you think that Mr. Potter would be capable of killing Skeeter? Dawlish asked next. Would he seek revenge for the torment she'd caused him? Harry's not like that, Draco argued, his calm assurance impressing the Aurors. I'll let you in on a little secret. After Potter did his duty to the wizarding world and killed the Dark Lord, he spent several days hiding in the Room of Requirement, mourning for the man that Tom Riddle could have been, had he been given even the slimmest of chances whilst he was in Hogwarts. Both Harry and Riddle had very similar childhoods. Both were abused and neglected, and both were manipulated by Albus Dumbledore, but each for entirely different reasons. Yes, Harry did what he'd had to do to protect this world from that monster taking over, and he'd sacrifice his life 100 times over if it meant that his friends could have long, happy lives. His sacrifice, however, came with a very steep price that I believe he's going to pay for a very long time. He never wanted to be a murderer. We as a world turned him into that, and he bore up under the pressure magnificently. But Would he hurt or kill someone to exact revenge for any perceived slight? No. If he was that sort of person, I've no doubt I'd be sitting in Azkaban right now for everything that my family and I had done to him over the years. So, no, Harry did not kill Skeeter, nor did he cause her disappearance. Chapter 21. Did you have any reason to terminate Skeeter's life? Dawlish queried. Since you've befriended Mr. Potter, and considering how vindictive the Malfoys can be, it would be logical to assume that you might rid Mr. Potter of this particular albatross in remorse, if nothing else. No, I didn't, Draco replied with a small frown. I understand that my father's reputation, as well as his activities, precedes me, but I am nothing like him. I learned many hard lessons when the monster moved into my house in my 6th year, but one of the harshest was that I was all bark, no bite. When I was given the task of murdering Albus Dumbledore, I couldn't do it. I didn't have the guts to stain my soul like that, even though my failure would have resulted in the deaths of my parents. However, looking back at what that man did to Harry and his friends and the danger he'd put the entire school into through his manipulations, I can cheerfully say that if he were standing before me now, I would have eviscerated him and enjoyed watching him die slowly and painfully. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, Tonks told her cousin softly, shivering a little at the rather graphic response. That will be all for now. Could you please send in Ronald Weasley? Malfoy left the room, and it was a few moments before the redhead entered and sat across from the Aurors. Hello, Kingsley Tonks, the freckle-faced young man greeted with a grin. Hello, Ron, the dark-skinned Auror replied with a nod. What's been your take on the disappearance of Rita Skeeter? I hate to say this, and I know it's going to make me sound callous, but she got exactly what she deserved, Weasley replied, voice hard. She never missed an opportunity to go after Harry, no matter where he was or what he was doing. Even whilst he was stuck in the Muggle world for the summers, she still used her poison pen to rip his reputation to shreds. All for that almighty galleon. What do you know about her disappearance? Kingsley queried, brow furrowed in concern. Only what the papers have said, the redhead answered indifferently. Everyone's been speculating that one of her many enemies had finally gotten to her. And if they did, I hope they made her suffer for what she'd done, not only to Harry but to our part of the magical world. What she did when she tore after our most prominent citizens was to sow fear and discontent. She made it seem like our only hope for survival was in on Voldemort's efforts to subdue us. That Harry was part of the problem, instead of being the solution. Look, he continued softly, blue eyes on his hands. I know it sounds like I only see Harry as the boy who lived, and for much of our first year, that's exactly what I thought. Being the last boy born in our family left me with little to achieve that would mark me as someone special, but with Harry's friendship and the fact that he was the savior, I finally had something to call my own that made me unique in my own right. It wasn't until Hermione, Harry, and I went through that pathetic excuse for protections at the end of the year that I realized that Harry was just a boy, the same as I was. That realization, coupled with the clues Harry gave us about his home life, made me rethink how I considered my friendship with him, and I became a better friend for it. Of course, 4th year was a bit of a problem, but we worked through it. He didn't trust me as much as he did before the tournament, and I only have myself to blame, but Harry is, and always will be one of the kindest, purest souls I've ever met. Did Mr. Potter put his name in the Goblet of Fire? Shacklebolt asked curiously. Dumbledore never said anything one way or the other, and we were never told the whole story. No, he didn't, Weasley said with a grimace. I know I spent the first part of the year accusing him of being a lying cheat, but after the first task with the dragons, I quickly changed my tune. I'd forgotten how Harry had reacted to all of the attention he'd gotten in the previous 3 years, and I also chose to ignore the fact that he had plenty of his own money and didn't need the prize. Anyway, it was Bartemius Crouch, Jr., disguised as Mad Eye Moody, who put Harry's name in the cup. The intent was to kidnap my friend at the end of the last task and use him in a resurrection ritual. I'm surprised no one told any of you about that. Fudge was quite the obstructionist, Dawlish replied with a scowl. There were too many unanswered questions about the events that had occurred here over the last nearly 8 years, and Cornelius spent much of that with his head stuck in the sand, ignoring the elephant in the room in his efforts to keep his job. We were never told about the escaped Death Eater posing as a professor, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, the possessed teacher who nearly killed a student, or the senior undersecretary's torture of Mr. Potter and the Muggle-born students. All of that has come to our attention through the reporters at the Daily Prophet, who were willing to share Albus' diaries and his autobiography with us. Through that, we also discovered how many times the entire student body was in danger from external forces. We've decided to partner with the school board of governors and have some legal representatives on that body to keep an eye on what goes on inside the castle. Do you think Harry Potter would be willing to kill Rita Skeeter to shut her up? No, Ron answered flatly. Despite the fact that he'd had a sliver of that monster soul in him since he was 15 months old, he never let it affect him. I think he unconsciously kept that bit of blackness separated from himself in order to protect his magic and his own soul. It wasn't until Voldemort returned in Harry's 4th year that the connection became more active. Harry could feel Riddle's emotions, and sometimes they were so overwhelming that he reacted badly to their influence. But he never relaxed enough to allow Moldy Valdi to have control of him. In fact, he was torn up inside for the last 3 years, worrying that he was somehow becoming more like Riddle as the days passed. Sirius had talked him off that particular ledge a couple of times, and sometimes Hermione or I would have to intervene when his thoughts and fears about himself became too dark and overwhelming. But he persevered, and when Tom tried to possess him in the Ministry A couple of years ago, it was his love for his friends and his parents that forced Voldemort out, rather painfully. At that successful ejection, Harry finally realized that he would never be like Riddle, that he knew how to feel love for others, despite the Dursleys' attempts to turn him into something less than human. Did you know about the abuse Potter suffered? Tonks asked, glancing at her superiors cautiously. In the summer before our 2nd year, Fred, George, and I had to rescue him from his Muggle relatives, Ron answered on a sigh. I hadn't received any letters from him all summer, and I was starting to get worried. When I told Fred and George, they agreed, and as soon as night fell, we took Dad's flying car to Surrey to save my friend. He was locked in his room and was being fed a single can of cold soup every other day, pushed into his room through a cat flap in the door. Hedwig was locked in her cage, and Harry shared his very meager meals with her. There were bars on only his bedroom window, and we pulled them off using my dad's flying car. We got his stuff, his owl, and flew away, but not before Harry's Muggle uncle tried to keep him there. We played tug-of-war with that fat bastard, with Harry as the rope between us. So, to answer your question, yes, we knew about how he was being treated. We tried to tell Mom, but she just wanted to yell at us for taking the car. She wouldn't listen to anything we said, and I sometimes wonder why she'd just ignore Harry's obvious neglect. I mean, he inhaled 2 plates of breakfast that first day and definitely looked grossly underfed. Did you kill Rita Skeeter to protect your friend from her poison pen? Dawlish queried, eyebrow quirked. Could I kill her? Ron questioned in return. Yes, I could, happily and cheerfully, and with a great deal of pain inflicted on her. After the way she consistently and viciously went after 2 of my friends, I would have hunted her down and squashed her under my boots. Did you know that she was an illegal beetle animagus? It never occurred to you to ask how she could find out about all of those secret meetings you lot had at the ministry, or how she knew so much about what was happening here at the school. Did I kill her? No, absolutely not. Harry would not have wanted me to stain my soul like that, though a very small part of him would have appreciated what I'd done for him. The most important part of him would have been ashamed of me, and I couldn't bear that. I'd done enough to erode the trust and faith he once had in me. But killing Skeeter, or anyone for that matter, would have resulted in him losing any love he'd felt for me, and I simply can't bear the thought of it. He is the best friend I've ever had, the best friend I will ever have, and I won't do anything to lose that again. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Shacklebolt said with a small smile. Could you send in Miss Granger, please? Ron left, and moments later Hermione entered the room, sitting down in front of the Aurors and twisting her hands together nervously. Do you believe that Harry would ever kill Rita Skeeter in revenge for what she'd done to his reputation? Of course not, the bushy-haired girl blared, scandalized. Harry only wanted vengeance against one person, and that was for the murders of his mom and dad. Voldemort paid with his life for what he'd done to Harry and the wizarding world, But that doesn't mean that he hasn't felt remorse and sadness for what he'd had to do. He felt remorse for killing he who must not be named? Tonks asked incredulously. His name is Voldemort, and now that he's gone, you don't have to worry about the taboo on his moniker, Granger growled as she glared at the youngest Aura with a bit of contempt. Nymphadora flushed under the censure in the younger girl's eyes, shrugging sheepishly. And yes, Harry felt a great deal of remorse for being forced to kill another human being. Still does, as a matter of fact. Tom Riddle grew up violently abused in an orphanage in the middle of London, when there were nearly daily airstrikes during World War II. Harry always thought, but for the grace of God go I, he sees a lot of similarities in the way Riddle grew up and the way that he did. The biggest difference between the two of them is that Voldemort had no friends in school. He felt he had no need for them, which only encouraged that isolation. Riddle had been an outcast in Slytherin because of his blood. It wasn't until he started speaking Parseltongue and proved himself to be the heir of Slytherin that he was finally accepted, and the future Dark Lord preyed on the purebloods' insecurities and the fact that half-bloods and muggleborns were slowly becoming the majority in the school. Harry made friends on the train, and it was because of us, keeping him grounded, that he didn't turn out to be an even bigger evil than Tom. Despite Dumbledore's best efforts to destroy Harry's spirit, everyone who befriended him kept him sane, for lack of a better term. We are the rock behind which he shelters when he needs to get away, and we will always provide that shelter, no matter what. What about you, Miss Granger? Kingsley queried. Did you kill Skeeter? No, the 19-year-old replied with a frown. I'd more or less ignored what she was doing to Harry, to my everlasting shame, so I didn't feel that she required any retaliation for her words. They were only words, after all. It was when she turned that vitriol on me in 4th year that I finally realized how Harry felt, and he'd been putting up with it from his first year. She accused me of playing Harry against Krum, the Durmstrang champion, and I was infuriated. Though Harry's name had been dragged through the mud, he didn't ever receive mail that was cursed, nor did he get any howlers. I, however, got no less than 50 howlers a day after that article, and some letters containing bubotuberpus. I was injured because of it, and I vowed that I would do something to that wretched woman whenever I got the chance. So, a week before the end of term, I caught her in her animagus form and sealed her in an unbreakable jar. I told her that I'd let her go once we'd reached London, and that she was to keep her poison pin to herself for a year, or I'd report her illegal animagus in her activities. Surprisingly, she obeyed my edict until 5th year, when Fudge had started going after Harry and Dumbledore for talking about the Dark Lord's return. So you kidnapped her? Tonks asked incredulously. Kidnap is such a strong word, Hermione replied airily. I detained her temporarily until she could correct her behavior. Hermione Granger, the young woman said as she stood. You are under arrest for the kidnapping of Rita Skeeter. Stand down, or Tonks, Dawlish drawled, smirking at the shocked look on the woman's face. Skeeter isn't here to press charges, and the statute of limitations has passed for what can be termed involuntary detainment. Miss Granger didn't really commit any actionable offense. He turned to the student and said, You may go. Chapter 22. Hey, I just thought of something, Harry, Ron suddenly said one weekend. Everyone was in the common room, just relaxing and enjoying the peace of the day. I wondered where all that smoke was coming from, Hermione quipped, a grin on her face. Her attitude change had greatly improved her relationships with her friends and housemates, and she was blossoming into a much better person, with patience and tact. Bite me. The redhead snarked back, his own face wreathed in a joyful smile. Anyway, doesn't everyone in our part of the magical world owe you a life debt? Harry's head came up, and he stared at his best friend for several long moments, until Weasley turned Fire Engine red in embarrassment. I mean, it's a logical assumption, after all, Ron continued defensively. Life debts are gained when you directly set out to protect someone else's existence. Nothing says that more than walking to your death in a selfless sacrifice for the people of Wizarding UK. But I didn't do it for them, Ron, the raven-haired teen explained patiently. I did it for my parents and for all the orphans Tom had created with his genocidal agenda. I did it for the very people in this castle because I didn't want to see any more lives lost to that madness. But most of all, I did it for me so that I could actually have a life free of the constant fear and stress and loneliness. At the baffled and offended looks he received, Harry elaborated. Have you any idea what it's like to have an entire society depending on you for salvation? Was not the question everyone was expecting, and his closest friend's eyes filled with sorrowful understanding. When I was just 15 months old, and I'd just lost my parents, the wizarding world was celebrating their freedom. When I was 4 and locked in a cupboard because I'd done some accidental magic, the people of magical England were blithely living their best lives, knowing that a baby had chased away the big bad. None of them gave me a passing thought, unless it was to revel in their freedom, supposedly granted by my miraculous survival and Tom's ignominious defeat. Not a single person outside these walls ever thanked, blessed, or otherwise acknowledged the true heroes that night. My father gave my mom enough time to get me into the nursery and activate the blood sacrifice ritual they'd inscribed in the room, giving up their lives so that I may survive. That uncomplicated, unreserved love they had for me is what saved my life that night, and what turned Voldemort back, if only temporarily. Hell, not many inside the castle bothered to show their gratitude for the right people. I didn't do anything that night. I was 15 months old, exhibiting the normal accidental magic that most infants and toddlers show, and nothing more. Dumbledore knew what kind of sacrifice my parents made, and he took full advantage of it to create his puppet martyr. So it's those of us in the castle who owe you a life debt? Seamus asked hesitantly. He was feeling overwhelming shame at the way he'd treated Harry over the years, all based on the slanderous lies that the prophet printed, created by Skeeter's poison pen. No, Harry demurred gently, a fond smile on his face. The only life debts I've incurred are from Arthur Weasley, Peter Pettigrew, Ron, Severus, and Draco. Pettigrew died because I called in the debt. I've released the one from Mr. Weasley because he's family, and family doesn't owe family. Ron's was paid when he saved my life in return whilst we were missing for most of the last school year, and Draco's was offset by saving my life when he didn't identify me to his father after Ron. Hermione and I were captured by the Snatchers. I absolved Severus of the debt I'd inherited from James as soon as he offered to mentor me and help me make my way in this world that I barely know. What I wanted when I walked out into the Forbidden Forest was to be reunited with my parents, Sirius and Remus. Potter continued quietly. I had some of that when I called them back using the Resurrection Stone. They walked with me to Voldemort and gave me the strength to do what was necessary to end his tyranny. What my sacrifice gained for everyone here was that special protection that I had when Mum died for me, and it protected everyone in the school and on the battlefield until Voldemort was killed. He pulled the Elder Wand and raised it, intoning, I, Harry James Potter, do hereby absolve everyone from any and all life debts they may owe to me, because I would not have survived had they not worked behind the scenes to weaken the Dark Lord Voldemort's hold on the magical world. So mote it be. There was silence for a while before Neville brought something else up. Hey, Harry, when you told me about your adventure in first year, something about that whole thing has bothered me off and on since. I was wondering, if the gauntlet was to protect the stone from Voldemort, why give the aids to help solve them? I mean, if you're going to protect something valuable, wouldn't it be smarter to make sure that no one can get to it, no matter what? Hey, yeah, Seamus chimed in, brow furrowed and accent thicker in his outrage. Why leave brooms so that you can fly up to the keys? Why use a devil's snare as the first trap, knowing that nearly every adult wizard who graduated from Hogwarts knows how to get rid of it? Why provide the ability to move through the challenges in the first place if you didn't want anyone to get the stone? All good questions, came a dark voice from the common room entrance, and we'll hopefully get the answers from the articles being published by the prophet. Now, Severus continued with a small smile, it's nearly dinner time, so you should probably get ready for it. January 15th, 1999, The Daily Prophet. Investigation stalls. Rita Skeeter's disappearance still a mystery. Colleen Peck, reporter. Aurors have combed through Rita Skeeter's office looking for clues to her whereabouts. They found quite a few illegal items that the reporter used to spy on the ministry and certain individuals in the wizarding world, as well as folders full of unpublished articles and 2 biographies, one for our hero, Harry Potter, and one for Albus Dumbledore. In looking through the pages, one could see the clear intent of the reporter to completely destroy the reputations of not only one of our most cherished citizens and the defeater of the Dark Lord Voldemort, but our once revered headmaster and chief warlock, all for that next galleon. In reading some of the articles, this reporter can't help but feel relieved that Skeeter never had the chance to submit them, for if she did, the newspaper would have gone bankrupt defending itself from the viciously slanderous stories. The DMLE has investigated a very long list of suspects, which included several students of Hogwarts, who were her victims at one time or another, purely based on the fact that they were close to Harry Potter. There was no new information provided in the interviews, nor were there any fresh leads. If anyone has any information that could lead to resolving the disappearance of Rita Skeeter, please contact the Department of Magical Law Enforcement or this newspaper with your knowledge. Editor-in-Chief Barnabas Cuff has offered a 10,000 galleon reward for any leads that result in the arrest of the guilty party. January 16th, 1999, The Daily Prophet. Harry Potter meets his godfather. Sirius Black innocent of all charges. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. This must be said and understood by everyone in our neck of the wizarding world. Sirius Orion Black was innocent of all the charges laid against him near the end of the First Wizard's War with Voldemort. He was not responsible for betraying the Potters to the Dark Lord, because he was not the secret keeper. Peter Parker Pettigrew was. Black was also not responsible for murdering Pettigrew and 12 innocent muggles when a gas main was blown up with the Bombarda. Pettigrew was. He, along with his other friends, learned to become animagi during their time at school, to help Remus Lupin keep his human mind during his werewolf transformation. James Potter was a stag, Sirius Black was a grim, and Pettigrew was, wait for it, a rat. After that horrible night in 1981, Black, who knew that the rat was the actual secret keeper, went after Pettigrew to enact a little vengeance for killing Black's surrogate family, which left little Harry Potter alone and vulnerable on the worst night of his life. Now, as close as the Potters and Black were, it's understandable that he'd want to get the accomplice to their murderer. No doubt his mind wasn't on his responsibilities to the surviving Potter child. Thinking reasonable people can understand that, but what happened next is beyond the pale. Since Crouch Sr. called for martial law near the end of the First War, anyone and everyone who was even suspected of being in league with Voldemort was arrested. When Aurors apparat to the Muggle village and the scene of the conflagration, they found Black on his knees, alternately laughing and crying as he admitted that he was responsible, that it was his fault that his friends were dead. Taking this as a confession, they took him to the ministry, where he was tossed into a cell in Azkaban with a notation on his file that simply stated trial pending. Unfortunately, in the upheaval after the fall of Voldemort and the subsequent Death Eater trials, Sirius Black was lost in the shuffle, and he spent nearly 13 years in prison without a trial for a crime he didn't commit. Much of this information is outlined in Dumbledore's papers, and with these facts are some plans for the orphan boy who lived. Dumbledore, who had been the one to perform the Fidelius charm on the Potters twice, knew perfectly well that Black was innocent, but did nothing to release him, stating, "I need to make sure that my sacrificial lamb follows me and is completely obedient and subservient, and I know that Sirius won't raise him that way. He'll teach Harry everything he needs to know to function successfully in the wizarding world, and those lessons will surely result in a stronger, more confident Potter heir. I can't have that child fighting against me at the worst possible moment. So leaving Black in the prison is the only way I can maintain complete control over my puppet." It was at this point that Dumbledore placed Harry Potter with his abusive relatives and never bothered to check up on him the entire time he lived there. Oh, he had some of his sycophantic followers spying on the child after Riddle's resurrection, but they did nothing to interfere with or halt the persistent abuse and starvation, all at Dumbledore's orders. When Black escaped the prison, his only thought was to protect his godson, and with Pettigrew in Hogwarts for the boy's third year, that urgent need became paramount. It is perhaps fortunate that the child never knew he had a guardian in the magical world to whom he could have gone before that year. This reporter can only imagine how that knowledge would have sapped the will to live from the little boy, knowing that there was someone out there who could have taken him and never bothered to try. There were a few challenges during Harry Potter's third year at the school, and with the threat of Sirius Black hanging over the child's head, former Minister of Magic Cornelius Oswald Fudge thought it a good idea to position 100 Dementors around the school to protect a single child. Let me repeat that 100 Dementors around over 500 students to protect one lone, little 13-year-old boy. Ponder that monstrous thought for a moment. Through several hits and misses, one resulting in the students being kept in the Great Hall overnight whilst the castle was searched for Black, Harry was finally able to meet his godfather for the first time, and it was rather anticlimactic. Albus Dumbledore had arranged for Hermione Granger to get permission to use a time Turner for their entire third year, under the guise of attending all the classes so that she could choose the right electives to continue. However, even in this, Dumbledore had plans upon plans. Through subtle manipulation and maneuvering, he was able to move his pawns into place in such a way that Pettigrew was allowed to escape and return to Voldemort. Lupin missed his wolfsbane and turned in front of Potter and his two best friends. And Hermione Granger, with Potter, used her time turner to go back far enough to rescue a condemned hippogriff and an escaped convict, who used the hippogriff to flee. What was the test for this year? Well, the Dementors had an adverse effect on Harry Potter. He heard his mother begging for his life and saw a green flash of light every time one came near. That's right, folks. Harry Potter hears his mother's murder every time one of these soul-sucking demons gets close. Several times, the hellish spirits swarmed the school, once during a Quidditch match in which Potter fell off his broom. So Potter begged then Dada Professor Remus Lupin to teach him the Patronus charm, so that he could protect himself. It was these lessons that saved both the Potter heir and the Black Lord, as, because of the time turner use, he and Hermione were able to go back in time, and Harry was able to use the charm to chase away the majority of the Dementors, who had swarmed both Sirius Black and Harry Potter. Albus Dumbledore, in his own words, wanted to see if Harry had enough courage and love to save someone who he barely knew. That the Dementors would be an excellent way to gauge Harry's commitment to the wizarding world and its safety. Well, it seems the old man got his wish. Chapter 23, February 14th, 1999, The Daily Prophet. Joyous Valentine's news. Harry Potter to wed his forever person. Nathan Miller, reporter. In what can only be termed as the news of the century, this reporter was given the enviable job of interviewing Harry James Potter and his future husband, Wade Winston Wilson, about their upcoming nuptials, and anything about which they wished to chat, really. N.M. Thank you for reaching out to the Daily Prophet to inform the wide, wizarding world of your impending bonding. H.P. Given the selection of newspapers out there wasn't much choice in the matter. Harry Potter seemed a bit irate that we were his only alternative, and, considering our rather contentious relationship with the young man, I could hardly blame him. N.M. Let me start out by apologizing for all the suffering you'd endured, due to our missing reporter, Rita Skeeter. Though the newspaper profited handsomely because of her articles, it was unfortunately at the expense of your reputation and, at times, your safety. For the record, she was the only reporter given carte blanche by Barnabas Cuff to write whatever she wanted. She was freelance, you see, so she didn't fall under the constraints of the magical contract we all must sign when we become a reporter for the Daily Prophet. WW. I won't speak for Harry in regards to the apology, but I will state that, from the moment he and I met, I've worked hard to make sure he's safe and protected. I have quite the stable of attorneys waiting to litigate any and all people who choose to slander or libel my fiancée. And it's only by virtue of the fact that Ms. Skeeter disappeared just after her last disgusting story that I haven't acted on her words. HP. I do accept your apology, and I don't blame you or any of the other reporters. The stories you've been writing are very professional and above reproach, so I thank you for that. The only people responsible for the trouble Skeeter's articles created are Barnabas Cuff, who accepted that hogwash, and Skeeter herself. So, what are your plans for the future, now that you're nearly finished with school? HP. Well, I'm thinking of getting a triple mastery in spellcrafting, wand making, and potions. Since potions master Severus Snape offered to assist me in learning how to navigate the wizarding world better, he and I have become so much closer that I now see him as a father to me. The feelings are quite mutual, and he's been showing me all the tricks he developed that make him so awesome at his craft. He'd spent nearly the whole time I've been in the wizarding world working to protect me, sometimes even from myself, and I never really got to thank him for that, so thank you, Severus Snape, for acting like the father I always needed when I needed it. I would also like to remind everyone that I wasn't the one to save your arses when Voldemort fell the first time. My mom and dad created a blood ritual protection circle that they used when Riddle came to the cottage. Dad distracted him long enough for Mom to take me upstairs and activate the ritual. They were the true heroes the first time, and I'd like all of you to remember them for their sacrifices. WW. I, of course, am independently wealthy, so I have no need to work. The man's nose was so high in the air that it was a wonder it didn't start bleeding. He held the pose for a few seconds before a wide smile burst forth. Seriously, I have plans for our lives that I don't wish to share with any but the closest of family and friends. I think the wizarding world has had far too much interference in my fiancé's personal life up to now, and I don't wish to allow them anymore. I would respectfully request that your readers honor our desire for our lives to remain private. Fair enough, and yes, I agree that we do have to honor those who fell in the First Wizards' War, but most especially James and Lily Potter. So, what's been happening? I'm not asking for intimate details of your day-to-day interactions, mind. My public and I are just curious about anything you might like to share with us, other than your engagement. HP. Well, I released anyone who might have owed me a life debt from that onerous obligation. It was brought to my attention by my best friend and fellow hero, Ron Weasley, that the British magical world at large might owe me a life debt from my sacrifice to end Voldemort. Though I didn't do it for them, I still don't want them feeling obligated to upend their lives to try and fulfill it. And if they feel they want to thank you for saving their lives, HP, the best way they can do that is to be kinder to one another. Offer a hand of friendship or help where needed. Encourage your families to get rid of that pure-blood bigotry and learn about your neighbors. Build a foster care system for the magical orphans who live in and outside the wizarding world and provide them with loving families and homes. Bring the squibs back home, where they belong if you want to restrict the numbers of Muggleborns being born. Provide early education for magicals raised outside the wizarding world, instead of castigating them for their ignorance. Be aware of and watch for child abuse, especially in the Muggle world. Many of the magical kids who live outside the wizarding world are suffering because the Muggles don't understand or are afraid of the power the children have. I was a victim of persistent abuse and neglect, as was Severus Snape and Tom Riddle, who later became Voldemort. If someone would have offered that boy sanctuary at the right time, he might not have turned out as sadistic as he was. If someone in Slytherin would have ignored his blood and reached out a helping hand, he might not have killed so many magicals, both pure blood and mixed heritage. Here's a little-known fact that might stop someone like him from becoming what he became. Tom Marvolo Riddle, who became Lord Voldemort, was a half-blood in the purest sense. His mother was a near-squib named Mara P. Gaunt, and his father was a Muggle landowner named Tom Riddle. She fell in love with this Muggle, and, using love potions, enticed him to marry her, where she repeatedly raped him whilst he was under the effects of the elixirs. Once she stopped dosing him, he promptly kicked her out and left her destitute and heavily pregnant. She had Voldemort in the orphanage where he grew up, living long enough to name him. His ascent into savagery could have been prevented if someone monitoring accidental magic in Muggle areas would have found him and rescued him. Hell, he might have been turned away from the dark path he'd taken if Albus fucking Dumbledore would have seen him as something more than evil incarnate and granted him sanctuary. And while I think I understand why you're not too keen on the wizarding world right now, if we ignored your abuse the same way we did Professor Snape's and V. Voldemort's. You've given us quite a lot to ponder as we move forward into a new era. Is there anything else about which you'd like to speak? WW. I think we've said all we need to. Here's some pictures to print for our engagement announcement. He handed me some lovely photographs that looked like they'd been taken during the most recent Yule holiday. Thank you once again for sitting and talking with us, and I hope that you and yours have a safe life, full of wonder and excitement. February 19th, 1999, The Daily Prophet. Letters to the editor. Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. Mr. Potter's interview left me reeling. When the Dark Lord fell the first time, we held a 15-month-old baby up as a beacon of hope and safety in dark times. ignoring the sacrifice his parents made to ensure his survival. My paper was full of fanciful stories of where he was living and what he was doing, of how happy, safe, and loved he was. It was also filled with wishes to meet him, to know him, to join him on his many adventures. It wasn't until Mr. Potter spoke with one of our reporters for the first time since the Triwizard Tournament that I realized how very wrong we were. See, from the moment Albus Dumbledore spread the news that Voldemort was gone in 1981, we stopped seeing that child as a child. Instead, we saw him as our own personal property, our own Blarney Stone, something far away and meaningless as anything but a symbol of hope and freedom. When he returned to this world, I allowed Rita Skeeter, to my everlasting shame, to completely shred his reputation because I was earning quite a bit of galleons off the sales of the newspapers. The truly sad part is that the wizarding public ate up all of those articles like they were Honeydukes chocolates and based their opinions of the young man solely on those stories, instead of on any personal interactions with the lad. That too was my fault and my shame to bear. So, to Harry James Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, I apologize. I am so sorry that my lack of interference in what went into my newspapers caused you so much grief and, in some instances, interfered with your safety. In your name, I am donating my biggest manor to the Children's Rescue Project, and I ask that anyone wishing to volunteer to be a committee member for this write to me personally. I have also set up a fund with Gringotts, where anyone can donate money to the project so that we may bring those magical children in the Muggle world into our world and provide them with a safe place to live. It's what we should have insisted on long before this. But, as the saying goes, better late than never. Barnabas Cuff, Editor-in-Chief. Dear Editor, how could you print such scandalous lies? How dare you imply that the savior of the wizarding world is queer? You publish a retraction at once, or I'll never buy your paper again. Christian Walker. Dear Editor, this is probably the 300th letter I've written you about the same old thing, but it's about time that you finally see things my way. I'm glad that you realize that your unrelenting persecution of an innocent young man was wrong. The fact that he sacrificed his life for us should not have been the deciding factor in convincing you of your guilt, but I'm sure the young man will take his peace any way he can get it. Good on you. Carl Mordo. Dear Editor, he's gay? You mean I don't have a chance to bag the savior for my very own? What the hell? Carolina Dean. Dear Editor, how dare the Chosen One encourage us to bring the mudblood filth into our world earlier? He is the shining beacon of wealth and status. Mudbloods don't have either, and have no place in wizarding Great Britain. If he doesn't have the paper printer retraction, I'll take care of the problem myself. Wilson Fisk. February 21st, 1999. The Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter's body found. Death by misadventure. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. It is this reporter's sad duty to inform you all that the body of Rita Skeeter, premier reporter, was found late last night. Aurors were notified that human remains were discovered near an acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest, near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The person who discovered the body was groundskeeper and care of magical creatures Professor Rubius Hagrid, who was out patrolling the forest to ensure that none of the children were up to no good. Here's his call. RH, someone's got to come quick. There's a dead body in the Forbidden Forest, and it looks like it's been eaten. Hurry. KS. Are you sure about that, Hagrid? RH, yes. I was doing my rounds when I nearly tripped over what was left of it. Hurry. Aurors were dispatched by Amelia Bones, and with them went the DMLE forensics team, consisting of Timothy Speedle, magical trace and impressions expert, Henry Andrews, toxicology and DNA expert, and Abigail Ciuto, crime scene analysis and reconstruction expert. After thoroughly examining the scene, evidence pointed to Rita Skeeter creeping into the Forbidden Forest, apparently in a bid to get closer to the school and Harry Potter, and was set upon by the Acromantula colony that resided within that wooded area. Footprints have been discovered, pointing in the direction of the school, and when followed, led to the Shrieking Shack, which sat on the outskirts of the forest. The body was brought back for further examination, and it was discovered that she had been drained of blood and other bodily fluids. The arachnids had injected her with the toxins they used to break down the organs of their prey so that they could feed. Pincer marks littered her form, and from all appearances, More than one spider had feasted on her. DNA evidence verified that the body was that of Rita Skeeter and that she was responsible for her own demise. The investigation has been closed, with death by misadventure listed as the cause of her passing. Well, that's one way to get the ministry off my back, Harry quipped with a grin. Wade and he were in the ROR, where the raven-haired teen usually went to get away from the chaos in the school. I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't be arrested on any sort of suspicion, since you had the biggest axe to grind against that interfering bitch, Wade told his future husband. So I created a simulacrum for her and placed it near the Acromantula colony. I made sure that everything about the body would match with Skeeter, including magical signature. I would definitely consider it a courting gift, the emerald-eyed young man chirped with a grin. Best one so far. Chapter 24. Oh, Merlin, I so did not want to see that, Harry yelped as he backed out of Severus' private quarters, hand over his eyes as he shook his head violently back and forth to get the images out of his mind. Wade was right next to his fiancée, hand over his mouth as he fought not to laugh at the shorter teen. There was a squeak from within the potion's master's chambers, and Severus strode to the door, shirt partially undone as he stared out at his son in all but blood, ebon eyes wide and filled with guilt. Hermione came up a few moments later, her clothing slightly rumpled and hair wilder than normal, as if a tornado had blown through it. Was there something you needed, Harry? Snape husked out, tone worried. No, the brunette replied, hand still covering his eyes as he turned his back to his dad. Just wanted to check in on you, see how you were. If you're going to continue canoodling, perhaps you should put some sort of alert on the door, Wade suggested, voice trembling with the laughter he wanted to release. A necktie, perhaps? Harry should learn to knock. Hermione huffed angrily as she vainly tried to pat her hair into a manageable mess. Then maybe he wouldn't have seen something that's none of his business. I was coming to see my dad, the raven-haired teen snapped as he dropped his hand and spun to glare at the girl. You didn't bother to tell me you were visiting him. And I agree. What the two of you get up to is none of my business. But if I was forewarned that you'd be here, I wouldn't have bothered either one of you. With that, the 18-year-old stormed off, radiating fury like a black cloud. That was completely unnecessary, Hermione, Severus chided gently. And Harry has a point. Had you told him you were coming to visit for a while, he wouldn't have intruded. Unlike most of us, he values the idea of privacy to a great degree, considering that he's had barely any of it since he returned to the wizarding world. The girl opened her mouth, perhaps to defend her actions, but was waylaid by Wade. You were embarrassed at being caught kissing the potion's professor, Death remarked, effectively shutting her mouth. We both understand that, and I dare say Harry does too. Your extreme reaction, however, wasn't necessary, and like he said, had you let him know that you were visiting, he wouldn't have bothered you. Now I have to go find him and calm him down. I'm sure that, once he realized how you felt at being caught, he'll be embarrassed at how he reacted, and feeling guilty for having a go at you. Wade found Harry in the ROR, sitting on a couch and staring into the fire. He sat next to his betrothed and slid an arm across the younger man's shoulders, smiling slightly as the shorter teen leaned into him for comfort. I know, the emerald-eyed youth said on a resigned sigh. Herms was only reacting out of embarrassment, and my quick flash of temper was unnecessary. I hate that condescending, chiding tone in her voice, and she's used it so much during our lives here that I'm sure she doesn't even realize it. I'm thinking that as soon as I graduate and we bond, we should go elsewhere for a long while. I need to get away from everything about the wizarding world that has been so awful, both to me and for me. I'm willing to go wherever you want, love, the future demigod agreed softly. Aren't you going to miss your friends, though? Wherever we settle, they can always come visit. I wouldn't mind having Nev, Draco, Luna, Ginny, and Dennis come see where we live. What about Ron and Hermione? Wade queried a little worriedly. They've been your best friends for 8 years. Why wouldn't you want them to visit you? And I also noticed that you didn't include Severus on that list. Ron will likely come because he's mated to Luna, Harry explained softly. I won't be able to keep Severus away, but he won't have any problem leaving Hermione at home when he does, if that's what I want. So much has happened in the last 2 years, and I don't know which way is up anymore. My feelings for my friends have changed so much, and I don't really know how to talk to them anymore. That year we were on the run, looking for the Horcruxes and escaping the Snatchers, was the hardest I'd ever had. I understood what it was like to go without, since my first 9.5 years on this earth were spent doing just that. But Ron and Hermione? Until that year in the forest, they had no earthly idea what it was like for me with the Dursleys. They didn't know it, but I always made sure I took the smallest amount of whatever food we could scare up. I didn't want them to go hungry, you see, since I was pretty much used to it. The constant complaining and fighting, though, was the hardest with which to deal. I know that the Locket Horcrux was the motivating force behind our conflicts, but a lot of what was said was how they really felt, and I often felt like a third wheel when they tried to comfort each other. I was left out of it most of the time, and I think that's because they always saw me as the strong, silent type. The one who dealt with all the strife in my life with a stiff upper lip. They never understood, and still don't understand, that I needed someone to talk to just as much as they did. I needed someone to whom to unburden myself, to release all the anger, frustration, and yes, hatred that was eating me up inside. When Ron bailed on us, I thought I'd finally be able to talk to Hermione about what was bothering me. But all she thought about was Ron's departure and where the next Horcrux might be located. I don't think I've ever been more than a two-dimensional character for them, and it hurts to know that it still hasn't changed much. Hermione understands Harry. Wade gently defended the girl. You remember the morning I startled you awake? When your magic made everyone submit, and you sulked in the bathroom? I did not sulk, the brunette insisted, nose in the air in offended dignity. I needed to take a shower. At the snort of suppressed amusement, the teen flushed slightly, a small grin on his face. Right, the former specter of death continued. Anyway, while you were in the bathroom, taking a shower, he used air quotes with a sardonic grin. She took that time to explain things to me. I still didn't know as much about you as I should have, and she told me about much of your life in Hogwarts, about the crushing expectations and the decided lack of any sort of support system. She even owned up to hers and Ron's lack of faith in you at times. So she knows more than you think. But I believe because you haven't put in much effort to explain things to her, she's still falling back on old habits. I know you tried to impress upon her how you felt during the holiday. But unfortunately, empathy can only go so far when you don't have the experiences to tell you why you should feel a certain way toward another person and their perspective. Even that little bit of exposure in the forest to what life was like for you with the Dursleys couldn't break through that confidence that, though she was struggling at the moment, she always had someone who would love her and take care of her when she needed it. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the crux of the matter when it comes to Ron and Hermione, Harry agreed on a sigh. They've always been loved from the moment they were born. They didn't have to wonder where their next meal would come from, or whether or not they'd get a beating for something that was completely beyond their control. They didn't have to struggle under the weight of overwhelming hatred and rejection for having survived the worst night of my life. And I think it's those things that might keep me separate from them. I love them because they were my first friends and treated me like a human being instead of a useless appendage, but I don't think I can ever truly, completely trust them because when it comes down to it, we're still two completely different. So you're not going to take Severus up on his offer to help you navigate the wizarding world anymore? I think I'll stick around long enough to get comfortable with my place in this society. Harry finally replied after long minutes of careful consideration, but I don't think I want to become a permanent part of the British magical world. There's just too much wrong with it to be going on. Hello. Danny Tanner here for the WWN Network, hoping to get some responses to the latest news. You there, young man? Would you like to answer a few questions for our listeners? I think I have a few moments. Great! May I have your name, please? I am Monty Selliers, and I am opening a new Quidditch supply store here in Diagon Alley. We already have a Quidditch supply store. Aren't you worried that quality Quidditch supplies might put you out of business? Not at all. Healthy competition is necessary in any society. Well, Mr. Selliers, I wish you luck. Now, what do you think of the news of our very own boy who lived, Harry Potter, getting married to a man? I see absolutely nothing wrong with it, Mr. Tanner. You can't control with whom you fall in love, and as long as the young man is happy, I don't think it's anyone else's business who he marries. Fair enough. He's gotten a lot of bad press from the papers for a lot of years since he returned to the wizarding world, and that doesn't seem to have abated much since the announcement of his engagement. What do you have to say to all those bigots who wrote some nasty letters to the editor? Mind your own goddamned business. It's this kind of prejudice that created the Dark Lord in the first place. It's this kind of bigotry that's kept you people stagnant and dwindling. It's this kind of discrimination that drove squibs out into the Muggle world and intends to keep out the children of those squibs just because they come from the Muggle world. It's time that the British wizarding world grow the fuck up, for Merlin's sake. Well, I guess that answers my questions. Thank you for your time. Now, Headmistress McGonagall, I'd like a few words if I may. Hello, Daniel. It's very nice to see you, and I'm glad that you've been able to turn your inquisitive nature into a lucrative career. Thank you, Headmistress. You'd always been a stern but fair teacher when I was in school, but with some of the things that have been coming out lately about Hogwarts and Professor Dumbledore, my listeners would like to know where you were during all of these adventures in which Harry Potter was encouraged to participate. At that time, I was Transfiguration Professor, Deputy Headmistress, and head of Gryffindor House. I had far too many duties to cater to a single troublesome child. Troublesome child, you say? Yes, Mr. Tanner. Harry Potter seemed to dive head first into every crisis at the school. From ignoring Albus' warnings and recovering the stone to entering his name in the Triwizard Tournament. That boy has been nothing but trouble from the moment he stepped through the doors of the castle. Why weren't you guiding him? Mentoring him as his head of house? I didn't have time. I had 70 children in my house, over whom to run roughshod, as well as dozens and dozens of students in my classes. As well, I had to take on the lion's share of the running of the school, so that Albus could attend to his duties to the Wizengamot and the International Confederation of Wizards. So, in effect, you shirked your responsibilities to the boy to whom the Dark Lord devoted all his energies because he was inconvenient? How is it that you still maintained your position with an attitude like that? Chapter 25. Chapter Notes. Continuation of McGonagall's interview. I most certainly did not shirk my duties. I was there as much as I could be for every one of my students. And for you to insinuate that I'd ignored them is unconscionable. In first year, you ignored Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley when they came to you, informing you that someone was after the stone. The listening audience heard the barely restrained anger in the normally affable Danny Tanner's voice and scooted to the edges of their seat, excited for the show. Their imaginations filled in the spaces that the words created, and more than one person smirked, hoping that the roving reporter would finally put McGonagall in her place. Many of the graduated Gryffindors had rather poor dealings with their head of house and had waited, for years in some cases, to see the old woman get her comeuppance. Your refusal to even listen to them, and willingness to take points from them for trying to prevent Voldemort's return is but a drop in the bucket to the overwhelming lack of support you, as his head of house, and the other professors showed that poor young man. And, in fact, if it wasn't for those 3 children, Voldemort would have returned much earlier, and so many more people would have died, including your vaunted savior. As it was, Harry Potter ended up killing the host carrying Voldemort's desiccated spirit. And absolutely no one in that shitty educational institution lifted a finger to counsel the 11-year-old, or provide him with a mind healer for the emotional and psychological trauma he'd suffered. In fact, your revered elder statesman sent him back to his abusive relatives, where he was punished even further for just surviving the worst night of his life. There was silence for a few moments as the reporter tried to get his temper back under control before he asked his next question. How is it that not a single adult magic user with decades of experience figured out that Slytherin's monster was a basilisk in Potter's second year? Why didn't you notice something wrong with one of your charges? Ginevra Weasley was being manipulated by part of your Dark Lord, and yet no one noticed that she was changing before your very eyes. She had complained to some of her dorm mates about being homesick, Minerva stammered, trying to regain her equilibrium after being verbally assaulted by Tanner. Unfortunately for her, the hits would keep on coming, leaving her wondering if, perhaps, she was too old to teach the students after all. I just thought she was withdrawing, because she was missing her family. Even the family she had in her house didn't notice how quiet she had become, Danny groused, still incredibly angry at a woman whom he'd respected, but who had failed in her duties to her charges time and time again. I remember the speech you gave everyone at the beginning of every school year, about how the Gryffindors were our family away from home, yet not a single person in that horrible house noticed the girls' increasing silences and isolation. Nor did they notice how Harry Potter returned from his Muggle relatives, thinner than he left the school the previous year, and very slow to trust or rely on any of the adults in Hogwarts. We, as heads of house, see different reactions to homesickness, McGonagall said, voice gaining strength and confidence. This was something about which she had intimate knowledge and could respond to with surety. We always let our charges know that if they're having problems adjusting, they could come to us and talk about it. I just figured that if things got too rough for the girl, she'd come to me and I could help her work through it. Like you helped Harry Potter work through his abuse, knowing what kind of people to whom you and Dumbledore were abandoning him, Tanner remarked flatly. Like you helped Harry Potter and other students when Dolores Umbridge was torturing them almost nightly with a black quill, about which Mr. Potter tried to tell you, and you shut him down, saying that all he needed to do was keep his head down and his mouth shut. That the headmaster and you were working on the problem, and that perhaps Mr. Potter deserved the detentions he'd earned, simply for existing and telling the truth. If he just kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have been stuck in detention every night, the headmistress finally yowled angrily. He created his own punishments by not bending his neck and going along with the ministry's edicts until Albus and I could get that wretched woman out of our school. So, you're blaming a 15-year-old boy for not allowing the ministry to hide from the fact that Voldemort had returned, Tanner whispered. The listeners didn't know any of this, since Dumbledore had prevented the students from reporting anything that happened in the school during their years there. Their kids would come home, full of stories about the events that had occurred, but since none of that information came even close to their own experiences, they dismissed it as the fanciful imaginings of children and ignored it. Now, hearing more details about what had happened in the school, details that not even their offspring knew, put things into a different perspective, and many of the parents were now wondering how close to death their own progeny had come, and that if it weren't for Harry Potter, many of the youths would have died. You were actively trying to get the boy to lie, and therefore destroy his reputation even further. If he'd done that, what do you think would have happened when Voldemort finally made an appearance? Do you think he would have said, "Oops, I'll just give you time to get used to me being back before I kill you all"? From Dumbledore's own words, he knew that she wasn't teaching the students anything. He knew that Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley set up their own training sessions for the students and called it the Defense Association. He knew that they were helping the other kids learn what they needed to survive the coming war. And to get there, OWLs and Newts. He knew about the nightly torture of at least 2 students and did fuck all to help any of them. And neither did you or any of the other professors. She was part of the ministry, the Transfiguration professor said tiredly. She was a representative of the very thing against which the Order of the Phoenix was fighting, because there were far too many of the Dark Lord's people in high places who were changing things for the worse. We were trying to keep as much of our efforts against them under wraps as we could, so that we could make sure that the Muggleborns were safe. Apparently, the Muggleborns were safe, since there have been no reports of any of them being tortured. And it's been reported that Hermione Granger, a known Muggleborn, was more vocal in Umbridge's class than Harry Potter. Yet she escaped the punishment, Danny rebutted angrily. And I'm quite sure, since it's well known that you favored the young woman, that if she came to you with evidence of Harry's torture or her own, you would have leapt through fiery hoops to stop it immediately. Yet Harry Potter, our savior, was left to suffer on his own. Is it perhaps because you didn't see that boy as an individual? Is it because you saw James Potter 2.0 in the young man and thought he was causing trouble for the sake of causing trouble? I have nothing more to say. McGonagall's voice was weary. There you have it, folks. The one woman who was supposed to stand between her students and the outside world failed abysmally at her job and allowed at least 2 students, Harry Potter and Lee Jordan, to be tortured by a black quill. And where was Albus Dumbledore? Why, hiding out and letting things continue on without lifting a finger to help. This is Danny Tanner, your roving reporter, signing off. Just before the feed was cut, the entire magical world of the UK heard him mutter, "I need a hot shower to wash off the slime." March 15th, 1999, The Daily Prophet. Harry Potter's placement in the Muggle world revealed. Not as secret as Dumbledore would have you believe. Betty Braithwaite, reporter. Many of us remember the night the Potters were brutally murdered, betrayed by one of their own when Peter Parker Pettigrew gave the Dark Lord Voldemort the secret to their Fidelius protected home in Godric's Hollow. The destroyed cottage has since become a shrine to the 2 brave people who sacrificed everything so that their son would be able to beat back the nightmare that cast a pall over our fair community. Afterward, Mr. Potter was taken from that demolished domicile and hidden away from the magical world, for his protection. For 11 years, we never saw hide nor hair of that poor boy, but were always assured that he was safe, that he was healthy, and that, most of all, he was loved. Of course, many of us learned differently when he came to school at 11. He was underweight and much smaller than the average 11-year-old, and many had suspected he wasn't treated well, but none of us did anything to change his circumstances, assured by Albus Dumbledore that where he lived was the safest place for him, that he was protected by ancient wards based upon the loving sacrifice of his mother. Yet, according to the young man himself, in a letter that this reporter has received in response to a lot of what has been said in the paper and on the wireless, his whereabouts weren't unknown, after all. In the child's neighborhood lived an old squib by the name of Arabella Figg, who was, as it turns out, a part of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, and was placed in that neighborhood to keep an eye on the savior of the wizarding world. Did she interfere in what was happening to the child in the Muggle home? Of course not. She was told to only watch and not to interfere. Ponder that for a moment, folks. She was told not to interfere in the abuse and neglect of a wizarding child. She wasn't even allowed to let Harry know that she was a part of the magical world. She was only there, she said, to make sure that the wrong sort didn't find him before he could return to the wizarding world at 11. According to Mr. Potter, she wasn't the only person with ties to the magical world that he had met. Apparently, he'd run into Daedalus Diggle in a Muggle shop whilst he and his aunt were shopping. The funny old man in weird clothing smiled and nodded at the child before leaving, causing trouble for the boy as his aunt had seen the interaction. He wrote that he was punished for bringing that unnaturalness into their world by the withholding of food and several days spent locked in his cupboard. The next interaction occurred on a bus. For those who don't know, a bus is a Muggle conveyance that can transport many people at a time to different places. He saw a strange, wild-haired woman on the bus who stared uncomfortably at him. And from his description, it sounds like Dorcas Meadows was also in his town, keeping an eye on him. Then, a violet-cloaked wizard bowed to Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, and created even more problems for the suffering lad. The description of this one, taken from the memory of Dursley before the Muggles disappeared, matches Sturgis Podmore, one of Albus Dumbledore's close friends. The last encounter before young Mr. Potter came to school was with a bald man wearing a long purple cloak who shook the lad's hand in front of his aunt again. This was Angus McKinnon, and of course Harry got into trouble for this. The one thing that every encounter had in common was that every witch or wizard was a part of Albus Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. If Harry Potter was so safe in the Muggle world, why did Dumbledore have to set spies on him? Why didn't any of these Menders do anything about the abuse and neglect? And, finally, if they were able to locate the child, what's to say that one of the Death Eaters couldn't?